Chapter 4260. Boom. Moo. As soon as Yi Xian's figure rushed out of the atmosphere of the star under his feet and came to the outer space of the universe, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly came from the giant star where Greenox was in seclusion. Even the atmosphere of the star was affected by it. The star rolled up. It was followed by an incomparably high-pitched moo, which was the voice of the old Greenox. The moo was filled with endless joy. Listening to the sound, it was not the feeling of the 7th level of Marquis Immortal. It was not even the 8th level of this realm, but the perfection of the 9th level. Yi Xian's eyes lit up instantly. If there was no accident, Greenox should have made a breakthrough, and this was the second time. His cultivation strength had risen from the 7th level of Marquis Immortal before the seclusion to the 9th level of Marquis Immortal. After all, it had been more than 5 months. Before the seclusion, this old thing had been in the 7th level of Marquis Immortal for a long time. He was very close to breaking through to the 8th level of Marquis Immortal. In addition, Yi Xian gave him the light purple and gold flesh medicine, so he should have broken through to the 8th level of Marquis Immortal more than 4 months ago. Now, after more than 4 months, he broke through again and reached the 9th level of this realm. This earth-shattering moo spread hundreds of millions of miles. The hundreds of life stars in the entire small space forbidden area were all alarmed. Figures rushed out of the atmosphere of the stars one after another. They were the higher-ups of the remnant tribe who had come out of seclusion, as well as the captives such as the 3-clawed flood dragon. There were dozens of immortal old monsters in the prisoner council. This included the 20 or so immortal-level ferocious beast leaders who had joined because of the green bull. After more than half a year of secluded cultivation, 7 or 8 of these immortal realm-old monsters had broken through to the peak of the 9th level of the immortal realm with the help of a large amount of flesh and medicine. Including the 3-clawed flood dragon, these 8 immortal old monsters only needed 1 level 21 pill to break through to the Marquis Immortal realm immediately. At that time, the battle strength of Yi Xian's army would be greatly improved. Its structure would also be more reasonable. Over 100 undying old monsters, 8 official-level undyings, plus himself and Green Cow, the 2 emperor-level undyings, just from the strength of the undying level and above, this was equivalent to a medium-sized forbidden space area. However, Yi Xian had only refined 2 level 21 pills. After using one, he only had 1 left. It was not suitable to give it to anyone. This gave him a headache. In addition, there were more than 20 universe-old monsters below the immortal rank who had broken through to the universe 9th perfection this time. Half of them were from the remnant powerhouses and the captive army. Yi Xian still had more than 60 level 20 pills in his hands. He would be able to distribute them when he returned. At that time, there would be more than 20 immortal realm-old monsters in his camp. Moo, before his subordinates, who had rushed out from the other 100 or so stars, could greet Yi Xian, another earth-shattering moo sounded out from the giant star in front of them. The next moment, a huge figure rushed out from the inside of the planet. It was very fast, and its aura was very majestic, stirring up the atmosphere of the giant planet into chaos. The figure that charged out of the stars was the Green Ox. As soon as the old fellow charged out of the atmosphere and saw Yi Xian's 30-meter-tall starry sky berserk ape, he immediately changed directions and charged over with his 4 hooves raised. He looked very excited and kept shouting, "Boss, it's so good to see you as soon as I come out of seclusion, moo. I finally broke through to the 9th level of the Marquis Immortal realm. Boss, where's the treasure pill you were talking about? Hurry up and give me one. I'll turn around and go into seclusion again. I'll become an Emperor Immortal and fulfill my wish. Moo." After he finished speaking, his figure had already arrived in front of Yi Xian. His terrifying true body, which was originally hundreds of thousands of meters tall, had rapidly shrunk on the way here. Now, it had also shrunk to a height of 30 meters. He stood in front of Yi Xian and pitifully looked at him. Xiao. There was a faint sound of breaking through the air. Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand, and a level 22 pill transformed into a light beam and shot out. Moo, seeing the treasure pill of his dreams appear and transform into a light beam and shoot towards him, Green Cow excitedly raised his head and roared again. After that, it opened its mouth and caught the light with its mouth, then stretched out its neck and swallowed it. This is bad, this old ox actually couldn't taste anything from this kind of precious pill. This is too wasteful. After the treasure pill entered his stomach, Green Cow was stunned on the spot. The surrounding undying old monsters and universe old monsters thought that something had gone wrong. When they heard him say such a sentence, they rolled their eyes and were almost struck by lightning on the spot. Moo, boss, I'm going. When we meet again in a few days, I'll be conferred the title of king. Moo, moo, moo. Just as everyone was feeling depressed and speechless, the green ox suddenly twisted its fat head and turned around to charge towards the giant star that it had come from. Along the way, it let out incomparably excited moos. The long-cherished wish that it had dreamed of for many years was about to be realized, even if it was conferred the title of Marquis. Even if he was an undying, he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. Soon, Green Cow's figure once again entered the atmosphere of the giant star in front of him and disappeared. After the undying old monsters and universe old monsters in the void watched his figure disappear with envious expressions, they seemed to have thought of something. Almost at the same time, they all turned their heads to look at Yi Xian. Their eyes were all green. Those who didn't know better would think that they had encountered a group of wolf demons. Among them, the green light in the eyes of the more than 29th stage old monsters and the 8 undying stage 9th stage old monsters led by the 3-clawed flood dragon were the most intense. This was because, like Green Cow, they had also reached the bottleneck of a large realm and urgently needed a treasure pill to break through to the next large realm. The only difference was that Green Cow wanted to break through to the undying stage, while they wanted to break through to the ordinary stage and the seal stage. It was only the Marquis undying stage. The treasure pills for breaking through to different large realms are different. There are more than 60 of them that are suitable for the old monsters of the universe. You guys are lucky. Nodding, Yi Xian waved his hand and sent out more than 20 level 20 hydraulic compression pills. Each of the 20 or so universe 9th stage old monsters who were about to break through to the undying stage received one. Once the treasure pills that they had coveted for a long time were in their hands, all of them cheered. After thanking him profusely, they did not stay any longer. They turned around and left one after another. This was obviously the same as Green Cow. They were about to enter seclusion and break through to the next large realm. Chapter 4261. Yi Xian did indeed have a level 21 pill that could be used to break through to the Marquis level, but he only had one. This level 21 pill was specially prepared for the flying centipede. The flying centipede was stronger than the 3-clawed dragon by a small level, and he had been in closed-door training for a long time. If there were no accidents, he would probably come out in the next 2 days. When that time comes, Yi Xian would give him the level 21 pill to break through. Once he reached official level, even though the 3-clawed dragon was on the same side, and had long submitted to Yi Xian, on one hand, this old man still didn't know the space berserk ape in front of him was Yi Xian. On the other hand, there were a total of 8 pinnacle undyings who had reached the peak of undying level 9 like him. No matter who Yi Xian gave this level 21 pill to, it wasn't appropriate. Such an important resource, one meant breaking through to official level. Even the most loyal of subordinates would have their own thoughts. The best way to deal with it was to leave the level 21 pill in his hand to the flying centipede. These 8 fellows in front of him, none of them would give it to him, and in the next batch, he would be able to maximize their enthusiasm for conquering. Thinking of this, Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. He immediately spread out his hands. This king has only refined 2 pellets for breaking through to the Marquis immortal realm. One of them was used by me back then, and the other one was used by the green ox. A pill for breaking through to emperor level. Not long ago, I added in some blood essence of ferocious beasts and various top-level treasures, leveling it up. Ah, the one Green Cow just swallowed was it? What? Did that cow swallow our precious pills? Damn it, this. The moment Yi Xian finished, the 8 pitiful pinnacle undyings around him were enraged. They all looked towards the huge star where Green Cow was in closed-door training, their faces filled with anger. However, when they thought about how that existence was at the pinnacle of the conferred Marquis realm, an entire realm stronger than them, and if nothing unexpected happened, he would become a conferred king in a few days. The 8 peak undying beings immediately became listless and turned to look at Yi Xian. Come over. Boss, you can even make a pill for breaking through to Emperor level so casually. This official level pill must be easy for you, why not? At this point, the 3-clawed flood dragon was about to rub itself against Yi Xian's body. Its face was full of flattery as it said, why don't we refine another furnace? We'll be done very soon. It's just a small matter. Piss off. Yi Xian rolled his eyes on the spot. He spread out his hands and said, refining is simple, but without the materials, even a clever woman can't cook without rice. Could it be that you think this king has some kind of great divine ability to create something out of nothing? To make one official level pill, I need 5 blood essence of ferocious beasts. I need 5 immortal rank ferocious beast blood essences. 8 pellets means I need 40 immortal rank blood essences. I don't even have one right now. Where am I supposed to refine them? Hearing that the request was so simple, the 3-clawed dragon became excited again. Boss, do you only need the blood essence condensed from the flesh and blood of immortal level ferocious beasts? Is it okay for early immortal level ferocious beasts? As long as they are immortal level, it doesn't matter if they are early or middle immortal level. 5 in total. Nodding his head, Yi Xian finally added, of course, the stronger the cultivation of the 5 blood essences of the fierce beasts, the better the quality of the treasured pills refined will be. If all of them are at the late stage of the immortal realm, then it would be safe. This king can guarantee. Then what are we waiting for? Let's do it. Find a forbidden area in space and kill them directly. After figuring out the situation, the 3-clawed dragon's eyes shone with hope again. He said excitedly, I'm already at peak level 9 of immortal level. What's the big deal about killing 5 mid or late immortal level ferocious beasts? Boss, let's go now. Hearing that, the other 7 peak immortal level old monsters also asked to go. Even the other 100 or so immortal level old monsters who hadn't reached peak level 9 of immortal level all did the same. Although they didn't need Marquis level pills now, 5 blood essences condensed from the flesh and blood of ferocious beasts at the same level as them were not easy to get. It was necessary to save up in advance. In an instant, the battle intent of these 100 or so immortal level old monsters was unprecedentedly aroused. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were all shouting as if they had been injected with chicken blood. This was the result that Yi Xian wanted. He was very satisfied with it. However, it was obviously not the right time to go. Besides Green Ox, he still needed to make a breakthrough. Otherwise, once he rushed to Phoenix Bloodstar area, he would be courting death. We do need to go on an expedition soon, and the target is a medium-sized forbidden area in space where there are emperors. As he spoke, Yi Xian waved his hand, turned around, and flew toward the lifestar he had come from. However, before we go, I need to make another breakthrough. The same goes for Green Ox. Be patient and wait for a few more days. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already passed through the atmosphere and entered the lifestar. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian set up an isolation array. Then, he took out the Farmer God Cauldron and stepped into the space inside the cauldron through the 9-colored fog. As soon as he entered the Farmer God Cauldron, he was greeted by 10 rays of light. Flying Centipede and the others had indeed come out of seclusion. After checking the cultivation aura of the 10 people, Yi Xian was very satisfied. Old Monster Silverpole had already broken through to level 4 of immortal level, so he didn't need a level 21 pill for the time being. As expected, Flying Centipede had broken through to level 9 of immortal level. In addition, the 8 Great Guardian Warriors had also successfully broken through to level 9 of immortal level. It was time for them to take a level 20 pill. There was no doubt that after these 10 people completed another round of seclusion, Yi Xian would have 1 more Marquis and 8 ordinary undying under his command. Furthermore, they would be his most loyal subordinates, which made him feel very gratified. Shio. With a wave of his hand, 9 small space boxes containing 1 level 21 pill and 8 level 20 pills were sent out by Yi Xian. They landed in the hands of Flying Centipede and the 8 Great Guardian Warriors respectively. Alright, you don't need to interfere in the recent expedition. Just focus on cultivating in the space inside the cauldron. When you reach the bottleneck of level 9 of immortal level, come out of seclusion and apply to me for a pill to break through. Chapter 4262. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian retrieved a large amount of cultivation resources from his undying world. 10 drops of all evil elixir, 200 cubic meters of purple gold top-grade flesh medicine, as well as all sorts of top-grade treasured herbs and body-tempering material. He even cut off a leg of a primordial creature's corpse from the sealed caves at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the farmer god cauldron and roasted it with the farmer god's 7-colored flames until golden oil dripped out. This leg was taken from the body of a powerful bird of the quasi-desolation level. Although it was only a small piece, it was still several hundred cubic meters in size. After being purified by the Shunnong 7-colored flame and removing the impurities, there was still about 200 cubic meters left. Yi Xian divided these 200 cubic meters into two. One half was left at the bottom of the volcano, while the other half was taken out. At this moment, it was suspended in front of him along with the all-evil elixir and other top-grade cultivation resources. With a thought, the farmer god cauldron's domain was activated. These cultivation resources suspended in front of Yi Xian were compressed in the blink of an eye, turning into a round ball the size of an infant's fist. Then, Yi Xian opened his mouth and swallowed it, rolling into his stomach. Boom! A loud explosion sounded out from within Yi Xian's body. The ball that he swallowed instantly transformed into an incomparably majestic river of energy. It carried an aura that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth as it surged within Yi Xian's 4 limbs and 100 bones. It moved like a raging flood. An intense stinging sensation came in the next instant. This time, it was too intense. Perhaps it was because of that small piece of flesh from a quasi-primordial bird, but the energy was extremely violent. Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the colorful fog at the mouth of the farmer god cauldron. Even the expression on his face had become hideous because of the pain. At this moment, the 1.08 billion pores on his body were all gushing with precious light. His entire person was like a god, blooming with a blinding brilliance that no one could look at directly. Whoosh! Hualala! Inside the body, the clanging sound of the chains continued to be heard. At the same instant that this scorching energy river split open, Yi Xian's physical body treasure body had already been shaken due to his life potential being shaken, and 2 shackles of human body shackles appeared. The appearance of these 2 shackles caused Yi Xian to subconsciously heave a sigh of relief. The reason why he had specially roasted a small piece of the quasi-desolation level bird's flesh was because he was worried that if he didn't, the 2 shackles in his body wouldn't be triggered during this breakthrough. But now, everything had been settled. The only thing that needed to be done was to activate the scorching river of energy that was surging inside his body and tear apart the 2 shackles that had quietly appeared. Hualala, boom, rumble. From this moment on, Yi Xian's body treasure body seemed to be turned upside down. The clanging sound of the chains did not stop for even a second. Along with the clanging sound, there was also the loud rumbling sound of the surging river of scorching energy shaking the 2 shackles. Time slowly passed by amidst this earth-shattering rumbling sound. Every second, Yi Xian was enduring endless pain. In the end, he was even numb to it, forgetting the existence of time. After an unknown period of time, when his consciousness gradually returned in the end, he noticed that the continuous rumbling in his body had actually disappeared. The incomparably scorching river of energy had long disappeared, and the 2 shackles that appeared during this breakthrough were no longer traceable. A wisp of clarity surged into Yi Xian's mind, and he was extremely happy. He knew that the breakthrough was complete, and what would appear next would be the long-awaited system notification sound. After this breakthrough, when all the cultivation resources were swallowed into his stomach, the potential in Yi Xian's body was shaken. What appeared in his body treasure body was still 2 shackles. Therefore, before the breakthrough was complete, Yi Xian already knew that this breakthrough would happen again. It was rare to see 2 consecutive breakthroughs. The expected second system notification sound was like a fairy's voice to his ears at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu tactic. Current realm, Marquis Immortal Level 9 Perfection. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the body chi and blood. Current realm, Marquis Immortal Level 9 Perfection. Marquis Immortal Level 9 Perfection. Before this, Yi Xian's original body had already reached the 7th order of the Marquis Immortal realm. Once he activated the 3-headed, 6-armed ancient demon ape bloodline, his strength would soar to the 8th order of the Marquis Immortal realm. If he used 9 transformation of demonic ape and reached the 6th transformation, he would instantly reach the 5th level of Emperor level. Emperor level 5 was the middle stage of this realm. This time, after his cultivation base experienced 2 consecutive breakthroughs, his original body advanced to the 9th stage of the Marquis Immortal realm in one fell swoop. Once Yi Xian activated the Devil Ape bloodline in his body and entered the 6th transformation of the Devil Ape 9 transformations, he would be at the peak. His battle strength would instantly reach Emperor level 7, which was already Emperor level late stage. The extent of his battle strength increase was simply unimaginable, but this was clearly not the end. It could even be said that this time, Yi Xian's breakthrough was only the beginning. The previous 2 breakthroughs were all preparation for what was to come next. Next, he would consume the level 22 pill that he had just refined not long ago. Once everything went smoothly and the medicinal effects of this level 22 pill were completely refined, Yi Xian's level of life would rise once again. From then on, he would become an emperor. Xiu. Xiu xiu xiu, without any hesitation or even any intention of resting, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand again. From the undying world within his body and the Shunnong cauldron beneath him, he took out the second batch of cultivation resources that he had already prepared. The other 100 cubic meters of quasi-desolate level bird treasure body meat he roasted before breaking through. The 100 cubic meters of purple gold top-tier flesh medicine. 5 drops of all evil origin liquid, and various other top-tier resources. But this time, they were all body-strengthening type. Finally, and the most important, was the level 22 pill. The cauldron of level 22 pills he made before had a total of 3 pills. He gave 1 to Greenox, so there were 2 left. The one Yi Xian took out was the best of the 3. Soon, the Farmer God Cauldron's domain was activated again. All the flesh medicine and other resources were compressed into a round bead the size of an infant's fist. Yi Xian opened his mouth and swallowed it first. Boom! A heaven-shaking rumble that was almost exactly the same as when he broke through sounded out. However, this time, Yi Xian's feelings weren't as painful as before. With a wave of his hand, he swallowed the level 22 pill floating in front of him. As soon as it entered his mouth, it turned into a clear stream that flowed down his throat. Chapter 4263. Hua. Hua lolo. Within Yi Xian's body, the sounds of the chains clanging resounded. This time, the chains that appeared within his body were thicker than ever before, right before his chest, extending all the way to his abdomen. This thick chain represented the emperor level. The moment it was torn apart, Yi Xian would instantly become an emperor level undying. Before entering this ancient desolate world fragment, the strongest warrior he had met was only an official level undying. However now, in a short 2 years, even he was about to become an emperor level undying. Thinking about it all felt like a dream. This void fragment was indeed a true holy land for cultivation. Now that the king-conferred realm was about to arrive, it was absolutely impossible for Yi Xian to obtain the strongest battle prowess here. On the contrary, this was only the beginning. The true glory would begin after he broke through to emperor level, with a bang. With this kind of absolute determination, Yi Xian activated the great river of energy within his body. He forcefully endured the intense pain that he had never felt before and continuously charged for an entire day and night. In the end, a loud clang sound was heard. This was the thickest part of the breastbone within his treasure body. The strong shackles were finally broken. Rumble. Rumble, almost at the same time, in the void of the universe outside the planet with life under his feet, a large number of black tribulation clouds surged over in an instant. The number was so large that it made one's hair stand on end. It enveloped the entire planet, as if the original atmosphere had been covered again. The second layer was a black atmosphere. Of course, it was a semicircle, only in the space above his head. This was after all the emperor-level calamity. Its power was naturally much stronger than before. It was natural for the clouds to be of such scale. Yi Xian stood up, waved his hand, and stored the Shunnong cauldron into his body. With a single step, his figure instantly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in a desolate space tens of millions of kilometers away from this small forbidden area. Right now, his cultivation base had already reached the titled Emperor realm. All he lacked was the baptism of the heavenly tribulation. However, he didn't dare to let the other subordinates in the space-forbidden land fight with him, otherwise, other than Green Bull, no one would be able to survive. As Yi Xian's figure moved, the terrifying tribulation cloud that originally enveloped the Life Star instantly dissipated. At this moment, a large amount of tribulation clouds began to appear in the air above him. Although the untainted land world had already collapsed into pieces, and the will of heaven and earth, which represented the heavenly Tao, was missing, the Dharma that governed the operation of all things had not changed. Even if this was an incomplete fragment of the void, the Dharma of the heavenly Tao was still there. The old laws were still operating on their own. Hence, the lightning punishment would definitely come, locking onto Yi Xian. No matter where he ran, he couldn't avoid it. In fact, he didn't need to escape. Facing the lightning punishment that would make any cultivator's face change, Yi Xian didn't have the word escape in his dictionary. Roar. He raised his head and roared. At this moment, his hair fluttered in the wind, and the aura in his body was completely activated. His entire body was like a blazing human-shaped star, and within his body, endless treasure light was blooming, passing through the 1.08 billion pores on his body. It shot out, crack. As if it was because it felt Yi Xian's provocation, the tribulation clouds in the sky instantly surged even more violently. In a short span of time, an incomparably thick purple-gold lightning bolt smashed down. Rai Di seal. Yi Xian called out softly. With a wave of his hand, the Rai Di seal that was suspended above his sea of consciousness shot out and hovered above his head. However, there was a strand of qi concealing it, preventing it from being seen by the experts of the captive armies from the three main planes of space. In that case, Yi Xian's identity would be exposed in an instant. Screech. With the appearance of the Rai Di seal, an incomparably high-pitched screech resounded from within the Emperor's seal. This was the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal cheering. To it, this kind of king-conferring tribulation was the best opportunity to temper itself. Back then, the thunder sparrow that was refined into a thunder spirit was only at the third level of the immortal realm. But now, because of the nourishment of the Rai Di seal, it had already broken through to the 9th level of the immortal realm. The lightning tribulation this time wasn't only Yi Xian's fortuitous encounter, it was also its fortuitous encounter. After the baptism of the lightning tribulation, the Thunder Emperor's seal would become even more powerful, and the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal would most likely break through to the Marquis immortal realm. At this moment, the thunder spirit's cheers were clearly filled with excitement and excitement. It had long been unable to hold back and wanted to rush out. It was impossible for Yi Xian to allow this, because if that happened, then his identity would be exposed as well. Obediently wait in the Emperor's seal. There should be 3 waves of purple-gold lightning in the king-conferring tribulation. This Star Master only needs the last wave. The first 2 waves will be left to you and the Emperor's seal. Slightly raising his head, Yi Xian spoke. Listening to the content of his words, it seemed that he was actually distributing the 3 waves of lightning tribulation above his head, as if he was distributing important resources. Before he finished speaking, the first wave of purple-gold lightning had already struck down. Although it fell towards Yi Xian's head, not a single bit of it leaked out. It was all absorbed by the Rai Di seal. Screech. In an instant, the thunder spirit's cheers came from the Emperor's seal once again. At this time, a second loud cracking sound came from the sky above his head. A purple-gold lightning bolt that was thicker than the previous one, reaching 100 feet in length, instantly pounced over. This time, Yi Xian still didn't make any movements. With his hands behind his back, he allowed the Rai Di seal above his head to absorb the second bolt of lightning. Almost in the next moment, an even more cheerful and tyrannical howl came from the Emperor's seal, emitting a dense aura of a conferred Marquis. The Emperor's seal's thunder spirit had finally broken through. Count yourself lucky. Curling his lips, Yi Xian waved his hand and directly kept the Rai Di seal into his body. Once again, it floated above the sea of consciousness in his mind. Immediately after, he raised his head and looked up into the sky. Crack! The last wave of tribulation lightning was even more terrifying. It was still purple-gold in color, but its diameter had reached 3,000 meters. Compared to it, Yi Xian's human body was like an ant. Roar! With a furious roar, Yi Xian did not dodge in the face of this most powerful wave of tribulation lightning. Instead, his figure shot forward with a wild roar, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the tribulation lightning and was completely submerged. Boom! Rumble! The terrifying explosions continued without end. From this moment onwards, the vast expanse of space within a radius of millions of kilometers was enveloped by the sea of purple-gold lightning. Even the void trembled slightly, as if it could collapse at any moment. The lightning wreaked havoc for 3 breaths of time. In the end, the entire vast sea of lightning, along with the endless tribulation clouds in the sky, disappeared completely in less than half a breath of time. Chapter 4264. The Emperor Calamity was over. However, the dissipation of this wave of lightning meant that Yi Xian's power had entered a whole new level. Before this, his original body's cultivation level was already at the peak of the 9th level. After activating the 3-headed, 6-armed ancient demonic ape bloodline, his strength soared again, reaching the 1st level of the titled Emperor realm. If he used 9 transformation of demonic ape again and reached the 6th transformation, he would instantly reach the 7th level of Emperor level. But now, Yi Xian's original body was already at the 1st level of the titled King realm under normal circumstances. Once he activated the Devil Ape bloodline and entered the 6th transformation of the Devil Ape, his battle strength would instantly reach the 8th level of the titled Immortal realm. He was only 1 level away from Emperor level pinnacle. It could be said that within the Emperor level, there was almost no one he feared. Rumble. Just as Yi Xian's heart was filled with emotions, the familiar rumbling sound of tribulation lightning suddenly sounded out from the forbidden area in the starry sky tens of millions of kilometers away. An extremely tyrannical aura surged over. It was the Emperor Calamity. When he turned his head to look, Yi Xian discovered that the enormous star that the green ox sat on was also enveloped by an incomparably majestic black tribulation cloud. Over here, Yi Xian's Emperor Calamity had just ended, but the green ox had already broken through. As long as he could survive this wave of lightning, he would instantly become Emperor level. 2 emperors? If so, in terms of high-level battle power, he already has the qualifications of a middle-level forbidden land. As he muttered to himself, a ray of light flashed through Yi Xian's eyes. His figure flashed and he directly entered the enormous life star. Moo! Come and kill your grandpa ox. The moment he entered the star, he saw the green ox roar as he raised his head. He was so excited, it was as though he had just been injected with chicken blood. At this time, Yi Xian had already finished the lightning calamity and removed the aura around him. He had already activated the ancient demon ape bloodline within him and transformed into the space berserk ape form to avoid being exposed. Hence, his current cultivation level was only at level 2 Undying Emperor. Seeing the green ox in a daze, the space berserk ape rolled his eyes and kicked him. Are you stupid? Why are you howling here? If you want to undergo the calamity, scram, don't harm my underlings. Rumble. Ao woo, after a huge explosion, the green ox's massive body was sent flying by a kick. It rushed out of the atmosphere and shot toward a remote void thousands of miles away. It even let out a miserable howl that sounded like a wolf's howl. Anyone who heard it would be moved. Rumble. As his figure disappeared into the distance, the boundless tribulation clouds that had originally enveloped this star also quickly dissipated. However, in the remote void tens of millions of miles away, a series of familiar thunderous sounds could be heard. Yi Xian didn't even plan on following them over to take a look, nor did he plan on protecting them. The green ox's foundation was quite solid. On one hand, he had a solid foundation. On the other hand, this old ox was tough to begin with. It would be weird if he couldn't even withstand 3 waves. Ao woo. Damn it, your grandpa ox is going to be struck to death. A woo. Not long after, with the first crisp cracking sound, in the remote void tens of millions of miles away, miserable howls like the howls of green oxen and wolves rang out one after another, continuing without end, and all of them were extremely miserable. It made one's hair stand on end. Those who knew would know that this was a calamity, but those who didn't would think that they were killing mad oxen for fun. All the experts in the starry sky who were not in closed-door cultivation in the small starry sky forbidden lands had been alarmed. A large number of survivors and captive experts appeared outside the atmosphere of each of the more than 100 life stars. They all had strange expressions on their faces. He gazed into the distant void. There were only 3 waves of calamity lightning. After that, all the calamity clouds dispersed. However, in a remote area tens of millions of miles away, the shrill howls that sounded like the howls of a mad cow lasted for 2 whole hours before it finally died down. Just as Yi Xian was about to lose his patience and was about to rush over and beat up that damn old ox again, the howl from the distant space finally stopped. Immediately after, a green light shot over. After reaching a distance of 10,000 kilometers, it stopped and swayed its small steps. Under the dumbstruck gazes of Yi Xian and the countless survivors and captive experts outside the atmosphere of the 100-plus stars, it swung its hooves and walked away with its head held high. It came over. Did you see that? Did you hear that? That's the king-conferring calamity. This old ox actually made it through. I was struck so miserably, but now, I'm fine. This old ox has become a ferocious beast king. Ao Wu. The last sentence was a long and mournful howl, and it was obviously not an act. This old guy was kicked to the end of the universe by Yi Xian in his violent space ape state. 3 days after Yi Xian and Green Ox broke through to Undying Emperors, the survivors and captive warriors who had received level 20 pills from Yi Xian finally broke through one after another. At this point, the number of undying old monsters under Yi Xian's command had exceeded 200. More than 90 from the tribe of Mulberry Tree. More than 20 ferocious beasts under Green Ox. More than 90 from the captive warriors. And this was not including Flying Centipede, Silver G, Corpse Ancestor, Hyderigami, and the others. Among them, there were nearly 20 undying old monsters who were led by the 3-clawed Flood Dragon. Soon, this group of fellows would all become marquises. As for the Universe Old Monsters, Sector Lord Old Monsters, Domain Lord Old Monsters, and Star Lord Old Monsters, their numbers were even greater. In addition to the 2 kings of ferocious beasts, Yi Xian and Green Ox, this powerful space nomadic army finally had the foundation and qualifications to occupy an intermediate forbidden space zone. The 3rd punitive expedition was a must. Boss, let's go. The target of the 3rd expedition shall be the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood. As if he'd guessed that Yi Xian was calculating the target of the 3rd expedition, the Green Ox immediately raised its hooves and jumped in front of him. The ox tail behind it swung back and forth, appearing extremely anxious. I, the old cow, have been waiting for this day for over 1,000 years. Now, I, the old cow, have finally been conferred the title of king. Although I am still not a match for that coiled horn dragon goat, killing its son is not a problem at all. As for me, I will leave it to you, big boss. Take care of me. Seeing that Yi Xian was silent, the Green Ox jumped up and down anxiously. It repeatedly urged, in this kind of situation, if I can't immediately kill my way back, this old ox will definitely suffocate. Big brother, please take pity on me, Peng. Before he could finish, Yi Xian rolled his eyes and kicked him. As a king, his huge body was like a shooting star. In the blink of an eye, he was already tens of millions of miles away. Along the way, his mournful howls resounded incessantly. Those who heard it would shed tears. Chapter 4265. 3 days later, Yi Xian stepped out of the life planet and came to the void outside the atmosphere. Looking up, he found that the space around the 100 or so planets with life was already densely packed with starships and subordinates. Within these 3 days, according to Yi Xian's orders, all of the resources of the entire Starry Sky nomadic army were cleaned up, including all of the alchemy cauldrons of the tribe, as well as the various precious materials within more than 100 life stars. Since it was a space nomadic army, it was either not going to start an expedition, or once it started, it would be impossible for them to return. This void fragment of the great desolate world was too vast, and Yi Xian's growth time was limited. The full descent of the great desolate world could arrive at any time. He couldn't waste a lot of time on a long interstellar journey. This was the only reason why he defined the entire army as a space nomadic army. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the giant plug of life appeared in his hand. It was still the size of a small star, but it looked more like a battleship in the hands of the survivors. This was in line with the characteristics of this ancient void. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Soon, as the giant fortress of life was activated, a large number of battleships of the survivors rushed out from the atmosphere of the surrounding planets and entered the giant fortress of life, which had already been opened. At the same time, the captive army in the void not far away was also making the final preparations before departure. All the small battleships were entering through the portals of the large and small fortresses. Among the more than 100 million battleships, 20% of the space fortresses were 50,000 meters in diameter and 100,000 meters in diameter, while the rest were stellar-level battleships with a length of 3,000 meters. In order to ensure the speed of the interstellar journey, all the stellar-level battleships entered the large and small fortresses, and the large and small fortresses entered the large and small fortresses. In the end, the huge fleet of more than 100 million turned into more than 20 million fortresses of various sizes. They were filled with, all the members of the space nomadic army were already familiar with all this. It only took them half a day to complete everything. Destination: the intermediate forbidden space, Phoenix Blood. Let's go. Following Yi Xian's order, the entire space trembled. The life stronghold of Long Yi instantly transformed into a meteor beam of light that shot towards the direction of the starry sky that had long since been locked onto. Immediately afterward, the 20 million large and small fortresses activated their kinetic energy cabins at full power, and the roar resounded throughout the vast void. As the ancestral land of the Green Ox, the forbidden Phoenix Bloodground was an old intermediate starry sky forbidden ground. Its territory had been constantly expanding. More than 1,000 years ago, when the Green Ox was persecuted and forced to leave the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood, the scale of this middle-level forbidden land only had 600 to 700 life planets of various kinds and occupied a vast expanse of void with a radius of 100 million square kilometers. The rulers were 2 emperor-level beasts. Under these 2 ferocious beast kings, there were over 30 titled Marquis realm ferocious beast commanders and over 1,000 immortal rank ferocious beast leaders in the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood. Now, more than 1,000 years had passed, and the scale of this middle-level forbidden land was much larger than before. It was steadily advancing into a large-scale forbidden land. Now, the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood had 4 ferocious beast kings and over 40 titled Marquis realm ferocious beast commanders. Although the number of immortal rank ferocious beast leaders had yet to reach 2,000, there were more than 1,500 of them. As for the territory, it had a radius of more than 100 million square kilometers, with over 800 life planets of various kinds. This scale, compared to the small forbidden land ruled by the Green Ox, was like heaven and earth. In fact, compared to the space nomadic army under Yi Xian, the Phoenix Blood Starfield had an absolute advantage as a whole. Putting aside those below the immortal rank, just the undying old monsters alone had more than 1,500, while the space nomadic army only had slightly more than 200. As for the titled undying, they had over 40, while the space nomadic army, excluding the flying centipede and hyderigami who had yet to break through, they had no titled undying. As for the most powerful titled emperors, they had 4 of them, while the space nomadic army only had 2. From the data, it could be seen that if Yi Xian's space nomadic army were to face the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood, the result would be almost certain death, and the entire army would be annihilated. In the face of such a disparity in strength, the reason why Yi Xian still decided to launch the 3rd expedition into space was not only because he was pressed for time and couldn't wait, but also because he had strong confidence in himself. The forbidden land of Phoenix Blood did have many ferocious beast kings, a total of 4 of them. These 4 titled emperors, Yi Xian had met them once not long ago. One was a weeping blood-fiery phoenix that was completely red. The other was a crane-head blue luan that did not have a single strand of other feathers. Its entire body was covered in green feathers, and only the top of its head was bright red. These 2 birds were the 2 veteran ferocious beast kings of the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood. Their cultivation level had both reached the middle titled emperor level, and they were both at titled emperor level 6. As for the other 2, one was from the Bug clan, and the other was a coiled horn dragon goat. Their cultivation level was at the early titled emperor level, and they were clearly new ferocious beast kings within the past 1,000 years. As for Yi Xian, once he entered the Demon Ape 6 change, he would instantly possess the terrifying power of a titled emperor level 8. Even if the weeping blood-fiery phoenix and the crane-head blue Luan were to join forces, Yi Xian was confident he could kill them. In fact, to ensure no accidents, he would not give these two titled emperors the chance to join forces. Before entering the forbidden land of phoenix blood, Yi Xian would sneak in by himself and, with lightning speed, kill any one of the two 6th-stage titled kings. In an instant, he killed them. That way, even if the remaining 3 titled emperors joined forces, there would only be one titled emperor level middle titled emperor level. At that time, even if they fought to the death, they would not be able to do anything to Yi Xian. As for Green Ox, who had just broken through to titled emperor level 1, Yi Xian did not plan to let him interfere in the Battle of Kings. This old man only needed to deal with the titled Marquis commanders and undying leaders of the Phoenix Blood Fief. If everything went according to plan, Yi Xian would be able to completely annihilate the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood's strongest forces in a short period of time. That way, the result of this battle would not be a surprise. No matter how many ferocious beasts there were in the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood, they would all be annihilated in the face of the absolute suppression of the titled emperor. Long and boring space travel was always the most boring. On this trip to Phoenix Blood Fief, Yi Xian and Green Ox led the 20 million strongholds behind them, jumping through wormholes as much as possible. Even so, it still took them 1.5 months. Finally, they were close to the edge of Phoenix Blood Fief, in the distant void. Chapter 4266. The reason why Yi Xian had ordered the fleet behind him to stop completely in the void 50 million miles away from the edge of Phoenix Blood Starfield was because he wanted to enter the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood alone and kill one of them at lightning speed. A level 6 king of ferocious beasts. Besides, the entire army was still in a rapid marching state, not a combat state. It would take time to switch between these two states. Of course, 50 million miles was still within the coverage of the spirit consciousness of an Emperor-level Undying. An Emperor-level Undying could cover 100 million miles of the vast void if they fully utilized their spirit consciousness. However, the 4 Emperor-level Undyings in the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood couldn't fully expand their spirit consciousness all the time to search the surroundings. What fun would there be for a king of ferocious beasts if they lived so cautiously? In fact, even if they were discovered and set a trap in the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood in advance, it would only be a joke to Yi Xian. He was completely fearless. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks were futile. Hong, hong, long, long. With a thought, the hatch of the life fortress of the Wild Dragon battleship opened completely. Battleships of various shapes and sizes rushed out of the fortress and arranged themselves into battle formations in the void with ease. Far away in the void behind, the fortresses large and small that had a population of more than 20 million were in the same situation. Fortresses large and small drove out of the fortresses one after another. Behind them, stellar-level regular starships 3,000 meters long marched out of the fortresses too. Out. Yi Xian didn't wait for everything to end. After all the battleships drove out of the life fortress of the Wild Dragon battleship, he waved his hand and put the life fortress back into his body. He turned around and rushed toward the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood in front of him. His entire body transformed into a faint light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Forbidden land of Phoenix Blood. This forbidden land of stars was quite ancient and had existed for a long time. It had developed from a small forbidden land to a medium one. Originally, there were only 2 king of ferocious beasts. Now, there were 4, and it was officially a medium forbidden land. It was at the stage of rapid development. And now, the 2 old kings of the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood were both at the 6th level of Emperor. After a few more breakthroughs, as long as one of the 2 old kings broke through to Emperor level, this medium-sized forbidden land would become a large one. Its territory would become even larger. That day was not far away. If there were no accidents, it would be achieved in about 2,000 years. However, to these 2 veteran kings, 2,000 years seemed to be a long time. They didn't have this feeling in the past, but not long ago, after seeing the legendary Shunnong cauldron with their own eyes, it became even stronger. It was intense. As long as they could obtain this primordial treasure that was said to be a primordial artifact of the Primeval era, the two veteran kings of the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood would have an 80% chance of breaking through in every aspect and leaping to become feral emperors in just a few centuries. In order to realize this wish, the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood had recently sent a large number of feral beast teams to spread out and search in the vast star field around it. Even several medium-sized forbidden lands adjacent to the Phoenix Blood star field had spies sent to them. Their only goal was to find the whereabouts of the Green Ox, who was related to the primordial treasure Shingnome Cauldron. Unfortunately, until now, there had not been any valuable feedback. Because of this, the 4 emperors of the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood were all very anxious recently, causing the entire forbidden land of Phoenix Blood to be in a state of panic. It was under such circumstances that a small team of feral beasts searching around the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood suddenly sent a message. In the universe void 25 million miles away from the edge of the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood, a huge and strange army suddenly appeared. There were more than 100 million of them, and they were all kinds of battleships. Most of them had never been seen before, and they were arranging the troops in formation 50 million miles away. This should be the rhythm of a powerful tribe of survivors launching a sneak attack on the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood. The 4 feral beast kings in the forbidden land were instantly enraged. They spread out their divine senses at once and searched in the direction of the enemy. Because of this, they quickly discovered a figure that was shooting toward them. It was the figure that came with the Green Ox not long ago. It was the king-ranked Raging Star Ape. This was simply a pleasant surprise. After a brief moment of shock, the 4 feral beast kings were instantly overjoyed. They did not even bother to pay attention to the battleship army 50 million miles away, and they immediately cheered wildly. We have searched high and low for it, only to find it by chance. Who would have thought that this Raging Star Ape would come to us on its own accord? Ha ha ha. It seems like that epoch artifact is destined to be with the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood. Today, we must not let this raging ape leave alive. Bug, get ready at once. Inform all the bug clans in the forbidden land that once the enemy enters the core area, immediately activate your bloodline power and seal the void of the core area completely. You don't need to participate in this battle. Just seal the void with all your strength, that's right. This raging ape's bloodline power is too strange. Last time, it escaped right under our noses. The same thing must not happen again today. Amidst the low buzzing sound, the insect clan king disappeared in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the 3 kings, the weeping bloodfire phoenix, the crane-topped green Luan, and the coiled horn dragon goat, were still pretending to stay in their respective lairs, but they were already prepared to attack at any time and join forces to annihilate. Preparations. Swish. There was the sound of something breaking through the air. The distance of 50 million miles was nothing to Yi Xian now, and he had traversed it in a short time. The moment he entered the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood, his figure disappeared completely, but his divine senses were still there. In the blink of an eye, he scanned the entire Phoenix Bloodstar region and immediately captured the 3 powerful king-ranked auras. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian, who had entered the perfect state of vibration, immediately teleported. In the next instant, his figure appeared outside the star atmosphere where the weeping bloodfire phoenix's lairs were. However, because of this, his perfect state of vibration was also dispelled because of the teleportation, and his 100 feet tall figure appeared Almost at the next instant, there was a low buzzing sound that covered the sky and earth. The universe void where Yi Xian's figure was in, with a radius of tens of millions of miles, was instantly enveloped by a formless energy, causing his figure to seem as though he had fallen into a sticky swamp. Like a sudden slowing down, he became sluggish. Swish. Swish swish swish. Before Yi Xian could react, there was the sound of something breaking through the air. 3 figures, in a triangular formation, surrounded him from tens of millions of miles away. They were the other 3 king-ranked Undyings in Phoenix Bloodstar region, excluding the insect clan king. Weeping Blood Fire Phoenix. Crane-topped green Luan. Chapter 4267. Ferocious Ape, you actually dare to come back. From your movements, you seem to want to launch a sneak attack on me. With the formation of the encirclement, the 3 ferocious beast kings calmed down. The Bloodfire Phoenix flapped its wings and said, "You are only a primary emperor, yet you dare to enter the forbidden Phoenix bloodgrounds and attack a middle emperor. How bold." "I have always been bold, but coming here today to kill you all has nothing to do with courage, because there is no need for it," Yi Shen laughed coldly. Without another word, he raised his head and roared, "Howl." Demonic Ape, 6th transformation. Along with the wild roar, the terrifying power in his body instantly churned violently. His originally 30-meter-tall body was like an exploding star, expanding at an incomparably frightening speed. At the same time, the aura of Yi Shen's cultivation soared as well. However, when Yi Shen arrived earlier, he had already activated the Devil Ape bloodline in his body and transformed into a 30-meter-tall starry sky berserk ape. The aura of cultivation that emanated from his body was as follows. Emperor Level 2. However, at this moment, as he unleashed the 6th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape, his body began to swell. At the same time, the aura of his cultivation base began to rise at an alarming rate. Emperor Level 3. Emperor Level 4. After a short breath of time, when the explosive aura finally stabilized, the aura emitted from Yi Shen's body had clearly reached an astonishing level. The 8th level of the titled king. All of this happened too quickly. In just a breath of time, the 3 emperors 5 million miles away were already dumbstruck. Their eyes widened as they looked at Yi Shen, whose body had become like a small star in the blink of an eye, and they were filled with suspicion. They were in a dream. A breath's time was actually very long for emperors. They could do many things. However, what was happening in front of him was too unbelievable. A space berserk ape that was only at the 2nd level of the emperor level transformed into a space berserk ape that was the size of a star and had a cultivation level of the 8th level of this realm in the blink of an eye. Terrifying king. Not even emperors would dare to imagine such a thing, which was why the 3 king ferocious beasts were caught off guard and could not react in time, their minds completely dumbfounded. Howl. It was also at this moment that the terrifying giant ape, whose body resembled a star, reared its head and bellowed in rage once more. It was only then that the 3 feral kings around it returned to their senses after a shudder. As their expressions changed abruptly, cries of alarm came out of their mouths in an instant. Their bodies immediately turned around without hesitation, wanting to escape. Damn it, it's a late-stage emperor. No wonder he dared to come here alone. The great calamity is here. That damn green ox, everything started by him. Bug, remove the seal on the space, we are all trapped. Howl. You only want to run now? It's too late. Yi Shen's voice came out of the star-sized berserk ape's mouth, revealing endless coldness. In the next instant, the violent astral ape punched out. Its enormous fist was like a meteor that streaked across the universe at extreme speed. It carried with it a supreme might that could destroy the world as it blasted towards the fleeing weeping Bloodfire Phoenix on the left side of the void. Rumble, rumble. In the space, the thunderous roar that reverberated between heaven and earth sounded extremely urgent. It lasted only half a breath's time before it stopped abruptly. What followed closely after was a huge explosion that sounded like the sky was collapsing. That punch was the full power blow of a rank 8 emperor. Although the fleeing weeping Bloodfire Phoenix was also a mid-stage emperor at rank 6, it still couldn't withstand it. Under the terrifying power of Yi Shen's full power punch, its 300,000-meter-tall true body instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Just like that, its body and soul were destroyed, leaving behind only the bloody mist that represented all the energy and blood in its physical body. It was spreading rapidly. Swish. Without waiting for the blood mist to completely disperse, the space berserk ape suddenly waved its hand, and an invisible force descended out of thin air, enveloping all the blood mist and directly absorbing it into its body. Then, it sent it into the Shunnong cauldron, and immediately began the blood refinement process. At the same time, the hidden arachnid king just happened to remove the sealing force of the void that he had just erected not long ago. In the other 2 directions, the crane-topped blue Luan and the coiled horned dragon goat, who seemed to be extremely slow after turning around to escape, left in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they were already tens of millions of kilometers away. Buzz. Almost in the next moment, the huge body of the space berserk ape also disappeared from its original spot, teleporting. When it reappeared in less than half a breath's time, it was already tens of millions of kilometers away on the left, blocking the path of the crane-top blue Luon. Screech, berserk ape, my forbidden land of phoenix blood has no enmity with you. Why are you forcing me? The crane-top blue Luon's scalp exploded as it raised its head and let out an incomparably shrill howl. The aura in its body instantly became frantic. Either let me go, or if you have to attack, this king will self-destruct. Even if I can't drag you down with me, at least I have to let you go. You're seriously injured. This was the crane-head green Luon's last hope. A rank 6 King Realm cultivator was already extremely powerful and had all kinds of terrifying bloodline abilities. However, facing an 8th level King Realm cultivator who specialized in physical strength, the crane-head green Luon knew that it had no chance of winning. If he stayed behind and used his own bloodline ability in an attempt to fight, the final result would be no suspense. He would die without a doubt. But now, if he turned around and fled, even if he was intercepted, he would immediately self-destruct as a threat. There was still a chance of survival. If the other party released the pressure of a rank 8 king out of fear, the crane-top blue Luon could immediately teleport. Although it couldn't escape from the range of the space berserk ape's divine sense. But as long as the other party didn't chase after him, after a few teleportations, he still had a chance to escape alive. Unfortunately, all of this was just a beautiful wish in his heart. Self-destruction was not only useless to Yi Xian, but it was also extremely welcomed. Even if he didn't self-destruct, in the end, Yi Xian would still have to attack and destroy his physical body. If the crane-top blue Luon knew about this, who knew how it would feel, self-destruct? Then I welcome it. Whoosh. As he spoke, the starry sky berserk ape waved its hand, and the Shunnong cauldron instantly appeared from the undying world within its body. It floated above its enormous body and poured out strands of 9-colored mist that instantly protected Yi Xian's body. At the same time, the space berserk ape spoke again, revealing a thick sense of ridicule and mockery. What's wrong, big bird? What happened to self-destruction? Why are you in a daze? Hurry up and do one, save this king the trouble. Screech. You lunatic. Chapter 4268. Boom. In less than 10 breaths of time, the second explosion was heard. The crane-head green Luon self-destructed in despair. Although he knew that even if he self-destructed, he wouldn't be able to cause any damage to the space berserk ape, because the space berserk ape had its own protection. The farmer god Cauldron's domain was protecting him, but he still did it. Perhaps this was a way of expressing his stance, a way of venting. But no matter what, it wasn't important to Yi Xian. The most important thing was that as the crane-crowned green Luon's body exploded, the violent energy formed by the self-destruction was rapidly spreading in all direction. Swish. This time, after waiting for a breath of time for the strongest shockwave from the self-destruction to dissipate, following Yi Xian's thought, a large amount of 9-colored dense mist instantly poured out from the mouth of the Shunnong cauldron that was floating above his head. In the blink of an eye, it spread out and enveloped him. It spread out in a radius of 10,000 miles. This time, because Yi Xian waited for a breath of time before making his move, the boundless blood mist formed by the self-destruction of the crane-head azure Luon's body spread out a little. But it was still within 10,000 miles of the void. At this moment, as the 9-colored mist that represented the farmer god Cauldron's domain spread out and covered the entire area, all the pure blood mist was immediately gathered into a ball and drifted towards the mouth of the farmer god Cauldron, disappearing in a blink of an eye. After dealing with the 2 strongest mid-stage kings, the remaining 2 were no longer a threat. Facing Yi Xian's terrifying 8th stage king-level cultivation base, they didn't even have the chance to escape. Even if they were to teleport away for a while, Yi Xian was 100% confident that he could catch them one by one and kill them with a punch. However, he didn't do so immediately. Instead, he turned his head and glanced at a huge star in the distance to his right. This planet gave Yi Xian an incomparably scorching feeling. It was obvious that beneath the surface of the abandoned planet was a majestic volcanic magma layer. Roar. The starry sky ferocious ape raised its head and roared furiously before smashing out with its fist, and its target was the abandoned star that possessed an extremely blazing aura. Boom. An earth-shattering explosion rang out once again. The entire massive planet was completely blown apart by Yi Xian's terrifying punch. Sure enough, the interior of the star was filled with scorching magma. When it was blasted open, it instantly exploded into a huge fireball in the void. It was like the explosion of a star, and it could be seen even from hundreds of millions of miles away. This punch announced that the Starry Sky nomadic army's all-out invasion of the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood had begun. Rumble. Rumble. In the distant void nearly 100 million miles away, endless roars resounded in an instant. The battleships and captives of the Lost Army, who had been waiting here, unleashed all their kinetic energy, maintaining the offensive formation that had already been launched, and rapidly moved toward the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood. At this moment, it had only been a dozen breaths since Yi Xian had rushed into the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood. In the entire vast forbidden land of stars, countless ferocious beasts from more than 800 inhabited stars had only just rushed out of the atmosphere of the stars. These ferocious beasts of the Forbidden Land still did not know that 2 of their 4 ferocious beast kings had fallen and fled, abandoning the entire Forbidden Land of Phoenix Blood. Roar. Screech. As these ferocious beasts of varying cultivation bases and strength rushed out of the more than 800 inhabited stars, the vast void was instantly filled with the roars and screeches of the ferocious beasts. It was extraordinarily lively, and the murderous aura was everywhere. The aura was incomparably scorching. At this time, Yi Xian had already turned to look at the void behind him to the right. The terrifying divine sense of an 8th-level monarch was fully unleashed as it rapidly extended in that direction. Soon, the figure of the coiled horn draconic goat that was fleeing at top speed hundreds of millions of miles ahead was reflected in Yi Xian's searching divine sense. Whoosh! In the next instant, as Yi Xian's eyes flashed coldly, the raging star ape's humongous body that was like a small star instantly teleported and disappeared from the spot. When it reappeared, it was already hundreds of millions of miles away. This was the maximum distance that an emperor could teleport. Yi Xian was only an 8th-level monarch, but he had already reached this distance. In front of him, although the coiled horn draconic goat had fled for a dozen breaths' time, it was only an early-level monarch. Even if it teleported again and again, it would not be able to get very far. The distance between them was quickly closed by Yi Xian. Time. After 5 consecutive teleportations, the coiled horn draconic goat's figure appeared more than 30 million miles ahead. For an 8th-level monarch, such a long distance was already within the effective attack range of the raging star ape. You can't escape. The raging star ape's eyes flashed coldly. Without hesitation, it threw a punch forward. Roar. That damned green bull, what exactly did he promise you? An unprecedented sense of life and death crisis completely enveloped the body of the coiled horned dragon goat at this moment. A look of despair appeared on his face. He raised his head and let out a shrill roar. He actually stopped in an extremely straightforward manner. He no longer fled forward and turned his head. Yi Xian looked over and tried his last effort. What he can do, the coiled horned dragon sheep, can do as well. Furthermore, I can do it even better, Hong. Before he could finish his words, the terrifying power of the raging star ape's punch had already arrived in front of him. A huge explosion occurred instantly. The force was enough to destroy the sky and earth. Even the void trembled. The coiled horn dragon goat was only an early-stage emperor, so he couldn't resist the terrifying power of this punch at all. His body was over 300,000 zhong long. Its treasure body exploded in an instant, turning into a rolling mist of flesh and blood. Yi Xian was already familiar with this scene. With a wave of his hand, an invisible force spread out and gathered all of the spreading blood mist. In the end, it wrapped up into a ball and directly sent it into the Shunnong cauldron that was floating above his head. At this point, 3 of the 4 emperors of the Forbidden Land of Phoenix Blood had already fallen. The final result of this battle was already decided. However, Yi Xian wouldn't let go of the last emperor of the Bug clan. To him, this was a precious emperor blood essence that could be used to make a level 23 pill in the future. I didn't see that bug when I came here. It must have used some bloodline technique to hide its body and aura. He turned his head to look around, but he couldn't see the figure of the Arachnid King. Even his divine sense couldn't detect anything. Yi Xian frowned. As he muttered to himself, he subconsciously activated the spirit core that was suspended in his sea of consciousness. Since he couldn't detect it with his divine sense, then he would use the spiritual energy of a demon. Chapter 4269. 1. As Yi Xian used all the power in his body to activate the spirit source core suspended in his sea of consciousness, a low buzzing sound that was so weak that it was almost undetectable spread rapidly in all directions with the void he was standing in as its center. Go. Before he had entered this place, Yi Xian's spirit source core had already reached grade 9. When he had first entered the demon star domain, he had thought that grade 9 spirit power was the limit of a spirit source core. After all, that was what the demon race had said. However, it was only later that Yi Xian found out that grade 9 was not the limit of a spirit source core at all. This was because the second-generation ancestor of the demon race, who was a Marquis, had a grade 10 spirit power. It was even possible that grade 10 was not the limit of a demon race's spirit power. However, Yi Xian had never had the time to delve into this question. Right now, although his spirit power was only at grade 9, his own cultivation base was so strong that it was almost at the level of an emperor. Therefore, when he fully activated it, even if it was only grade 9 spirit power, it was still as strong as the spirit sense he had spread out earlier. In an instant, it enveloped a vast void with a radius of 100 million miles. The demon race's spirit power was indeed different from the spirit sense of a human cultivator. At this moment, as Yi Xian activated the spirit source core suspended in the air above his sea of consciousness to its limit, his grade 9 spirit power extended. In the distance, in an abandoned planet with an equally intense aura but even more massive, he actually keenly sensed the fluctuation of a formation restriction. This fluctuation was something he had not discovered when he had used his spirit sense to search this void earlier. However, right now, because of the different amplitude effects of his grade 9 spirit power, it was slightly stirred and revealed itself. Judging from the aura of this formation restriction, a Marquis would not be able to do it. In other words, this formation restriction should be the work of an emperor. In all likelihood, it was set up by one of the 4 ferocious beast kings in the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood. For an emperor to set up such a secret restriction to hide something, it naturally couldn't be ordinary. This unexpected discovery shook Yi Xian, and his interest was immediately piqued. However, now was not the time to explore because there was still a Zerg king that had yet to be found. There wasn't much time left. As long as he could find the enemy's location, Yi Xian would be able to kill the enemy with his full power. However, if they delayed for too long, the Zerg king would have escaped far away. At that time, it would be impossible to find the Zerg king, let alone kill it. Buzz. The low buzzing sound continued. In a short half a breath, Yi Xian used his mental energy to scan everything within 100 million kilometers. Unfortunately, he still couldn't find the figure of the Zerg king. It's probably not because my mental power isn't strong enough to see through the Insect King's unique hiding secret technique, but because the Insect King isn't in this area at all. Isn't it here? It doesn't matter. At most, I'll just teleport a few more times and waste some more time. As he muttered, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. With a thought, he teleported again. The raging star ape's huge body disappeared from the spot in the blink of an eye. When it reappeared, it was already 50 million kilometers away in another area. Buzz, without any hesitation, his mental force was completely unleashed in the next instant. Accompanied by a low buzzing sound, everything within 100 million kilometers of this area was instantly displayed in Yi Xian's mind. Everything, no matter how big or small, was visible at a glance. In the next dozen breaths, Yi Xian teleported continuously. Each time, he went to a different area, and his footprints covered the void zone within a few billion kilometers. Every time he teleported and arrived at a new area, he activated the mental power in the source core in his brain. In the blink of an eye, he investigated everything within 50 million kilometers without a doubt. Finally, after completing the 13th teleportation, Yi Xian's fully unleashed mental power finally captured a strange figure. It was an insect. Its speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. However, it didn't emit the slightest bit of aura. Its entire body was shrouded by a strange power. Its body had shrunk to the size of a few meters, and it was shooting forward. The strange power that shrouded its body should be some kind of innate bloodline talent that this insect king was born with. It belonged to a kind of biological frequency that belonged to the insect race. It could avoid the detection of divine sense, but it obviously had no effect on the demon's mental power. This was because the demon's mental power could actually be considered a kind of biological frequency. Although it wasn't exactly the same, it belonged to the same kind of power. Once it came into contact, even if there was only a slight resonance of the same frequency, it could instantly appear. At this moment, the little insect's location was more than 30 million kilometers in front and to the right of Yishen. And this place was more than 800 to 900 million kilometers away from the forbidden land of Phoenix blood. It was fortunate that this fellow was discovered now. Otherwise, if he had a dozen more breaths of time, when he had escaped more than 1 billion kilometers away, Yishen would be exhausted and constantly search and chase in the surrounding void, and the probability of successfully finding him. Perhaps, it wouldn't be more than 30%. After all, the further the distance in the void, the wider the surrounding area of radiation would be. It was almost an exponential increase. No matter how powerful Yi Shen's cultivation was, it was only one person, and it was impossible for him to take care of all directions. Damn fellow, you're quite good at escaping, but, in the end, you were still found. Boom. As it muttered softly, the starry sky violent ape didn't hesitate anymore. Its huge right fist, like a meteor, instantly smashed forward. Rolling thunder instantly resounded. An invisible and terrifying power rushed forward. The universe void along the way emitted a trembling sound that made one's teeth ache, as if it could be torn apart at any time. Screech. It was not until this moment that the insectoid king realized that he had been discovered. His scalp tightened, and an unprecedented despair struck his heart. An extremely sharp roar came out of his mouth in an instant. Although he still didn't stop moving, a voice with endless pleading rushed toward Yi Shen as he turned his head. Fellow cultivator, please spare my life. I'm willing to follow you and do whatever you want. My insect race has a unique bloodline ability that can seal the void, and I have an amazing secret, but it is sealed by the unique bloodline secret method of the insect race. If you kill me, you will never find it. This king already knows where the secret treasure you're talking about is. Yi Shen shook his head, and the coldness in his eyes was even more intense. In addition, I hate insect. Chapter 4270. Who, an invisible force spread out and gathered all of the boundless blood mist formed by the explosion of the insectoid king's body. With a thought from Yi Shen, it was all absorbed into his body and sent into the Shunnong cauldron to refine the blood essence. Turning his head, he saw that the nomadic army that came from tens of millions of miles away had just arrived at the edge of the forbidden land of Phoenix blood. The countless ferocious beasts in the forbidden land of Phoenix blood already knew that a great disaster was imminent. There were 4 powerful figures in the forbidden land. The 4 peerless king beasts had all fallen and been killed. Frightened, all the beasts in the forbidden land fled under the leadership of the undying leaders and Marquis-level commanders. The great battle unfolded the moment the 2 armies met. Hong, hong, long, long, roar, screech. The roars of the ship's cannons and battleships filled the sky, mixed with a large number of ferocious beasts' roars and howls. It had to be said that the forbidden land of Phoenix blood was indeed an old forbidden land of the starry sky that had been passed down for countless years. Not to mention the 4 king beasts, just the power below the undying emperor level was far stronger than the space nomadic army under Yi Shen. Moo, this old bull is here. Who dares to be impudent? As soon as the battle began, it showed signs of weakness. The green ox's body instantly expanded, and it raised its head and roared furiously. It took the lead to charge out, and its enormous figure knocked away countless ferocious beasts from the forbidden grounds. Some of the leaders and commanders of the beasts in the forbidden land recognized him immediately. From this moment on, shocked cries resounded everywhere. Oh my God, it's that damn green bull. He's back again. He's too shameless. It was this guy who colluded with the enemy and was driven out of the Phoenix Bloodstar area. He came here once before and was also driven away. This time, he came back to harm us. King Draconic Goat was right. This bull is full of evil. The entire Phoenix Bloodstar field is going to be destroyed in his hands. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have let him escape no matter what. I regret it now. Roar. Hate. Moo. F asterisk king bullsh asterisk t. The sound of discussion in the void instantly infuriated the green ox. The old fellow burst out curses, roared, and rushed forward. With a stomp of its hooves, it directly killed a few immortal realm-old monsters, including a marquis. Decay. Phew. After wreaking havoc for a while, the old man spat out an invisible force from his mouth. He didn't forget to collect the blood mist from the exploding bodies of the immortal old monsters. Although he couldn't condense it, he could compress it into a small ball and swallow it temporarily. For Yi Xian. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian completely relaxed. Although this old fellow had an unreliable personality, at least he knew his limits. As such, with an undying emperor like him holding down the fort, it was obvious that he would be able to clean up this Phoenix blood starfield that no longer had an undying emperor. There was no problem at all. Thinking about this, Yi Xian immediately deactivated the demon ape sixth form. His body shrunk to a height of 30 meters, and his strength returned to Emperor level 1. After that, he waved his hand and put the Shunnome cauldron into his undying world. His body flashed, and he directly shot towards the huge abandoned planet from before. After a short while, Yi Xian entered the surface of the abandoned planet. He came to a huge ring-shaped volcano and jumped in. This planet was the same as the abandoned planet that he had destroyed with a single punch. Below the surface of the planet, there was scorching magma, and the seal that the insect clan king had laid down was in the core region of the planet. The temperature of the magma there was already so high that it made one's hair stand on end. However, Yi Xian had even charged through the starry sky lightning sea before, and now, he was already bestowed the title of king. Wang, as he activated the spirit source core in his mind, a formless level 9 spirit energy spread out with a low buzzing sound. In an instant, it resonated with the seal in front of him, and the entire seal was revealed. The Arachnid King's attainments in formations weren't very profound. The reason why he was able to create such a seal that even Yi Xian wouldn't be able to discover without using his mental strength was entirely because of his innate bloodline ability. Now, the seal was resonating with his spirit energy and thus revealed itself. To Yi Xian, breaking this seal was extremely easy. In just half an hour, the entire seal was broken. After an earth-shattering explosion, the remains of a huge ferocious bird treasure body appeared in the hot magma. It was actually a real phoenix. The remnant treasure body that had been dead for countless years emitted the aura of a desolate era almighty. At this moment, the Yang Luo in Yi Xian's body suddenly trembled violently. He was surprised, and then his heart beat wildly. Suddenly, a bold guess came to him. Could it be that the same situation as last time, that this desolate era almighty true phoenix treasure body was actually the body of a desolate era beauty cultivator sealed in the Yang Luo? He really couldn't be sure if that was the case. There were a total of 7 desolate era beauty cultivators sealed in the Yang Luo. Now, 4 of them had been awakened: Corpse Ancestor Hyderigami, Corpse Ancestor Huqing, Desolate Electra Lady, and the Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox. Yi Xian didn't know who the remaining 3 desolate era beauty cultivators were. But now, it seemed that one of them was most likely related to the true phoenix treasure body in front of him. Whoosh! With a thought, the Yang Luo was brought out. It expanded in the wind and turned into a silk net that was hundreds of feet wide. Although this was the magma layer of the Earth's core, the Yang Luo was a desolate era treasure and was not affected at all. Whoosh! With a piercing sound, 4 figures rushed out of the treasure net. They were the 4 desolate era beauty cultivators who had already awakened and were able to reconstruct their treasure bodies. The last time the Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox woke up, Yi Xian provided a large amount of top-grade cultivation resources. Then, Corpse Ancestor Hyderigami and the other 3 fell into a deep sleep. However, this time, the cultivation of the 4 of them did not increase by much. They were still in the immortal realm. As soon as they appeared, the 4 girls began to chatter, all of them looking extremely excited. "Master, you're so lucky. It looks like we're going to reunite with another sister." "That's right. This sister is just like the Heavenly Fox sister. She's extremely lucky. As soon as she woke up, she was able to obtain the remains of her previous life's treasured body. She was able to use it to condense the treasured body of this life. Her recovery is also faster. Once the treasure body is formed, she will be in the immortal realm. I actually guessed correctly. Hearing these words, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Then, he immediately asked impatiently, I wonder which supreme being has awakened this time? Chapter 4271. Celestial Phoenix Maiden? Yi Xian's eyelids twitched again, and his eyes widened. He was not an existence of the desolate era, so naturally he had never heard of the name of the Celestial Phoenix Maiden, but from the words of the nine-tailed fox at this moment, he could guess that this existence was definitely famous in the desolate era. Although she could not be compared with the golden divine dragon and the void tortoise, but among the powerful beings of the desolate era, she must be a top existence. In fact, just from the fact that she used the word Celestial Phoenix Maiden in her name, one could basically guess a thing or two. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately became interested in the other two desolate-era amorous cultivators who had not yet awakened, and immediately asked, who are the last two sisters who have not yet awakened? Hearing this, the nine-tailed fox immediately covered her mouth and chuckled again. Sisters? Ha ha ha. Master, you are really interesting. You are not a female cultivator, how can you be sisters with us? On the side, Corpse Ancestor Hanba, Corpse Ancestor Huqing, and the desolate lightning goddess also had strange expressions on their faces, as if they were trying to hold back their laughter. This made Yi Xian very embarrassed, and he shook his head speechlessly and smiled bitterly. The other two sisters are Zixia Fairy and Zhoutian Xian NV. After a few words of banter, Corpse Ancestor Hanba, who was the first to wake up, was the most considerate, and immediately changed the topic and talked about business. Zixia Fairy? Zhoutian Xian NV? Yi Xian had a stupefied expression on his face. He had never heard of these two names before, but they seemed to be quite extraordinary. It seemed that the 7 spiritual senses of the primordial era's beautiful cultivators that were sealed within Yang Luo's body had all come from great backgrounds in their previous lives. Right now, 4 of them had already been reborn in this world and reconstructed their precious bodies. The 5th was also about to complete this matter. Before long, only the last 2 would similarly awaken and reconstruct their precious bodies. When that time came, all 7 of the great desolate era's beautiful cultivators would be reborn. In this life, the amorous bodies would be rebuilt, and without exception, they would all be around Yi Xian, calling him master. Just thinking about such a scene made Yi Xian extremely excited. At that time, even if the untainted land world fully descended, it was unknown how many famous creatures of the untainted land would envy. However, this was obviously not a matter of immediate concern. There were still 2 beautiful cultivators from the Desolation era who had yet to awaken. The day when the 7 beautiful cultivators would reunite was probably still quite far away. The most important thing now was to help the Celestial Phoenix Maiden reconstruct her treasure body and reunite with Shizhu, Hanba, and the others. With this in mind, Yi Xian turned to look at Hanba and the other 3 women and asked, "Do you need me to collect the remains of this true phoenix? Or will the Celestial Phoenix Maiden collect it herself, decompose and refine it like the previous time? It doesn't matter. There's no need for Master to do anything. It's the Holy Maiden's body from her previous life, so it's most suitable for her to do it." The nearby Corpse Ancestor Han Ba immediately nodded, and he indicated that there was no need for Yi Xian to make a move. Whoosh! Just as Corpse Ancestor Huqing finished speaking, a blazing bright red light shot out from the hundreds of feet of smoke stretching out in the magma in front of him. Its speed was extremely fast, and it directly shot into the distance. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached the treasure of the true phoenix. Above the remains of the body, it flashed and disappeared into the space between its eyebrows. In the next moment, the huge remnant treasure body suddenly bloomed with a blazing bright red light. Its aura surged, revealing a wisp of spirituality. The huge remnant of the 9-tailed heavenly fox's treasure body actually disintegrated and disappeared at this moment. Countless small bright red lights appeared in his line of sight, carrying a spiritual aura. Under the guidance of the blazing red light that shot out from the Yang Luo just now, they quickly soared up, turning into a red river that directly entered the fluttering wind. Inside the Yang Luo, This process only lasted for a dozen breaths. When everything was over, the huge true phoenix treasure body in front of him had completely disappeared. Even the three beautiful cultivators in front of him, including Shizhu, Hanba, and the other two, had already turned around with a smile and threw themselves into the Yangluo. They entered the Yangluo, the heavenly phoenix. Thanks, Master. This time, the treasure body needs to be reconstructed and refined immediately. I can't personally come out to thank Master. When I wake up from my slumber in the future, I will thank Master for his great kindness. Just as Yi Xian was in a daze, an incomparably soft and delicate voice suddenly came from the fluttering Yangluo. By the time he came back to his senses, the incomparably soft and delicate voice had already disappeared. Obviously, it was the celestial phoenix maiden who had just obtained the treasure body of her previous life. She was about to enter a deep sleep. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. He still followed the old rules. With a wave of his hand, he immediately took out a large amount of top-grade cultivation resources from the undying world in his body, including the purple gold flesh medicine that he had refined earlier. He divided them into 5 portions and sent them all into the Yangluo. The 5 beautiful cultivators in the Bao Luo were pleasantly surprised. Immediately, they laughed tenderly. Thank you, Master. In this regard, Yi Xian did not respond at all. With a wave of his hand, he directly took the Bao Luo into his body. Then, his figure flashed, and he rushed into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he had already left this planet and arrived in the void of the universe outside. Moo. Little sheep, stop right there. I promise I won't beat you up. As soon as he rushed out of the abandoned planet, Yi Xian immediately heard an earth-shattering moo, but there was no anger. Instead, there was a strong sense of complacency and playfulness. He was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted and rolled his eyes. With his understanding of the green ox, this old fellow was obviously roaring so loudly on purpose, as if he was afraid that no one would know that he was seeking revenge at this moment. Yes, the target he was chasing was obviously the only son of the coiled horn dragon goat, the existence that caused the green ox to leave its home and kill all its bloodline descendants. This fellow was slightly weaker than the green ox previously, but in the past 1,000 years, he had actually surpassed the green ox. When the green ox was only at the 7th level of the Marquis Immortal, his cultivation base had already reached the 9th level of the Marquis Immortal, and he was only 1 step away from becoming an emperor. The young man was quite hurt by this at first, but with Yi Xian's help and his own efforts, the green ox finally proved himself again. In just a few months, he broke through from the 7th level of the Marquis Immortal to the Emperor Immortal. As for the only son of the coiled horn dragon goat, he was still only a peak ferocious beast commander with the cultivation base of the 9th level of the Marquis Immortal. One was a true emperor, and the other was only a half-step emperor. The green ox had an absolute advantage over the only son of the coiled horn dragon goat. If he wanted to, he could kick the other party into a bloody mist with 1 hoof. However, the movement in the void was clearly not so. When Yi Xian turned around to look, the corner of his mouth subconsciously twitched a few times before he rolled his eyes once again. In the vast expanse of space within his line of sight, the flames of war had long since reached the heavens. Every corner of the battlefield was filled with a tragic battle, and in the center of the battlefield, there was a figure that was over 30,000 meters tall, the same size as the coiled horned dragon goat. Chapter 4272. Even though the coiled horn dragon goat was huge, the aura it emitted was only at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the official level. As for the green ox that was chasing behind it, even though he was much smaller, only a few thousand feet tall, the aura it emitted was that of a true emperor level undying. It was only a small level difference, but it was a whole level difference. The difference between the two was so huge that it made people speechless. Not just in terms of strength, but also in terms of speed. Facing a life and death crisis, the coiled horn dragon goat was running at full speed with all his might. It wasn't that he didn't want to teleport, but he was already suppressed by the green ox's emperor-level aura, so he couldn't teleport at all. As for the green ox behind him, it was like he was taking a stroll in the park. He slowly swung his hooves and strolled in the void space. Occasionally, he would stretch out his front hooves and lightly trample on the coiled horn dragon goat that was running for its life. It seemed like he didn't use any strength, but every time his hooves landed, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Obviously, the coiled horn dragon goat didn't feel good either. Not only was he being abused, he was even being humiliated. Unfortunately, the difference in strength was too huge. No matter how angry he was, there was nothing he could do. He didn't even roar in anger, because that would only make the green ox feel better. This scene made people speechless. No one but the green ox could have such a bad taste. If it was Yi Xian, he wouldn't even talk so much. He would just kick the enemy into a bloody mist, clean and tidy. However, thinking about the injustice the green ox had suffered and the pain and accumulated grievances over the past 1,000 years, Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. He didn't interfere with this matter. This matter had become a knot in the ox's heart since a long time ago. It wasn't easy for this old fellow. He was already so old, yet he'd given birth to numerous oxen with a large group of oxen, yet all of them had been killed in the end. Thinking about it, it was quite pitiful. This time, let him be, as long as he could solve the knot in his heart. Peng. Ka-cha-cha. Right at this moment, in the void in the distance, there was a loud bang, followed by the clear sound of bones cracking. This time, half of the small coiling horn dragon goat's shoulder was crushed, and it was clearly suffering from severe internal injuries. It opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he was a half-step titled king after all, and the green bull had deliberately held back. Therefore, this bit of injury was nothing to the small coiling horn dragon goat. With his half-step titled king's powerful self-healing ability, he quickly recovered. More than half of it was gone. However, this kind of recovery became a kind of pain for the small coiling horn dragon goat. Right now, he would rather the green ox kill him with a hoof in anger. It was better than being injured and healed again and again. It was simply endless. An endless torment that was worse than death. Facing such a situation, the little coiling horn draconic goat had considered self-detonating, but now, it was completely suppressed by the green bull king-ranked beast's aura. There was no chance for it to self-detonate, so it was destined to continue enduring this torment. Until the green bull got tired of it. However, it was obvious that the green bull would not vent the hatred that it had suppressed for more than 1,000 years so easily. Not only was Yi Xian aware of this, but so was the small coiling horn dragon goat. Roar. Roar, screech. In the surrounding void, countless beasts of the forbidden grounds in the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood were enraged after witnessing this scene. They let out earth-shattering roars and roars. The small coiling horn dragon goat's cultivation base had reached the pinnacle of Marquis level 9. It was a pinnacle commander, and its father was one of the 4 kings of beasts in the Phoenix Blood Starfield. From this, one could infer that the small coiling horn dragon goat had a high reputation in the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood. However, today, such a reputable pinnacle commander was being ravaged by the green bull, who used to be a rebel. This was unacceptable, and it was understandable that all the beasts of the forbidden grounds had such a reaction. Unknowingly, the green bull seemed to have angered everyone. Although these beasts of the forbidden grounds were not its match, they were unconvinced and filled with hostility. Peng. Ka-cha-cha. The small coiling horn draconic goat's shoulder had just recovered when the green bull behind it raised its hoof again. This time, it landed on the same spot again. After a heavy thud, a cracking sound was heard, and a large piece of bone shattered. Then, the small coiling horn dragon goat opened its mouth and spat out a blood arrow. Moo. Little bastard, how does it feel? You deserve all of this. I can't wait to eat you and your father alive, but don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. Otherwise, it won't be enough to quell the hatred in my heart. After venting the hatred in his heart, the green bull raised its head and let out an angry moo. Venting words came out of its mouth. The small coiling horn dragon goat, who had just spat out a blood arrow, seemed to have felt the change in the green bull's state of mind. He, who had been silent all this time, suddenly turned his head. His eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at the green bull fiercely. He gritted his teeth. You poor old thing, so what if you're crowned as king now? Where are your children and grandchildren? Didn't they all die a long time ago? Ha ha ha, so what if I'm killed by you? Everything that happened in the past is the truth. That's right, the crime of you colluding with the enemy was concocted by us father and son. including your children and grandchildren. They were all killed by us, father and son. Who asked your cultivation to be one level higher than this commander back then? You're going to advance to the Marquis realm before me? He, how dare you snatch my position as a commander? All of this is what you deserve. These words might be the small coiling horn dragon goat's thoughts, but he suddenly said them at this moment. His ultimate goal was to anger the green bull and ask for a quick death. However, Yi Xian, after hearing the truth of the past being told by the small coiling horn dragon goat, although he frowned, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. No matter what, these words at least cleared the young man's past grievances. Perhaps, the knot in this old man's heart should be untied. Moo. You little bastard, have you finally told me the truth of what happened back then? The green bull raised its head and let out an angry moo. Before it finished speaking, it had already raised a pair of front hooves high up and fiercely stomped on the head of the small coiling horn dragon goat. If that's the case, you can die. Boom. In the next moment, an earth-shattering explosion sounded out. This attack, the green bull seemed to have used its full strength. The enormous body of the small coiling horn dragon goat instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. In the blink of an eye, it was completely destroyed. Chapter 4273. At this time, in the vast void of the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood, all the ferocious beasts that were roaring endlessly with hatred fell into silence after hearing the words of the small coiling horn dragon goat. Today, they finally understood the cause and the truth of the entire matter. Thinking back to the treatment that the green ox had suffered back then and the pain that it had suffered for more than 1,000 years, all the ferocious beasts of the forbidden land could not help but sigh. Some of the more hot-tempered fellows immediately roared furiously, "Roar! Damn it, so this is the truth. The father and son of the coiling horn dragon goat are really bastard. The old ox is too pitiful. He endured until now and only came back when he was conferred the title of king to avenge his son and grandson who were harmed back then. His responsibility and courage are lamentable. If I suffered such unfair treatment, I'm afraid I would be like him. After breaking through to the king realm, I would immediately lead an army to take revenge. In that case, the old ox really can't be blamed for all of this. The ones who harmed the entire Phoenix Bloodstar region were the father and son of the coiling horn dragon goat. As these furious roars sounded, the atmosphere in the void battlefield instantly changed and became a little strange. More and more ferocious beasts of the forbidden land stood on the green ox's side and filled with righteous indignation. This scene made Yi Xian's jaw drop. In fact, the moment the green ox directly killed the small coiling horn dragon goat with one hoof, a strange expression had already appeared on Yi Xian's face. The reason why the small coiling horn dragon goat said those words was obviously just to anger the green ox and ask for a quick death. It was impossible for the green ox not to see this. With his mind and current emotional state, it was impossible for him to be so easily defeated by the other party. He was really enraged and directly killed the small coiling horn dragon goat with one hoof. Obviously, this old fellow was waiting for such a truth. The reason why he did this, apart from untangling the knot in his heart, must be partly because he wanted to let all the ferocious beasts of the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood hear this. The truth came from the mouth of the small coiling horn dragon goat. The effect of this was already obvious. Originally, in this war of conquest, the nomadic army under Yi Xian's command could not have the slightest beast heart. But now, when all the ferocious beasts of the forbidden land understood the truth of that year, their resentment toward the nomadic army had obviously dissipated by more than half. It seems that the old ox did this to win the hearts of the beasts and take in a group of ferocious beasts in Phoenix Bloodstar region. After pondering, Yi Xian did not mind him. Of the greenhorn dragon goat. Right now, the blue ox was a feral king no matter how one looked at it. It would not make sense if it did not have an army of ferals under its command. In any case, the number of ferocious beasts in the forbidden land of Phoenix Bloodstar region was extremely large. It was a good thing for Yi Xian to take advantage of this opportunity to gather an army of ferocious beasts. The overall strength of the nomadic army would be consolidated and improved again. Just as Yi Xian was pondering, some of the ferocious beasts of the forbidden land roared loudly in various parts of the void of the bloody battlefield. They shouted at the green ox, indicating that they were not willing to fight anymore. They were willing to submit to the Green Ox's flag and follow him on his conquest. At first, there were not many ferocious beasts of the Forbidden Land expressing such a wish. But soon, perhaps they were infected, and the same requests to submit gradually increased. They resounded in the void, forming a general trend. In response, the Green Ox turned to look at Yi Xian. Apparently, he was asking for his opinion. You can decide on this matter. You can decide who can be accepted and who should be beheaded. Yi Xian nodded. His voice spread through the entire void. He had sold this favor to the Green Ox. After all, he would be the direct commander of these ferocious beasts of the Forbidden Land in the future. Yi Xian would only be the supreme commander of the entire nomadic army. He would not be in charge of the direct leadership of the small army under him. After saying that, Yi Xian did not stay. He turned around and shot toward the 4 superlarge life stars in the distance. These 4 life stars were where the nests of the 4 ferocious beast kings were located. Emperors weren't like marquises, as they were much, much stronger. There must be many good things in the nests of the 4 emperors, and they might even have some treasures. It was very likely that there were some resources and treasures that even Yi Xian did not have. After all, although he had all sorts of adventures before, extorting and raiding the lairs of others, due to the limitation of his own strength, none of his targets were emperors. Therefore, the quality and level of the resources and treasures obtained from these 4 life stars were definitely unprecedented. Even Yi Xian could not help but be tempted. As Yi Xian turned around and left, declaring that the life and death of all the ferocious beasts of the Forbidden Land in the entire Phoenix Blood Starfield was up to him, the Green Ox was instantly invigorated. An unprecedentedly strong aura surged from its body. It raised its head and let out a shocking moo. The sound of an ox mooing. For the past 1,000 years, although this old ox has been forced to leave my hometown and is not in the Phoenix Blood Starfield, don't try to fool me. I know very well who is close to the coiled horn dragon goat and his son, Hong. As soon as it finished speaking, the Green Ox's body disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already tens of millions of miles away in the void space to the right. It raised its pair of front hooves and led the few Marquis undying ferocious beasts that were clamoring to surrender to it. It blasted them into a mist of flesh and blood. After doing all this, the green bull opened its mouth, and a majestic and invisible force instantly gushed out from its mouth. It wrapped around the scattered mist of flesh and blood, and compressed them into beads of blood. After that, it opened its mouth and swallowed them into its stomach, temporarily storing them. All the ferocious beasts of the Forbidden Land who colluded with the coiled horn dragon goat, all those who participated in the conspiracy back then, all those who participated in the bloody persecution of this old ox's children and grandchildren, this old ox will not spare any of them. Don't try to provoke this king's intelligence. All schemes and tricks cannot escape the scrutiny of a king's intelligence, Hong. Before he could finish speaking, the Green Ox's figure had already disappeared once again. This time, he arrived more than 20 million miles away in the void space on the left. In this area, a large number of Forbidden Land ferocious beasts were gathered. They were all the trusted subordinates of the coiled horn dragon goat and his son. Just now, they were clamoring to surrender to the Green Ox. Whether these fellows were sincere or not, it didn't matter to the Green Ox. As long as they were enemies, as long as they had colluded with the enemy, he wouldn't let them go. Hong long long, earth-shaking explosions sounded continuously. The millions of Forbidden Land ferocious beasts in this area all exploded under the trampling of the old man's hooves, turning into a mist of flesh and blood. Chapter 4274. The battle was over. Although the Forbidden Land of Phoenix Blood was vast and boundless, there were more than 800 planets with life and countless ferocious beasts in it. However, at the beginning of the battle, the 4 kings of the beasts in the Forbidden Land had all fallen in a short period of time. Before the battle even started, all the beasts in the Forbidden Land had lost their will to fight. What happened next was a one-sided massacre. Even if there was an area where the beasts in the Forbidden Land had the upper hand in the battle, Green Ox, with his emperor-level cultivation base, would rush over immediately. With a wave of his hooves, he would finish off the beasts in the Forbidden Land that had the upper hand. This battle was extremely easy for the space nomadic army. Although the entire nomadic army, including the tens of millions of survivors in the million battleships and the hundreds of millions of battleships in the captive army, was far less than the beasts in the Forbidden Land in Phoenix Bloodstarfield. However, in terms of high-end battle strength, the Space Nomadic Army had the absolute advantage. Hence, the final result was obvious. Not only did the Nomadic Army achieve a complete victory, they did not even suffer too many losses. It could be said that they easily took over the entire Phoenix Bloodstarfield. From then on, Yi Xian and his subordinates owned a medium-sized Forbidden Land in the Starfield. Not all the beasts in the Forbidden Land in Phoenix Bloodstarfield were killed. Green Ox indeed wanted to gather an army of beasts to serve as his subordinates. For this matter, Yi Xian gave him the greatest right to decide. Green Ox did not let Yi Xian down. After careful selection, he finally left behind an elite army of beasts. There were more than 10 million beasts in this army of beasts. Compared to the countless beasts in the entire Forbidden Land of Phoenix Blood, it was only a drop in the ocean. From this, one could see how strict Green Ox's requirements were when choosing subordinates. However, strength was not the most important factor. He placed reliability first, followed by bloodline potential, and lastly, current cultivation-based strength. In the army of 10 million beasts, there were more than 10 Marquis Immortal Rank Beasts commanders and 100 ordinary Immortal Rank Beasts leaders. From then on, including the survivors and the captive army, Yi Xian's Space Nomadic Army had 2 kings, more than 10 Marquis Immortals, and more than 300 ordinary Immortal. It basically had the scale of a medium-sized forbidden space zone. In a single day, Yi Xian scoured the lairs of the 4 feral kings, the Weeping Bloodfire Phoenix, the Cranetop Verdant Luan, the Insectoid King, and the Coiling Horn Draconic Goat, and once again obtained oceanic amounts of cultivation resources. Among them, he chose the best ones and kept them in his undying world as backup resources. As for the resources that Yi Xian did not like, they were left behind by him. When he returned, the 3-clawed dragon of the Parliament would naturally arrange for people to clean them up. In the end, just like the previous expedition against the small starry sky forbidden area ruled by the Green Ox, all the spoils of war would be gathered together. According to the ratio set by the Nomadic Army, it will be distributed uniformly. The scale of this battle was unprecedented. The territory of the battlefield was so vast that it made people speechless. Therefore, it would take a lot of time to clean up the battlefield after the war and collect all the resources from the 800 inhabited stars in Phoenix Bloodstar area. Fortunately, the 10 million ferocious beasts under the Green Ox's command were of great help in the search for resources. Under their familiar guidance, all the resources did not need to be searched at all. They were directly taken out. Besides, the military strength of the Nomadic Army was also very large. With all the members mobilized, the progress of cleaning up the battlefield and collecting the spoils of war was also very fast. Even so, by the time everything was done, 3 days had passed. At this moment, in the vast starry sky of the central region of Phoenix Bloodstar area, all the forces of the Nomadic Army gathered together to distribute the spoils of war after the war. In the starry sky, 10 million feral beasts from the Forbidden Lands formed the Feral Beast Army. More than 100 million warships of various types formed the captive army. Only the remnant tribe had a smaller number of battleships, only 1 million. However, the remnant tribe had a large number of people, numbering in the tens of millions. These 3 armies surrounded the surrounding void space. In the central region, there were more than 300 undying old monsters and more than 10 undying Marquis-level undyings. In the core region, Yi Xian, who was in the form of a space-raging ape, sat cross-legged, as well as Green Ox, who had already been crowned emperor. A list of resources was sent to Yi Xian immediately. After scanning it with his divine consciousness, he discovered some rare precious materials and medicines that were needed for the subsequent refinement of the treasure pills. Yi Xian waved his hand and kept this part of the undying world in his body. Subsequently, the resources on the list were distributed according to the ratio set by the Nomadic Army. However, even though the Green Ox had a share of the resources, the 10 million ferocious beasts under his command didn't have a share. They didn't contribute anything in this battle. Such a huge army couldn't accomplish anything without rules. Everything had to be done according to the rules. Shio. Shoo. After all the resources were distributed, Green Ox opened his mouth and red beads of blood spurted out of his abdomen. Some were big and some were small. All of them were the compressed blood of the universe-grade feral beasts after their bodies exploded. These compressed qi and blood of the feral beasts would be given to Yi Xian to refine the treasure pills. The reason why even the qi and blood of the universe-grade feral beasts were gathered and given to Green Ox was because the blood essence of the universe-grade feral beasts could be refined into a level 20 treasure pill and create an undying old monster. In the entire Phoenix Bloodstar region, besides the 10 million feral beasts chosen by Green Ox, the rest had been killed. Among them, there was a significant number of feral beasts at the universe grade and above that had been formed by the qi and blood of the feral beasts after their bodies exploded. The blood beads floated in the void in front of Yi Xian. It was a magnificent sight. With a wave of his hand, all the blood beads were sucked into the Shunnong cauldron in Yi Xian's body. The Shunnong cauldron immediately started the blood refinement process. Although there was a large number of blood beads, it was still a piece of cake for the Shunnong strange flames, which had evolved into a 7-colored flame, to refine these blood beads into feral beasts' blood essence. In just 2 hours, all the blood beads had been refined. Yi Xian now had a large amount of blood essence in his hands. The majestic qi and blood of the feral beast kings when their bodies exploded had been refined into 4 king-ranked feral beasts' blood essence. This would be an important main ingredient for refining a level 23 treasure pill in the future. This time, Yi Xian had obtained 43 Marquis Beasts blood essence, which could be used to refine a level 22 treasure pill for breaking through to the king-ranked realm. There were more than 1,000 Immortal Beasts blood essence, which could be used to refine a level 21 treasure pill for breaking through to the Marquis realm. Chapter 4275. Boss, we've obtained 4 Regal Bestowment blood essences this time. If we want to refine 2 pellets for breaking through to the Emperor realm, we'll only need 10 Regal Bestowment blood essences, right? Just as he condensed the blood droplets into the blood essence of the fierce beasts, the Green Ox immediately moved closer and stared at Yi Xian as he said, if that's really the case, then we only need 6 more King blood essences. With your current strength of the 8th level of the King realm, with your terrifying power, you can sweep through normal medium space forbidden lands. After we're done here, why don't we set off immediately and find 1 or 2 medium space forbidden lands? Even if we have to hunt secretly like before, it'll be good. After we get 10, let's make the pills to break through to the Emperor level first. We'll get 1 each, that way, we'll feel more assured. Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. After a few seconds, he turned and stared at Green Bull. You old thing, you just broke through to Emperor level and you're already thinking about the pills to break through to Emperor level? Do you even need them now? Hee, I can keep them with me if I don't need them. The key is that once I get the pills, I'll feel more assured, as though Emperor level is a sure thing. You don't know, Emperor level is much harder than Emperor level. Within Emperor level, it's hard for even 1 in 100 to break through. Of course, I'm nervous. Piss off. What are you thinking about? Yi Xian rolled his eyes and pointed at the 3-clawed flood dragon and the others who were staring at him pitifully not far away. He said, look at him, he's already at the peak of the 9th step of the immortal realm. He's just waiting for a treasure pill to break through to the Marquis immortal realm. He's not even in a rush yet. You're only at Emperor level 1, what's the rush? No. The moment he said that, the 10 pinnacle immortals, including the 3-clawed dragon, immediately rushed over. They all stared at Yi Xian with teary eyes. The former even grabbed Yi Xian's arm. Boss, we're in a rush. Who said we weren't? We're waiting for the rice to cook. I really have to hand it to you guys. Yi Xian was stunned and rolled his eyes speechlessly. After pondering for a while, he said, forget it. Besides the pinnacle immortals, there are also a few more pinnacle universe grades after this battle. They also need the pills to break through to immortal level. In that case, let's refine this batch of blood essences into pills first. After saying that, he didn't hesitate and ordered the army to disperse and settle down on a life star. He immediately asked the remaining tribes to refine the pills from the beast's remains and precious medicines. Then, with a flash of his body, he entered the largest of the 4 giant life stars, which was the star nest of the weeping blood-fiery phoenix. The temperature of this planet was very high, but it was nothing to Yi Xian. After entering the atmosphere of the planet, he directly entered a valley. With a wave of his hand, he set up an isolation formation and took out the Shunnong cauldron. Xiu. In a flash, Yi Xian's figure flew up and entered the mouth of the Shunnong cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog, and sat down cross-legged. His consciousness entered the interior of the Shunnong cauldron the moment he closed his eyes and extended to the bottom of the volcano in the central region. There were only 4 pieces of monarch blood essence, which wasn't enough to support one refinement. Therefore, although the perfect pill formula for the level 23 pill had been deduced, there was no way to refine it yet. This time, Yi Xian planned to refine a level 22 pill, a level 21 pill, and a level 20 pill. In short, he would only stop after using up all the blood essences of the fierce beasts other than the 4 king blood essences. The first thing he would refine was the level 22 pill. Previously, Yi Xian had used 10 pieces of monarch blood essence to refine 3 level 22 pills. Now, he had 43 pieces of monarch blood essence in his hands. If there were no accidents, these 43 Marquis blood essences should be able to refine at least 12 level 22 pills. This was definitely a shocking number. Yi Xian still had 1 level 22 pill in his possession. If he were to really refine 12 this time, then the number of level 22 pills in his possession would reach 13. This was 13 emperors. Even in the large space forbidden lands, there were only 20 to 30 emperors. One could only imagine how precious these 13 level 22 pills were. With a wave of his hand, all the resources and top-notch treasures required for the level 22 pill formula were prepared. Together with the 43 Marquis blood essences that he had just refined, they floated in front of Yi Xian and shot down in the blink of an eye. Within the Shunnong cauldron, at the bottom of the central region volcano, Xiu, xiu xiu xiu, a weak breaking sound resounded. Beams of light shot out from the cauldron above the volcano, directly appearing above the lava pool at the bottom of the volcano. Shockingly, it was the various top-notch materials and cultivation resources that Yi Xian had prepared for the refinement of a level 22 pill. Phew, in the next instant, below all the resources, a majestic Shunnong 7-color flame howled out from the lava pool at the bottom of the volcano. In an instant, it condensed into a 7-colored cauldron with a radius of about 10 feet. It was small and simple, exuding an extraordinary aura. Immediately afterward, the blood essence of the fierce beasts and other materials and resources that had been prepared earlier all flew up automatically and entered this small cauldron with a radius of about 10 feet. Within the small cauldron, the second level 22 pill refinement had officially begun. Rumble. Time slowly passed. After an unknown amount of time, a loud rumbling sound suddenly rang out above the flame pool at the bottom of the fire center in the central region. The cauldron condensed from the pure Shunnong 7-colored flames instantly dissipated, and a huge canopy of flames appeared. The rainbow-colored flames roared and rushed back into the flame pool below. Above the flame pool were round beads the size of an infant's fist. Although they were the same size as the blood essence from before, they were completely different. The blood essence was blood-red in color and exuded a dense blood and chi energy. Even though these pearls were also infant fist-sized, they glowed with 7 colors. There was a dreamy glow on the surface, giving off an ancient aura. All of the pearls were level 22 pills, and there were quite a few of them. There were a total of 14. There are actually so many. Yi Xian opened his eyes in the instant that the furnace of treasured pills was successfully refined. His voice, which was filled with surprise and joy, came from the mouth of the Shunnong cauldron above the volcano in the central region. These 15 level 22 pills represented that within Yi Xian's space nomadic army, in the near future, another 15 emperors would be born. Even Yi Xian's breathing couldn't help but quicken as he looked at the level 22 pills that were overflowing with treasure light. The harvest this time was truly too astonishing. Next, there would be a huge amount of precious pills of various levels coming out of the cauldron. Xiu. Chapter 4276. A level 21 pill could allow a pinnacle undying being at the pinnacle of the 9th rank to step into the Marquis realm. As for the ingredients for this pill, other than the flesh and blood essence refined from the remains of the quasi-desolation great beings, the main ingredients were the blood essence of the undying ferocious beasts, as well as a large amount of top-grade precious materials and medicines from the formula of level 21 pills. Basically, 5 undying blood essences were enough to guarantee the success of one level 21 pill. But of course, Yi Xian was concentrating on the refinement, so the ratio could be smaller. The furnace of level 22 pills that he had just refined had proven this point once again. This time, of the more than 1,000 undying ferocious beast commanders in the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood, other than the 100 that were chosen by the Green Ox to be his subordinates, the rest were all killed. He had obtained more than 1,000 undying blood essences. These 1,000 undying blood essences were floating in front of Yi Xian. Among the ingredients used to refine level 21 pills, there was a huge amount of undying blood essences. They emitted a majestic aura of blood essence, which was eye-catching. It was easier for Yi Xian to refine level 21 pills. He was already familiar with the process and could do it with ease. In less than 2 hours, this furnace of level 21 pills was successfully refined. The final number of pills that came out of the furnace was just as he had guessed. It exceeded the ratio of 5 undying blood essences to 1 pill. There were a total of 286 level 21 pills made from the 1,000 undying blood essences. Looking at the 200 level 21 pills, Yi Xian's breathing became rapid again. It was as if he was looking at more than 200 Marquis-level undying beings. Inhale, taking a deep breath, Yi Xian waved his hand and took out many small space boxes. After putting away all the level 21 pills, he waved his hand again. This time, he took out all the ingredients used to refine level 20 pills. This included more than 10,000 universe blood essences refined from the blood essence of the universe-level ferocious beasts, as well as various top-grade precious materials and medicines. Everything that followed was even easier. In fact, Yi Xian didn't need the blood essence to refine level 20 pills. He could use the method of gene cultivation fluid to refine level 20 pills. However, he had too many universe blood essences, so it was obviously easier to refine level 20 pills using this method. More than 10,000 universe blood essences, as well as an even larger amount of other supplementary materials, Yi Xian only used an hour to successfully refine this furnace. The number of level 20 pills that came out of the furnace made him speechless. There were a total of 2,453 level 20 pills. In addition to the dozens that Yi Xian originally had, he had more than 2,500 level 20 pills. More than 2,500 level 20 pills, more than 2,500 level 21 pills, more than 280 level 21 pills, and 15 level 22 pills. After putting away all of the level 20 pills, Yi Xian's eyes shone with a bright light as he muttered to himself, "It seems that within the next 1 or 2 years, there's no need to refine a similar type of treasure pill. The stock in my hands is already enough. Even if I were to refine level 23 or even level 24 pills, those are for my own use. However, I don't have enough materials now. After arranging the matters of the Space Nomadic Army and making them settle down in this Phoenix Bloodstar region, I'll take the opportunity to refine level 23 or even level 24 pills. After that, I'll bring Green Ox out and start a new round of hunting." Shio. Stepping out of the farmer god cauldron, Yi Xian waved his hand and kept the cauldron into his undying world. Then, with a flash, he rushed out of the star atmosphere. At this moment, it had only been less than half a day since he entered this life star to refine level 20 pills in seclusion. In the void outside, the 3 legions that had gathered and participated in the post-war distribution were still in the midst of retreating. After all, only half a day had passed. The 3 legions, with so many battleships, and ferocious beasts, needed time to choose their own life stars. Including the 3-clawed flood dragon and a dozen other pinnacle undyings were also in the void at this moment. All the pinnacle undyings, pinnacle universe grades, and pinnacle Marquis. Forget it, the last one doesn't seem to be available. As his divine sense spread out, Yi Xian's voice instantly enveloped the entire Phoenix Bloodstar region. All of his subordinates heard him. "All of you, come over and receive the various levels of treasure pills. They can help you smoothly break through the bottleneck of a large realm within 3 days, including those who have just joined the ferocious beast army. If there are Pinnacle Universe Old Monsters and Undying's Old Monsters, you can also come over and receive the pills. I'll give you an advance payment of 1 pill, which will be deducted from your battle merits later. Howl, roar, screech. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding void instantly responded with a series of shocking roars and howls. In the entire Space Nomadic Army, all the Universe Old Monsters and Undying's Old Monsters whose cultivation had reached the pinnacle of level 9 were all excited. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They were extremely excited. If there were no accidents, they would break through the bottleneck of a major realm in 3 days. The Universe Old Monsters would become Undying's Old Monsters, and Undying's Old Monsters would become Marquis Undying's Old Monsters. What could be more exciting than this? It wasn't just these tempered body Old Monsters and Undying's Old Monsters who happened to meet the requirements. All the other army members, whether they were survivors, current Starry Sky Masters, or the ferocious beasts who belonged to the original inhabitants of this fragment void, were here. After hearing Yi Xian's words, all of their eyes burst out with a blazing light. Although they hadn't reached the pinnacle of level 9 and couldn't receive the pills, the scene in front of them undoubtedly showed that their leader had a large number of pills of all levels. As long as they practiced diligently, they could reach the pinnacle of their realm. They could apply for them at any time. This was simply opening up a channel for them to rapidly improve their cultivation. From now on, they only needed to immerse themselves in practicing hard without any other worries. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, all the members of this Space Nomadic Army were in high spirits. Unknowingly, the army's morale had reached an astonishing level. After the battle, the haze was gone, and everything was thriving. Shio, 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 along with the sound of something breaking through the air, one figure after another shot towards the space where Yi Xian was standing in from all directions. There were survivors, current Starry Sky Masters of the captive army, and recently incorporated ferocious beasts of the forbidden area. These guys all met the requirements and applied for the pills from Yi Xian to help them break through. Among them, there were more than 20 Undying's Old Monsters at the pinnacle of level 9, led by the 3-clawed Flood Dragon. And there were more than 200 Undying's Old Monsters at the pinnacle of level 9. If there were no accidents, after these 20 level 21 pills and 200 level 20 pills were distributed, within 3 days at most, Yi Xian's Space Nomadic Army's number of Undyings and above would rise again. It would soar by a large margin. Since then, including the survivors' tribes and the captive army, the entire Space Nomadic Army would have more than 30 Marquis Undyings and more than 600 ordinary Undyings, except for the 2 emperors. This definitely reached the level of a middle-level forbidden area. Chapter 4277. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As Yi Xian waved his hand, more than 20 level 21 pills and more than 200 level 20 pills instantly turned into fine rays of light and shot into the hands of Yi Xian's subordinates who had surrounded him and were staring at him. The 3-clawed Flood Dragon was one of them. Now that the pills were in his hands, he lowered his head and looked at them. Saliva was about to drip from the corner of his mouth, and his face was full of joy. All right, go into seclusion and break through. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian dismissed everyone at once, directly ignoring Green, who was staring at him pitifully, trying to persuade Yi Xian to move out immediately and ambush other middle-level Starry Sky forbidden areas to hunt ferocious beast kings and condense regal blood essence. With a flash of his body, Green Ox charged toward the Life Star where the weeping Bloodfire Phoenix's lair was. The planet was huge, but Yi Xian was the only one guarding it. There was no one else, and even Green Ox would not easily set foot on it. Everyone was familiar with each other, but even if they were on the same side, they still had to be careful. At this level, everyone had their own secrets. Although Green Ox's temperament was not very reliable, he still had a sense of propriety in this aspect. After entering the atmosphere, Yi Xian returned to the valley from before at once. With a wave of his hand, he had already summoned the Farmer God Cauldron. Of course, it was in its shrunken form, which was only 300 meters in size. Otherwise, even this giant planet would not be able to contain it. With one step, Yi Xian's figure appeared at the mouth of the Farmer God Cauldron. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared again and entered the cauldron's space. Roar. Just as he arrived near the volcano in the central region, a shocking roar came from the distant mountains. It was clearly the flying centipede's voice, and the aura of an undying official spread. Yi Xian's eyes brightened. That old man had finally broken through. In the next instant, Yi Xian's figure flashed and shot toward the direction of the roar. When he arrived, other than the flying centipede, even the figures of Old Monster Silver Ji and the 8 great guardian deities entered his sight. The last time he saw them, Yi Xian gave the flying centipede a level 21 pill, while the 8 great guardian deities each received a level 20 pill. During this period of time, Flying Centipede had a breakthrough and was now a rank 2 immortal Marquis. As for the 8 great King Kong, they had 2 more breakthroughs after reaching the immortal realm. Now, all of them had reached rank 3 immortal realm. Even Old Monster Silver G's cultivation base had reached the 7th level of the immortal realm. After 2 more breakthroughs, he would need to consume a level 21 elixir to break through to the titled Marquis realm. Swish. Shoo shoo shoo. A few sonic booms resounded. A level 22 pill for Emperor level Undying and 9 level 21 pills for official level Undying shot out, landing in the hands of the flying centipede, the 8 Vajra and Silver G. Inside. Your cultivation base is not there yet. Keep the elixir first. When you reach rank 9 perfection, consume it and use it to break through the bottleneck. Yi Xian nodded and continued, as for the usual cultivation resources, you should still have plenty. Use them first. During this period of time, if there's nothing important, don't come out of seclusion. The situation outside is very stable, so it's not the time for you to make a move yet. So, raise your cultivation base as soon as possible. After finishing his words, Yi Xian waved his hand. Flying Centipede, Old Monster Silver G and the 8 great guardian deities were filled with joy. They turned around and entered seclusion again. Just as Yi Xian turned around and was about to leave, another figure flew over from the distant mountains. It was Shawanjin, who had the lightning poison calamity body. Looking at his cultivation base, he had actually reached the immortal realm and was at rank 3 immortal realm. This kind of cultivation speed was much faster than that of the 8 great guardian deities. Moreover, when he broke through to the immortal realm, it seemed that the level 20 elixir was useless. This was clearly because of the lightning poison calamity body, which was comparable to Yi Xian's devouring treasured body. When the accumulation of energy reached the bottleneck, the breakthrough would be natural, just like how water flows when the conditions are right. Master, I want to go outside. Shawanjin directly knelt down when he arrived in front of Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian quickly waved his hand and lifted him up with a gentle force. He didn't like this kind of situation and wasn't used to it. Go out. Hearing Shawanjin's words, Yi Xian frowned and fell into deep thought. Although the cultivation speed here is not slow, relying only on the cultivation resources given by Master is ultimately too. I've already used up the last one. A trace of embarrassment appeared on Shawanjin's face. Although his soul had been refined by Yi Xian and he had become a slave, his intelligence and emotions had not been lost. Therefore, he still had a variety of rich expressions. He was not like a robot. However, he was cold and wooden. It's all used up. Yi Xian was startled, but at the same time, he understood Shawanjin's meaning. This guy obviously disliked the restrictions in the space inside the Shenong cauldron. Although there were spiritual beasts and various spiritual herbs growing in the space inside the cauldron, those were resources that belonged to Yi Xian. He did not dare to take them without asking. Therefore, once the cultivation resources at hand were used up, his cultivation strength would naturally stagnate. On the contrary, it was different in the outside world. Although his lightning poison calamity body was inferior to the devouring treasured body of Yi Xian's doppelganger, they were basically the same. That was pure plundering and devouring. There were all kinds of resources in the void outside. Even the heat of the stars could be freely devoured by his physique. Once he entered the wider space outside, the speed at which Shawanjin's cultivation strength improved would definitely increase. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it would soar by a large margin. Furthermore, because he was refined by Yi Xian's mutated slave seal from the level of his divine soul, this process was irreversible. Therefore, Even if he were to let Shawanjin go outside and allow him to freely grow, even if one day, his cultivation strength would be reduced to nothing. Someday, his strength would be far beyond Yi Xian's own. It was absolutely impossible for something like betrayal to happen. Even if it did happen, Yi Xian could still decide Shawanjin's life and death with a single thought, even if his cultivation was not as strong as his. In that case, there was no need to worry about anything anymore. With this in mind, Yi Xian immediately made a decision. He nodded and said, "If that's the case, I'll send you out. Remember, although the improvement of cultivation strength is important, nothing is more important than your own life. You survived the calamity, so this Star Master need not worry that you will meet with danger outside and die prematurely. In short, think twice before you act, and be careful first." Chapter 4278. After sending Shawanjin away, Yi Xian also walked out of the Shenong cauldron. After waving his hand to keep the cauldron, he directly summoned the Wild Dragon Cauldron. After stepping into it, Yi Xian immediately came to the level where the 10,000 demon scouts led by Gui Hai Yidao and Kang Qingyu were. Only a small portion of the demon scouts had just come out of seclusion, and their cultivation had improved greatly, which made Yi Xian quite satisfied. However, Gui Hai Yidao, Kang Qingyu, Ying Tai, and the others were still in seclusion, so Yi Xian did not see them. After leaving behind a batch of cultivation resources, including the purple gold flesh medicine, he immediately left the Life Giant Fortress and put it away with a wave of his hand. He fell into deep thought and began to think about the future of the 4 great battle stars. The 4 great battle stars could be said to have made great contributions when Yi Xian was in the first universe of the 3 main dimensions of the starry sky. Before Yi Xian entered this void fragment of the Primeval world, the 4 great battle stars still had a lot of value to him at that time. But now, Yi Xian's cultivation and strength were far from what it was in the past. The 4 great battle stars had long become useless to him now. If he used them, he would not be able to use them at all. However, if he gave up just like that, he was unwilling. After all, he had created them himself, and he had made great contributions. The terrifying power of the starry sky battle stars is reflected in 2 aspects. After falling into deep thought, Yi Xian muttered to himself, first, the battle stars themselves, related to their structure and materials. In this aspect, it can be upgraded, and it is not a big problem. Give an order to the devouring system, start deducing, and find the best way to upgrade. After the case and the required materials, once everything is ready, the forging system can be activated and the upgrade can be started. Second, the kinetic energy community of the battle stars. This is a bit of a headache. The kinetic energy community of the 4 great battle stars is extremely large, and the energy needed for evolution is not easy to find. This was what troubled him the most. In the void battle stars, there were 2 9-star Emperor ladles, 10 8-star King ladles, and tens of millions of void soldier ladles of different grades. However, their cultivation and strength were generally low. It was the same for the Weeping Soul Battle Gorilla. After absorbing a large amount of hellish ant elixir, the Weeping Soul Beast had evolved into a Weeping Soul Golden Ape and a large number of Weeping Soul Violet Apes. However, their cultivation was still relatively weak. The same was true for the Lapis Gold Slime and the Purple Gold Slime in the Battle of Time. Even Xue Ben, the Emperor of the Mosquito Beasts, was only a Star Lord at the moment. There were also tens of millions of other ferocious mosquito beasts, but they were mostly below the universe state. There were only 1,000 almighty beasts. Yi Xian's current strength was far from enough. To Xian, they were just like ants. The flesh medicine refined by the survivors of the primordial era can strengthen the bloodline of the Void Soldier Ladle, the Weeping Soul Beast, the Slime, and the Blood Mosquito Beast of the 4 great warring states. However, it is not as good as those special resources that have a strong effect on them. As Yi Xian muttered to himself, his eyes once again shone with a brilliant light. In that case, we can first provide a large amount of flesh and medicine so that the 4 Great War's kinetic races can slowly improve their strength and strengthen their foundation. At the same time, we can start searching in this vast void. We can find special resources that are very useful for the 4 Great War's kinetic races. After making his decision, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand and summoned the 4 great battle talons. With a wave of his hand, a canopy of top-grade flesh and blood medicine and various other top-grade resources that were effective for the 4 great battle talons were all sent out by him. Screech. Screech, sensing the aura of the top-level training resources and the flesh medicine, the 4 races inside the war drums all roared in excitement. They seemed to be very excited and overjoyed. Yi Xian had been busy improving his strength recently. He hadn't summoned the 4 Great War's kinetic races for a long time. The 4 Great War's kinetic races had been trapped in the undying world for a long time. They were all overjoyed to finally be able to take a breather. Fine, fine. I'll let you take a breather for a while. However, nobody is allowed to leave the atmosphere of this planet, or my identity will be exposed. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Yi Xian immediately gave orders to the 4 Great War's kinetic races with his divine sense. Hum, 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 hum. Dense humming noises were heard from the 4 Great War's kinetic races. A lot of void soldiers, weeping soul beasts, slimes, and blood mosquito beasts all rushed out of the Great War's kinetic races in delight. In an instant, they spread out in the interior of this planet and went to torment each other. Whoosh! A sharp sound echoed as a streak of blood darted over and hovered in front of Yi Xian. It was exactly Shui Ben, the Mosquito Prince. At that moment, Shui Ben had already broken through to the Star-Lord state. Although the gap between him and Yi Xian was getting bigger and bigger, the speed at which his strength increased wasn't slow, it could even be said to be extremely fast. The crazed bloodlust in his eyes had also faded a lot compared to before. It was obvious that his madness was slowly being healed with the increase of his cultivation level. Seeing this scene, a warm feeling flashed through Yi Xian's heart, and his gaze also became gentle. Brother Shui Ben, do you still remember when I became sworn brothers with you on the Mad Mosquito Star? Forget it. You were completely crazy back then, and your consciousness was gone. Of course, you don't remember anything when you were sober. I was just lamenting. I didn't know that I'd come this far. Yi Xian shook his head, sighed, and smiled bitterly. Don't worry. I'll make sure that you reach the immortal state as soon as possible. According to my deduction, when you break through to the immortal state, the evolution of your life level will take place. It'll be a huge leap change, and your innate madness will be cured in one day. Screech, as if he had understood what Yi Xian meant, Prince Shui Ben raised his head and let out a long roar of joy. He nodded at Yi Xian and didn't stay any longer. The huge wings on his back flapped fiercely, and a buzzing sound came. His figure instantly turned into a bloody light and shot into the distance. In an instant, he disappeared at the end of the line of sight inside the star. Boss, are you in seclusion? If not, please come out first. It was also at this moment that Blue Ox's voice suddenly echoed outside the atmosphere of the planet. There's a place at the edge of the Blood Phoenix Forbidden Land. According to what you said, it should be a black hole. A lot of weird warships suddenly rushed out of that black hole, just like the captive army. Those guys seem to be from the same place as you. Boss, come out quickly and see if they're friend or foe. Chapter 4279. There was indeed a black hole at the edge of Phoenix Bloodstar Zone. It was much larger than the black hole that Yi Xian had created in Mulberry Tree Star Zone. This black hole had been quiet for a long time. It was connected to the dark void of space that Yi Xian had come from, which was connected to Shadow Devil Star Zone of the second universe. However, that dark void was too vast. Although the fleets of the 3 main planes of the universe had entered the dark void of space from Shadow Devil Star Zone more than 2 years ago, and there were so many of them that they were almost uncountable, there was not a single fleet, or a solitary powerhouse of the present age. Through this black hole, they had entered Phoenix Bloodstar Zone. Until today, a fleet had finally arrived. Hong long long, hong. The earth-shattering noises of kinetic energy cabins were heard. 1,000 enormous fleets rushed out of the black hole and entered the edge of Phoenix Bloodstar Zone. If Yi Xian had been here, he would have recognized the origin of this fleet at first glance. This fleet was the joint fleet of the human race and the WN Luo Federation from the Third Universe, one of the 3 main planes of the universe. The fleet had about 30 million battleships and battleships. The Senlan fleet of the WN Luo Federation had 10 million battleships. Of the 2 camps of the human race, The undying army of the Undying dynasty had 10 million battleships. The 10 absolute heavenly palaces of the cultivation camp had 10 million battleships of all kind. The highest commander of this joint fleet was not one person, but 3 undying marquises. They were Yu Ling Long, a great being from the Crystal Clan from the Wn Luo Federation, Long Pai, a senior marquis from the Undying dynasty, and 10 absolute heavenly palaces. There was also a vice-leader of Tianju Palace named Gong Jun. These 3 marquises had extremely high statuses. They sat in the core strongholds of the 3 fleets and did not interfere with any specific affairs. They would only intervene when there was a major change, such as when the fleet was in danger. Usually, all the affairs of the joint fleet were decided by the undying old monsters of the 3 forces. In this expedition to the domain of Shadow Devil, both the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation and the 2 major human forces each had a fleet with a fleet of over 10 million soldiers, and 10 immortal realm experts in terms of high-end battle force. With the 3 great powers added together, the number of immortal realm old monsters reached 30. Among them, Yi Xian's old acquaintances, the Elephant Fox Eagle, Long Shan Tang, and Gong Hua were all included. Elephant Fox Ferret, like the 3-clawed dragon, had secretly surrendered to Yi Xian. However, only him and 3-clawed dragon knew about this. Even the headquarters of the Blood Dragon clan and the headquarters of the Wn Luo Federation knew nothing. After all, after Yi Xian took the 2 of them under his command, he hadn't taken any action against their strength, nor had he given any orders or missions. Naturally, there was no possibility of him being exposed. At this moment, in another core flagship outside the 3 core flagships, in the command cabin on the top floor, the 30 immortal old monsters from the Myriad Luo Federation, the Immortal Dynasty, and the 10 Extreme Heavenly Palace were gathered together for an emergency meeting. The most recent such meeting was half a year ago. Ever since they entered the Dark Void from the mysterious passage in the Shadow Devil star zone of Universe 2, the entire joint fleet had been wandering in the boundless Dark Void. Before they knew it, more than 2 years had passed. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. The Dark Void was too vast, and there were very few abandoned stars in it. The entire void was almost completely empty, let alone a star with life. For the past 3 years, the entire fleet had been traveling aimlessly through the Dark Void. Almost everyone had been driven crazy. Yi Xian had felt this way before and had almost gone crazy, until he passed through the screen of light and entered the scene. In the void of the universe where he was located, this time, when the coalition fleet finally rushed out of the black hole after 3 years of boring space travel and saw the bright world, the whole fleet was boiling with excitement. Everybody was cheering and jumping for joy. The reason why the 30 immortal old monsters, including Elephant Fox Ferret, Long Shan Tang, and Gong Huaji, held a meeting of the highest level of immortal old monsters after half a year was to discuss the follow-up plan. Although we've just arrived at this void and don't know much about it, we've already scanned the general situation of the void within 100 million miles of it just now. In the meeting, the immortal old monsters who happened to be in charge of duty for the next 3 months spoke one after another. Their faces were full of excitement, and their voices were full of uncontrollable excitement. The other Undyings present were all the same, as though they had just been injected with chicken blood, forcefully suppressing their excitement as they patiently listened to the initial reports from the Undyings on duty. Within a circumference of 100 million miles, we've already detected over 500 life stars. The situation of such a high density of life stars was extremely rare even in the 3 major starry sky mainplanes of the world. From this, it could be inferred that in this void space. Based on this, we can infer that the resources in this void are definitely abundant. That's right. The unknown world we have entered is a super big gold mine that has never been excavated before. All kinds of resources are waiting for us to harvest. Of course, since there are planets with life, there will naturally be life as well. However, according to the preliminary detection results, among the 500 planets with life within 100 million miles of the void, the most powerful aura is only at the universe grade. However, this is the data of all the planets with life. As for the planets with life, due to the isolation of the atmosphere, we can't get more detailed information about the specific situation. As for the structure of life, the creatures wandering in the void are basically all kinds of ferocious space beasts. Although they are strong, In the face of 30 immortal old monsters, they are just chickens and pottery dogs. The most powerful ones are dozens of universe-grade ferocious beasts. One of us can deal with them. In addition to the ferocious beasts, there are some battleships similar to those of the self-cultivator camp patrolling the void, but they are more ancient. If I'm not mistaken, there should be some tribes of the primordial era in this void. These ancient battleships should belong to them. After explaining the situation, the immortal old monsters on duty stopped talking. Only one of them turned around and glanced at all the immortal old monsters before saying, "Everyone, my opinion is to be conservative. First, we should concentrate our power and launch a salvo attack on the nearest life star. This way, we can test the reaction of the other life stars. If there are beings stronger than ordinary immortals, then we have to be careful. Of course, if there are only 1 or 2 Marquis-level immortals, they can't escape being enslaved. And if there are too many of them, we can retreat immediately and return to the dark void where we came from. What do you think?" Seconded. Chapter 4280. The 30 immortal old monsters of the Joint Fleet unanimously approved of the operation plan of the probing attack and immediately issued the battle order. The entire huge Joint Fleet remained in the cosmic void that was only 10 million miles away from the huge light screen behind them. Only 6 million battleships set off from the main fleet. The 1,000 Luo Federation, the Immortal Dynasty, and the Tenju Celestial Palace each mobilized 2 million battleships. As for the 3 small fleets, the highest battle commanders were 3 immortal old monsters from the 3 major forces. Coincidentally, these 3 old guys were Yi Xian's old acquaintances Elephant Fox Martin, Dragon Mountain Tang, and Gong Huaji. Yi Xian did not know all of this. If he knew, he would probably be speechless on the spot. The affairs of the world were really unpredictable. Such a coincidence actually happened. Rumble, the roar of the kinetic energy cabins fully opened instantly resounded through the void. The 6 million battleships were divided into 3 small armies. They lined up in a row and moved forward. The target chosen by this vanguard fleet was 50 million miles ahead. It was a life star at the edge of the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood. On this life star, there was only a small army of ferocious beasts that had just been taken in by Green Ox. There were only slightly more than 100,000 ferocious beasts in total. Although there was an immortal old monster, he was currently in seclusion and did not know what was happening in the outside world. Everything was happening. In fact, even if he knew, this immortal old monster would not rush out of the star's atmosphere. This was because after Yi Xian received Green Ox's divine sense voice transmission, he immediately issued an order. All combat forces above the immortal old monster were not allowed to show themselves. Those who were not in seclusion were all to wait in the atmosphere of the star where they had landed. Even the survivors and ferocious beasts below the immortal old monster were not allowed to leave the atmosphere at will during wartime. In this battle, Green Ox had full authority to command, and the captive army was in charge of the specific battle matters. The reason for this arrangement was perhaps that Yi Xian wanted to test the loyalty of the captive army. After all, Yi Xian did not reveal his identity to them. In the eyes of all the powerhouses in the captive army, he was a native of this fragment of void, a star ferocious ape that did not come from the same world as them. Previously, they had only launched a punitive expedition to the starry sky forbidden areas in this void fragment. Therefore, the captive warriors of the present age naturally did not feel any psychological pressure. And now, Yi Xian had asked them to deal with the forces from the 3 main planes of the universe. Their loyalty could be tested in an instant. Yi Xian even specially instructed the Green Ox not to show himself. He gave the specific command of the battle to the 3-clawed Flood Dragon and the other captive council members who had just broken through to the Marquis-level Undying, allowing them to lead the entire captive army and charge forward. Up ahead, if the 3-clawed Serpent Dragon and the other leaders of the captive council had second thoughts, they would take this opportunity to gather the entire captive army with the joint fleet that had just arrived and hastily retreat into the black hole ahead. Then, Yi Xian would naturally have a way to deal with them. Of course, Yi Xian didn't want to see that happen either. He was quite confident in the results of this test. Similarly, the 3 undying old monsters in the vanguard camp of the joint fleet did not know about Yi Xian's orders. A distance of 50 million miles was not too far for space battleships, not to mention that the Vanguard fleet was basically made up of fortresses and strongholds of various sizes, as well as cultivator battleships of similar performance and power, so they were faster. Therefore, it only took about 1 hour for the 3 small armies of the Vanguard fleet to arrive 10 million miles away from the target star. They lined up in the void and adjusted the angles of their cannons to aim at the star that had 100,000 ferocious beasts in it from afar. The Star of Life. All battleships, fire 3 rounds in a row. Fire. Hong. Hong, hong, hong. Following Enchanting's order, the 6 million battleships and battleships of the Vanguard fleet 10 million miles away opened fire at the same time. In the void, the roar resounded. Energy light pillars from the battleship's cannons interweaved like a light net, shooting in the void. It was dazzling, and no one dared to look at it directly. Even Yi Xian and the Green Ox did not expect this group of people to be so black-bellied. The moment they arrived, they set their sights on a Star of Life at the outermost edge. Without saying anything, they did not even test it. The 6 million battleships and battleships opened fire at the first moment. What's more, they opened fire at the same time. The Green Ox was immediately enraged. However, he did not disobey Yi Xian's previous orders. He did not dare to show himself. Instead, he used his divine senses to enter the atmosphere of the target star and inform the more than 100,000 ferocious beasts in the star to rush out from the other side of the star's atmosphere. They left the void and retreated to the back. Now that he was a king-ranked being, he deliberately concealed his divine sense. Even the 3 Marquis Undyings in the Alliance fleet were unable to detect it. Roar. Roar, screech. In the target star, a large number of ferocious beasts roared and bellowed. More than 100,000 ferocious beasts from the Forbidden Lands retreated immediately. They rushed out from the other side of the star's atmosphere and did not even stop. They shot straight into the depths of the Forbidden Land of Phoenix Blood ahead. They were moving to another life star. Although they were furious, they did not dare to disobey the Green Ox's orders. The Green Ox had already made it clear to them that the captive army would be in charge of this battle. Boom. Rumble, an earth-shattering explosion was heard. The target star, under the bombardment of the 6 million energy light pillars from the battleship's cannons, exploded in an instant. It turned into a huge fireball that illuminated the entire Forbidden Land of Phoenix Blood. However, due to the Green Ox's timely notification, all the more than 100,000 ferocious beasts from the Forbidden Lands in this life star had retreated from the other side of the star's atmosphere before the energy light pillars from the battleship's cannons descended. Hence, there were no injuries. However, the collective escape of more than 100,000 ferocious beasts from the Forbidden Lands, including dozens of universe grades. When such a scene fell into the eyes of the elephant fox ferret, Enchanting, and Gong Huaji, there was no doubt that there were too many problems. The 3 old fellows immediately raised their heads and laughed. In their opinion, this test was quite successful, and the results seemed to be very satisfactory. Did you see that? There are more than 100,000 ferocious beasts, including dozens of universe grades. However, when faced with our attack, they immediately turned and fled. They did not even have the courage to fight. This shows that they are not very confident. From another perspective, it also shows that it is impossible for a Marquis to exist in this void. Otherwise, why would they be so lacking in confidence? Not only is there no Marquis, in my opinion, there are probably no undying old monsters. There is no need to test anymore. Report back immediately. The army can set off and launch an all-out attack. Chapter 4281. At the end of the void in front of his line of sight, a large number of starry sky battleships were rushing out from inside the life stars. There were more than 400 of these life stars stationed with starry sky battleships, and more than 500 life stars with a radius of 100 million kilometers. Almost 80% of them were occupied. And the number of space battleships rushing out from each life star was even larger, and they were well trained. After rushing out of the atmosphere, they gathered in the void very skillfully, but all of this was not the reason why Elephant Fox Ferret, Enchanting, and Gong Huaji were stunned. The real reason was that these space battleships were not only large in number, but also very familiar. Looking at the huge logo painted on the surface of the battleships, they were clearly the battleship armies from the three main planes of the universe. To be more specific, they should be from the various races of the second universe, which basically accounted for half of the top 10 races. In addition, there were some small fleets with the logo of unknown second-rate forces and even space pirate gangs on the battleships. Some of them even had the logo of the Blue Fleet of the Third Universe's WN Federation. In just a dozen minutes, the number of starships that rushed out from the more than 400 life stars had exceeded 30 million, and it was still increasing. Their total strength had already exceeded the joint fleet that had just arrived. More importantly, although the main body of this huge fleet that suddenly appeared was half of the races of the second universe, there were also some small races of the first universe, some second-rate forces of the third universe, space pirate gangs, and even small forces of the WN Federation. This fleet was simply a hodgepodge. It was really hard to imagine how these fleets of various forces, which had complicated relationships with each other, could gather together and get along so harmoniously. Damn, what happened? What a powerful miscellaneous army. There is actually a small fleet of about 100,000 battleships from the headquarters of the Myriad Sift Federation. By the way, when we first entered the Dark Void, didn't we send a vanguard fleet to explore the area ahead? Then it disappeared. So, after all this time, it's actually here. What's going on? They are actually working together with the fleets of the second universe, as well as the second-rate forces of the third universe and even the space pirates. I suddenly feel a little dizzy. My head hurts. In fact, it wasn't just the three old guys who had a headache. In the entire Vanguard fleet, and even in the huge Alliance fleet 40 million miles behind them, from the immortal old monsters to the ordinary soldiers, all the experts in the world had a kind of brain at this moment. He was dumbfounded. The scene in front of him was too inconceivable, too incomprehensible, and not scientific at all. Who is the commander of the fleet ahead? I am the three-clawed flood dragon, the highest commander of this fleet. While everyone was still in a daze, at the far end of the void in front of them, a large number of battleships had rushed out from the more than 400 life stars. They had completely assembled into an army and were sailing over at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, a voice filled with insolence and arrogance rang out from one of the flagship fortresses at the center of this army of over 100 million warships. However, it was transmitted through the starry sky loudspeaker system of the flagship fortress. Therefore, the voice was extremely powerful. It was impossible to sense the cultivation level of the person who spoke. This kind of core flagship had a special isolation array. Together with the three-clawed flood dragon's power, even an immortal lord of the same level couldn't detect it. Three-clawed flood dragon? It's him. Elephant Fox Ferret was stunned for a moment and quickly frowned. Based on his understanding of the three-clawed flood dragon, he shouldn't have behaved like this. One had to know that due to the information leak and the sudden arrival of the Dark Furnace, the allied forces of the various races of the second universe had entered as soon as possible. When they entered the Dark Void, there were no immortal lords in the fleets that had set out at that time. This was something that the few major forces that had entered later had already ascertained and confirmed. And the three-clawed flood dragon hadn't even figured out whether there were any immortal lords in the Alliance fleet, yet his tone was so arrogant. It was really unlike his cautious personality. Just as Elephant Fox Ferret was feeling suspicious, Long Shantang and Gong Huaji, who were beside him, laughed loudly. They naturally knew that when the allied forces of the second universe entered, there were no immortal lords in the Alliance fleet because it was too hasty. This way, even if the enemy's fleet was larger, there was nothing to be afraid of. In fact, it was a good thing. They could capture the enemy and increase the strength of their fleets. Three-clawed flood dragon? An undying elder of the Blood Flood Dragon clan? Supreme Commander? Isn't he just an ordinary immortal lord? Who gave you the guts to be so arrogant? The size of the fleet is not bad. Although there are many miscellaneous troops mixed in, their combat power is solid. There are hundreds of millions of different types of battleships. It's really enviable. Unfortunately, although the fleet is large, its high-end combat power is its weakness. Without an immortal lord, no matter how many battleships there are, it's useless. Three-clawed flood dragon, there's no need to continue this battle. Without an immortal lord, you can only surrender or fight. Death is the only two choices. Roar. Fight your mother to death. As soon as Gong Huaji's words fell, an earth-shattering roar came from the core flagship fortress of the Central Territory where the army was rumbling over. Then, the three-clawed flood dragon spoke even more arrogantly. Who said we don't have an immortal lord? Isn't your grandfather one? If you have the ability, don't be a coward. Come out, I'll kill you with one claw. Hong. As soon as the arrogant words fell, a roar sounded. From the core flagship fortress, a figure rushed out at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it was already at the front of the entire army of over 100 million that was rumbling over. After a pause, the figure was suspended in the void. It was a blood-colored flood dragon with a body of 100,000 feet. It was the three-clawed flood dragon. At this time, the aura emitted from its body was actually that of an immortal lord. Although it was only a first-stage immortal lord, it was already an immortal lord after all. At this moment, the three-clawed flood dragon could be said to be proud of its success. Of the 98 immortal lords who had captured the council, a total of 18 of them had already broken through to the immortal lord level. Originally, this opportunity to show off in front of the Third Universe's joint fleet would never be his. The reason this guy could show off so much and even claim to be the supreme commander of this huge fleet was because he was lucky enough to draw lots with the other 17 immortal lords who had just broken through. At this moment, as he rushed out of the core flagship fortress and showed off his bloodline true body, in the vanguard fleet tens of millions of miles away, the three immortal lords, Elephant Fox Mink, Long Shan Tang, and Gong Huaji gasped in shock. Sound. Chapter 4282. Undying Marquis? This guy actually made a breakthrough? Damn it, he got here before us. He must have obtained some good fortune here. What a lucky bastard. Looking at the high-spirited three-clawed dragon, Gong Huaji and Long Shan Tang were stunned for a moment. Then, their expressions changed drastically, and they clenched their teeth and stamped their feet in the command cabin on the top floor of the core flagship. Even the silent elephant fox ferret's expression changed slightly. He frowned and looked unwilling. Compared to the three-clawed dragon, the three of them were not weak at all. Now, they were all at the 7th level of the Undying Realm. Nearly 3 years ago, the three-clawed dragon was at the same level, but now, in the blink of an eye, it had made a breakthrough to the 7th level of the Undying Realm. To be conferred the title of Marquis, there was simply nothing more devastating than this. Especially when they thought about how there was a 90% chance that the other party was able to achieve such astonishing achievements because he had entered this unknown void that was rich in resources ahead of time and obtained some kind of great benefits and great fortune. The hearts of three people, their unwillingness in their hearts grew stronger in an instant. As this unwillingness spread in their hearts, the three of them were instantly filled with resentment. The elephant fox ferret did not say anything. After all, he and the three-clawed dragon shared a common secret, which was that both of them had surrendered to Yi Xian, the Star Master of Sky River Star. Therefore, even though he was full of resentment, he did not dare to say anything. After all, the three-clawed dragon was already a Marquis. Even if Yi Xian, the Star Master of Sky River Star, was here, he would not be afraid. Of course, that was if he did not have the restriction of the oath he had made. However, he was different. In the past 3 years, his strength had not improved at all. He had wasted all his time in the endless anxiety of the endless interstellar travel. Under such circumstances, if he annoyed the three-clawed dragon, it could easily expose the fact that he had surrendered to Sky River Star. At that time, the three-clawed dragon would not care, but he would be the one in trouble. However, the elephant fox ferret did not dare to say anything, but it did not mean that Gong Huaji and Long Shan Tang were the same. Don't forget that in the Alliance fleet 40 million miles behind them, there were 3 Marquis Undying Realm Masters. These 3 were from the WN Luo Federation, the Undying Dynasty, and the 10 Absolute Sky Palace. They were all at level 5 or 6, and any one of them could stun the three-clawed dragon. Even if the 3 Marquis-level Undyings were to attack together and combine their auras to lock onto the three-clawed flood dragon, he wouldn't even have the chance to teleport away. Thinking about this, Long Shan Tang and Gong Huaji exchanged a look and immediately came to a tacit agreement. They decided to use words to anger the other party. It would be best to make him speak even more arrogantly to the end. Several officials appeared and worked together to suppress the enemy. Regardless of whether he would be able to obtain any benefits from the other party after suppressing it, at least he would be able to resolve the resentment in his heart. Besides, since the three-clawed flood dragon was able to break through to the Marquis level so quickly, it must have obtained something extraordinary. As long as he could capture creation, he would be able to obtain some important information from him. This thought instantly moved the two of them. They ignored the silent elephantine and immediately started provoking him. Three-clawed flood dragon, surrender immediately. Hand over your battleship army and everything related to this void. If you do, I can spare your life today. That's right. You only have 10 breaths of time. Once 10 breaths have passed, everything will be too late. You've just become a Marquis. What's the big deal? Let me tell you the truth, our alliance fleet has 3 mid-level officials, some close to late-level officials. Suppressing you is like crushing an ant. Roar. Crush your mother's old mother. Before Long Shantung and Gong Huaji could finish their words, the three-clawed flood dragon roared from thousands of miles away. Do you think your grandpa flood dragon is scared? Don't talk about your bragging, even if there really are 3 of you in the alliance army behind you. Grandpa Jiao can beat the crap out of them and make them kneel down and call him father. He was truly furious. The captive council had a total of 18 officials who had just broken through. Was it easy to win the lottery? He originally wanted to jump out and show off in front of his old friends. Who would have thought that before he could even find the feeling, he would be scared? He was scared by the enemy's words. If he was truly afraid of him, that would be fine. However, in reality, that was far from it. Not to mention that there were only 3 officials in the alliance fleet. Even if there were 3 emperors, they wouldn't be able to scare him. His backer was an emperor level 8, close to perfection. If there were 3 emperors at the same level, he would be crushed on the spot. Because of this, facing Long Shantung and Gong Huaji's threats, the three-clawed flood dragon wasn't afraid at all. He even said that he would beat the 3 officials until they kneeled down and called him father. This was too arrogant. He was only an official level 1, yet he acted like an emperor level 1. He actually said that he would make the 3 mid-level officials kneel down and call him father. Even an emperor-level official with a good temper wouldn't be able to do such a thing. He couldn't hold it in. At the same time, 3 earth-shattering roars drifted from the joint fleet behind the vanguard fleet. Li. Little brat, you just broke through, you even forgot who your father is. Such arrogance, those who don't know would think that you've met an emperor. Since he doesn't have any manners, then we'll teach him how to be a human. No, this guy isn't even human, he's a beast, teach him how to be a beast. Howl, as the furious roars sounded, 3 beams of light blasted out from the 3 flagship fortresses of the coalition fleet. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he had already traversed a distance of more than 40 million kilometers. His figure was extremely fast, and he had already arrived in front of the vanguard fleet led by the elephant fox Martin, Long Shantung, and Gong Huaji. The 3 officials were the Crystal Clan warrior Yu Linglong from the Myriad Luo Federation, the elder Long Mang from the Undying Dynasty, and the last was a vice palace leader from Tianju Palace, named Gong Jun. Yu Linglong was a crystal life form, and her form was that of a young lady. She had a graceful figure and a graceful bearing. The other 2 were human males. They were from the 2 major camps of the human race, and they looked to be in their 50s. Chapter 4283. With the arrival of the 3 Marquis-level Undyings, the space within 100 million miles fell into complete silence. Even the hundreds of millions of warships of various types that were surging close behind the 3-clawed dragon stopped in the void 10 million kilometers away. They closed the engine cabins and waited in silence. It seemed that they were frightened by the sudden arrival of the 3 Marquis-level Undyings. Such a scene made Yu Linglong, Long Ao, and Gong Jun extremely satisfied. They enjoyed the feeling of the space stagnating and the atmosphere instantly becoming heavy and stagnant. Especially after being publicly provoked by an ignorant fellow who had just become a Marquis. Little Loach, are you scared, silly? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why are you suddenly so quiet? You must be feeling high after becoming a Marquis, right? But you're obviously a bit too excited and forgot your place. Come here and kneel. Facing 3 middle Marquis-level Undyings, you should tuck your tail between your legs and beg for mercy. That way, maybe I can choose to forget about your disrespect just now and let you live. In front of them, the 3 Marquis-level Undyings sneered and locked onto the 3-clawed flood dragon. Their tone was full of arrogance, and they were obviously slapping the flood dragon's face. This was indeed satisfying. Even the noble Marquis-level Undyings were in a good mood now. At their level, it was hard to meet someone who dared to provoke them. Today, they finally met one, and these 3 Marquis-level Undyings who had long forgotten about this kind of fun unknowingly found the feeling. Their ferocious expressions were full of joy. Facing all this, the 3-clawed flood dragon's expression became weird. It glanced at the 3 middle Marquis-level Undyings and said faintly, "Are you guys bullying me with numbers? Ha ha ha, little loach, you're quite interesting. You're so quiet now. Compared to your arrogance before, this is quite interesting." "That's right, we're bullying you with numbers. What's wrong? You don't like it?" The 3 Undyings laughed loudly. They had been high and mighty for a long time, and they hadn't had such fun in a long time. This feeling of being slapped in the face made them feel like they were back to the days before they became Undyings. As they sighed inwardly, their interest was piqued. Although a dignified middle-stage Marquis didn't need to overwhelm a beginner Marquis with numbers, they still followed the 3-clawed flood dragon's words and admitted this point. It was all because they suddenly felt that today's matter was quite interesting. However, the development of the entire incident was completely different from what they had imagined. It did not develop according to the plot they had expected. It could even be said that there was a complete reversal that no one had expected. It's not good to bully people like this. The 3-clawed flood dragon sighed in the face of the 3 Marquis-level Undyings and suddenly changed the topic. "But since you guys like it, Grandpa Flood Dragon can only do as the Romans do. Brothers, come out. They're bullying me. I'm alone." The last sentence was uttered by the 3-clawed flood dragon as it raised its head and roared, "Howl." Sigh, as his last roar fell, the core flagship fortress of the captive army behind him immediately responded with a series of roars and screams. Over 10 silhouettes rushed out from the core, all of them emitting shocking auras. They were all Marquis-level Undyings. In the blink of an eye, 17 lights shot out and stood on the left and right of the 3-clawed flood dragon. Including him, there were a total of 18 Marquis-level Undyings, lined up in a row. The void once again fell into a complete silence, but it was only for a very short time. Then, a large wave of gasps and cries of surprise rang out like a tide. "My God, what's going on? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Or am I hallucinating? 18 Marquis-level Undyings. This is too shocking. That's not the main point. Even 18 first-level Marquis-level ones can't beat 3 middle-level Marquis-level ones. The main point is their cultivation level. Right, they're all new-level Marquis-level ones, they obviously just broke through. Of the 18, I can even name half of them. 3 years ago, they were all normal Undyings. Fortune. A huge fortune. In this unknown void, there must be some kind of great fortune that we don't know about. It actually allowed these fellows to break through to the titled Marquis realm. As the exclamations resounded, within the vanguard fleet 10 million miles away, Long Shan Tang and Gong Hua Ji panted heavily. They immediately roared and were extremely excited, impatiently requesting for help. "Howl. We definitely cannot let them go. Seniors, with your strength, even 18 first-level Marquis level 1 Undyings can be easily suppressed. These fellows hold a shocking secret. The moment we learn about it, our combined fleet's strength will greatly increase, and more Marquis-level Undyings will appear." In fact, there was no need for the two of them to remind him. In front of the vanguard fleet, when the 18 Undyings appeared, Yu Linglong, Long Qiong, and Gong Jun were only stunned for a short moment, and then their eyes blazed with passion. Their eyes gleamed brightly. Their reactions were much faster than Gong Huaji and Long Shan Tang, almost instantly realizing the significance of these 18 officials. "Howl. Little bastards, you've all been captured. Surrender immediately and tell us the secret, otherwise, we'll kill without mercy. I'll give you 10 breaths of time." After 10 breaths of time, The 18 Marquis will be killed every 3 breaths of time until you submit. Hearing these words, Tang Yi and Gong Hua, who were in the core flagship fortress of the Vanguard fleet, instantly became excited. Even the elephant fox Martin, who had always felt that something was wrong, and had never said a word before, was shocked. Even the elephant fox Martin, who had always felt that something was wrong, had never said a word before. He was trembling slightly. After all, this was the temptation of breaking through to the Marquis level. He couldn't resist it. Strangely, facing all this, the 18 Marquis level 1 lined up 10 million miles away didn't panic at all. It was almost as though they didn't realize that Yu Linglong, Long Qiong and Gong Jun were all mid-level undyings, and definitely had the strength to suppress them. Chapter 4284. Roar. Screech. As soon as the three-clawed WM's voice trailed off, a series of thunderous roars and howls instantly rang out in response from the planets in the distance behind them. Then, more than a dozen figures rushed out of the stars and transformed into rays of light. In the blink of an eye, they traversed tens of millions of miles and arrived at the front line where the two armies were facing each other. They stopped abruptly beside the three-clawed flood dragon and the others. Another 16 Marquis undyings. 6 of them were from the Survivor tribe, and 6 of the 12 tribe leaders of the Survivor tribe. They had followed Yi Xian for more than a year, and under the never-ending top-notch flesh and blood medicine, as well as the solid foundation they had in the past, thanks to their solid foundation, 6 of them had already broken through to the Marquis level. However, like the three-clawed flood dragon and the others, they were only level 1 Marquis level 1 undyings level. The other 10 were the 10 Marquis level ferocious beast leaders that Green Ox had taken in the previous battle. Their cultivation levels were uneven. 2 of them were first-order Marquis, 3 were third-order Marquis, and the other 5 were fourth-order Marquis, 1 was fifth-order Marquis, and the last 3 were sixth-order Marquis. In the blink of an eye, there were 34 Marquis-level undyings lined up in a row in the void. This was the total number of Marquis-level undyings that Yi Xian had shown on the surface. Among them, the 3 level 6 Marquis-level ferocious beast leaders were enough to suppress Yu Linglong, Long Xiao, and Gong Jun. This was what it meant to bully with numbers. Don't you have 3 Marquis-level undyings? Sure, I'll gather a team of 30 Marquis-level undyings. 10 against 1, I guarantee you'll be crushed. The three-clawed flood dragon didn't say these words, but everyone had already deeply understood what he was thinking. The void fell into complete silence for the 3rd time. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it was far more oppressive than the previous 2 times. Even Yu Linglong, Long Ao, and Gong Jun had their mouths wide open. Their eyes were wide open, and their faces were green. Seeing so many official-level undyings lined up 10 million miles ahead, at this moment, even the 3 of them suspected that there was something wrong with their eyes, that they were hallucinating. It was too unreal. Even in their dreams, they didn't dare to imagine such a luxurious lineup. But now, it had become a reality. What was worse was that this group of people seemed to be enemies. Just a moment ago, he was still clamoring to bully them with numbers and crush them. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, Yu Linglong, Long Xiong, and Gong Jun could not wait to give themselves a few tight slap. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. The other party's lineup had already been assembled. If nothing unexpected happened, what would happen next would be the miserable scene of 10 people bullying 1 person. Everyone, there's a misunderstanding here. Yes, don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. Actually, we're here to visit. Since you don't welcome us, we'll just leave. Swallowing their saliva, the 3 officials from the Alliance fleet spat out those words and turned to leave. They were obviously trying to leave this terrifying space before the battle started. Hong, Long, at the same time, the Vanguard fleet behind the 3 of them, as well as the entire huge joint fleet 40 million miles behind them, instantly resonated with a deafening roar as if they had agreed upon it. All the battleships turned on their kinetic energy cabins at this moment, and they didn't even need to turn around. All the battleships kept their original direction and retreated madly. The Vanguard fleet led by Elephant Fox Ferret, Dragon Mountain Tang, and Gong Huaji was not a big deal, but they were still more than 40 million miles away from the enormous light screen through which they came. It was impossible for them to escape in a short time. However, Yu Linglong, Long Xiong, Gong Jun, and the entire Alliance fleet behind them were different. The three of them were all official level Undyings, and they could reach the rear in an instant. Once they rushed into the black hole, the chances of them successfully escaping would skyrocket. Secondly, there was the Coalition fleet in the rear. The entire Coalition fleet was only 5 million kilometers away from the black hole. If they were to perform a space jump, many warships would probably be able to rush into the black hole in the chaos. Seeing this, the three-clawed flood dragon rolled his eyes. The three official level Undyings who were retreating had really disappointed him. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, he had turned into a coward? He didn't even dare to say a single harsh word. He directly wanted to lead the entire Alliance fleet back into the black hole that they had come from. Go! If they really managed to escape, wouldn't that be too shameful? This was a rare opportunity for him to show his face, and he couldn't screw it up. However, even if he and the 30 officials around him were to attack at the same time, even though they were able to stop the Vanguard and even the entire Alliance fleet close to the black hole, these three officials were all level 5 and level 6. There were too many of them. They wanted to escape. If they were really allowed to enter the black hole, they would immediately use teleportation as soon as they charged in. Perhaps only the violent ape would be able to chase after them one by one. This was definitely not the result the three-clawed flood dragon wanted. After going through so much trouble, he still had to alarm the big boss. This was too much of a failure. Thinking of this, his face suddenly showed an angry expression. He turned his head and yelled at the void behind him again, "Nyoe Wang, if you don't make a move, I will mess up this battle. It doesn't matter if you lose my face, but close it. I'll make a fool of myself." The so-called Bull Great King was naturally referring to Green Bull. Now, in the forbidden land of Phoenix blood, other than Yi Xian, he was the second Undying's emperor. The title of two great kings was well deserved. In fact, this was in line with Green Bull's personality. It was simply a stroke of genius. Yi Xian didn't interfere with this and left it to Green Bull. Green Bull was the one who gave the three-clawed flood dragon battle orders and reminded him of some matters. Therefore, at this moment, the three-clawed flood dragon's first thought was Green Bull. It was impossible for him to ask Yi Xian for help. "Moo. You want to leave as soon as you arrive? What do you think my forbidden land of Phoenix blood is?" Just as the three-clawed flood dragon finished speaking, in the end of the void far behind, in a certain planet, a shocking moo suddenly rang out, followed by the extremely arrogant voice of the green ox, which was almost disdainful. This guy wasn't much better than the three-clawed flood dragon. Not only did he call himself a king, but he also said that the forbidden land of Phoenix blood was his. This was simply shameless. In order to show off, he didn't even care about his reputation. Chapter 4285. When the three-clawed flood dragon turned its head again and called out like before, Yu Linglong, Long Xiao, and Gong Jun, who were running away, realized that something was wrong. Their hearts skipped a beat, and the three of them had an extremely bad premonition, especially when they heard the three-clawed flood dragon call out the name Buller King. Their expressions changed almost instantly. To be called a king by an official level Undying, even if it was only the second king, what else could it be other than an emperor level Undying? Just as this thought surfaced in his mind, the mooing of the green ox came from the distant void behind them, accompanied by an incomparably majestic and powerful aura. In an instant, the three of them, including the entire group that was charging towards the black hole in front of them, were stopped. This Alliance fleet had all locked onto them. With the space sealed, even an official level Undying felt like they were in a swamp. Their movements became extremely slow, and teleportation was out of the question. They completely lost the ability to use it again. The next moment, Yu Linglong, Long Xiao, and Gong Jun, who had stopped in the space, took in a deep breath. When they subconsciously turned their heads to look, they exclaimed, "Emperor level Undying? That's impossible. Damn it, we've mistakenly entered a dangerous place. Emperor level? How can there be an Emperor level Undying here? What should we do?" With the space sealed, this is definitely the power of an Emperor level Undying. "We're done for. Moo." Yu Linglong and the others had just finished exclaiming when the mooing sound of a cow resounded once more from the distant end of the void behind them. Under the flash of a dark light, an enormous green cow that was 300,000 meters in size was charging over from afar, and its body was suffused with a powerful aura. Its aura made the space pale in comparison. At this instant, everything in the heavens and the earth seemed to have become a contrast, and only this enormous azure ox drew the converging gazes of countless people. Emperor level, in the core flagship fortress of the Vanguard fleet, the elephant fox Mink's eyes were in a daze. He murmured with endless envy. He felt that although this green bull was an emperor level undying, it was the same as the three-clawed flood dragon. In other words, this emperor level green bull was just an official level undying not long ago. But now, the breakthrough of a minor level had caused his level to instantly change. The difference between being conferred the title of Marquis and King was like the abyss of the heavens. There was an invisible chasm that spanned across, and there might not be one in 100 that could smoothly advance. This green bull was too lucky. Thinking of this, the elephant fox ferret suddenly thought of the heavenly river star master, Yi Xian, and couldn't help but faintly sigh, how good would it be if that big shot also entered this unknown starry sky? With his heaven-defying luck, he represented the great fortune of the current world. In this world, he would have soared to the sky. What a pity that he stayed on Sky River Planet and never came. In the end, the elephantine ferret sighed again, feeling a little dispirited. I am the Bull Demon King, so my temper is definitely not very good. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. Either submit or die. In the blink of an eye, the Azure Bull had already arrived 500 kilometers ahead, and it stood in the sky before the 30-plus marquises while looking down upon everything. The supreme might it emitted caused Yu Linglong, Long Xing, and Gong Jun to be dazed, and their expressions had completely dimmed down. The 3 names of Bull Demon King had indeed frightened Yu Linglong and the other 2. This name was very evil. Just by hearing it, one could tell that it was not to be trifled with. If they tried to struggle in vain, they might be trampled to death. Behind them, the group of officials had strange expressions. They all turned to look at each other. This was the first time they heard the name Bull Demon King. Obviously, the green bull had just given it to himself. Although it was just a name and not a big deal, but this name was clearly incompatible with his personality. The 3-clawed flood dragon was the most depressed. He could see that this old bull was probably waiting for him to ask for help. Due to the order of Bao Yuan, he could not take the initiative to jump out, but in fact, this old guy was just like him. He also wanted to show off a little. After all, he had just been crowned king, so it was inevitable that he would be a little excited. However, he was very lucky. It took him a lot of effort to draw a lot and stand out among the 18 officials. This old guy was too shameless. He just waited for him to ask for help and then rushed out at the first moment. The most important thing was that as soon as he appeared, he stole all the limelight. He even called himself Bull Demon King. How disgusting. You still have 1 breath of time. 2 breaths of time passed in a flash. Just as the 3-clawed flood dragon was feeling depressed, the green bull in front of him roared again. Outsiders, my temper is not very good. When I get angry, even I am afraid of myself. Think carefully. Moo. The last moo caused Yu Linglong, Long Xiong, and Gong Jun to tremble in fear. The countless experts in the Alliance fleet were also trembling. This was a real king. His demonic nature was too strong, and his ferocity was monstrous. When he got angry, even they were afraid of him. They knew that he was an incomparably cruel tyrant. Living under such a person was simply like living with a tiger. They would not have a good day. However, the situation was so urgent. If they did not lower their heads, they would immediately die. This was simply King Dog. Were they destined to be so miserable? Bull 2. Just as everyone was trembling in fear, a violent roar came from the end of the void in front of them. Its power was astonishing, and it was even stronger than this tyrant who called himself Bull Demon King. Sigh, the green bull subconsciously replied, then jumped up and roared, who is it? Who the CK is calling this King Bull 2? How can there be such a big shot? He had just finished speaking halfway when he turned around and saw the figure that was walking over. The green bull's entire body trembled, and he immediately recalled his true identity as if he had returned to his senses. In the next instant, the ruthless aura that surged out from his body was like a spring breeze that transformed into rain, and it silently vanished without a trace. With a swing of his tail, he eagerly charged towards the starry sky ferocious ape that was striding over from behind him. That bouncing gait and the swinging tail behind him. No matter how one looked at it, it gave others the feeling of being happy and fawning. This scene stunned Yu Linglong and the other two, as well as the experts of the current era in the entire joint fleet. What happened to the Bull Demon King? What happened to the tyrant? Why did he become so obedient in the blink of an eye? After being stunned for a few seconds, the faces of Yu Linglong and the others darkened, and they completely understood. As they turned to look at each other, low murmurs sounded out from their mouths. Bull too? No wonder the three-clawed flood dragon called him king too earlier. After all this fuss, it turns out that he was just pretending. Chapter 4286. Welcome to the forbidden land of phoenix blood, everyone. Striding forward, Yi Xian soon arrived in front of the three-clawed serpent dragon and the rest of the conferred marquises. He stood still but did not make a move, a smile on his face, and even his tone was immeasurably gentle. It was completely different from the temperament of a cosmic berserk ape. Judging from your warships, you must have come from the three main planes of the cosmos, right? A group of such foreign guests had already arrived before. Speaking of which, it's fate. To think that you and I would meet despite being so far apart from each other, this is fate. At those words, the three-clawed serpent dragon and the rest of the captive council's upper echelons immediately had weird expressions, exchanging glances and muttering to themselves. Fate my ass. Even if there was fate, it was the fate of being captured. Of course, those were just casual mutterings. When they thought about the benefits they had now, it would be worth it even if they were enslaved, let alone captured. Still, the scene before them clearly did not match this big boss's style. He must be up to something else. At that thought, the three-clawed serpent dragon and the others looked at Yu Linglong, Long Xing, and Gong Jun in the void before them with a hint of sympathy in their eyes. In truth, those three fellows were currently in a daze. The cosmic berserk ape before them was clearly the true master of the forbidden land of phoenix blood. That much could be seen from the fact that the second great king who had just called himself the Bull Demon King was now standing behind it submissively, its tail wagging as if trying to curry favor. One could tell a thing or two just by swinging its tail around. Its cultivation ability also proved that point. It was actually a second-tier emperor. While it was still an early-tier emperor, it was at least a lot stronger than the second great king who had just entered that tier. Still, this cosmic berserk ape's temperament was very cultured, which was not at all like the other species. Still, that was normal since it was now a king and would have higher aspirations. How could it still be like an ordinary cosmic berserk ape? Move! Roar like thunder! No wonder the three-clawed serpent dragon and the others were doing so well here, running into a feral king ruled by benevolence. Thinking like this, Yu Linglong, Long Yang, and Gong Jun secretly heaved a sigh of relief, and their hearts that had been in their throats for a long time instantly fell by half. Even the three-clawed flood dragon and the others could make a name for themselves here. They were in the middle stage of the Marquis realm and were close to the late stage of the Marquis realm. Naturally, there would be no problem. Senior, you're too polite. We are indeed from the three main starry skies. Among all the races in the world, the human race is the most powerful. We are from the two main camps of the human race and the Myriad Net Federation, which has almost unified the three main planes. If you have the chance, Senior can go to the third universe of the three great planes. The two great human camps would welcome you with open arms. There are also kings and even emperors in the two great camps. When the time comes, they can interact with Senior and verify each other's DAOs. It must be something to be happy about. Relieved, Yu Linglong and the others immediately cupped their hands at Yi Xian and exchanged a few polite pleasantries. They even subtly revealed their backgrounds and the strength of the camps behind them. Finally, Yu Linglong from the Myriad Net Federation smiled and nodded, saying to Yi Xian, however, we still have important matters to attend to, so we can't stay here and disturb you. Senior, please go back. We will enter the black hole and begin our return journey. Senior, I wonder if you can ask the Great Ox, second great king, to remove the restriction on this void. That was what the three of them were thinking. Although the starry sky violent ape in front of him looked harmless, it was still a titled emperor after all. Beside it was the green cow, who did not seem very safe and reliable, and was also a titled emperor. These were two emperors, and no matter how polite they were, it was like walking on thin ice. What they wanted the most now was to leave immediately. I originally wanted to have a good chat with all of you, but since I have important matters to attend to, I naturally can't ask you to stay. Everyone, take care. Second Great King, remove the seal. As he spoke, Yi Xian had already turned his head to look at the green ox. As he spoke, the green ox was dumbfounded, while Yu Linglong and the other two in the air were overjoyed. Originally, they were still a little apprehensive, but now, they had completely fallen. They were going down. At the same time, Yi Xian's gaze swept across the space in the distance, and he was stunned. He immediately exclaimed, "Eh? Why, is there one less life star over there?" Gedung. Hearing him mention the life star that had just been blasted into pieces, Yu Linglong, Long Xiong, and Gong Jun paled. Their hearts sank to the bottom of their stomachs. As a second-order emperor, how could he not know what had just happened? Seeing his polite appearance, they thought he was a cultured space-raging ape. Who would have thought that they would meet a smiling tiger after such a long time? Thinking of this, the three of them, who had just relaxed, immediately raised their hearts to their throats. After looking at each other for a while, Long Yang carefully probed and said apologetically, "Senior, that life star. Hehe, I'm really sorry, the warship misfired just now and accidentally blew it away. Don't be angry, we were in the wrong first, but the mistake has been made, we can compensate." Misfired? Millions of warships, misfired together? Yi Xian nodded. His face was still calm, and he didn't show any signs of getting angry on the spot. He even shook his head and sighed, "Looks like the quality of your battleship is worrying. It's just a life star, so what if it's gone? But this is a public resource after all, belonging to a forbidden area. It's public property, so I can't be too generous. How about this? There's no need to compensate. Besides, life stars are priceless. If you really want to compensate, you won't be able to afford it. If that's the case, why don't you leave the entire fleet behind and let them join my captive army temporarily? In the future, you can fight with me in the void space and take over 1,000 life stars with interest, so we can call it even. Everyone, what do you think? What do you think?" Peng, peng. Just as Yi Xian finished speaking, the expressions of Yu Linglong and the other two abruptly changed. They were so shocked that they almost fell to the ground on the spot. So, he had to take over 1,000 life stars with interest before he could call it even? Damn. This man was too black-hearted. He was even more shameless than the Heavenly River Planet Star-Lord, Yi Xian. To extort him to such an extent, even the most notorious pirate gang in the three main planes of the universe was far inferior to him. Didn't he just destroy a life star? He actually wanted to leave the entire fleet of more than 30 million people behind, including the three Undyings, in the captive army. This was clearly the rhythm of forcing women into prostitution and selling themselves as slave. Captive army? Chapter 4287. When Yi Xian changed the topic, Green Ox, Three-Clawed Flood Dragon, and the others had already guessed what he was going to say next. Their faces were all filled with sympathy as they looked at Yu Linglong and the other two. In the next moment, both sides exchanged glances. The Three-Clawed Flood Dragon and the other Marquis elders from the captive council were first stunned, then their faces were quickly filled with awkwardness. This time, they were really exposed. The captive army had ruined everything. It looked like they couldn't pretend today. "Senior, this matter, is there no room for discussion?" After a short silence, Yu Linglong, Long Ao, and Gong Jun exchanged glances. The former spoke again and carefully said, "Although the stars are priceless, they are already destroyed. We can try our best to compensate, and we will definitely satisfy Senior. Boss, these three old fellows don't seem to understand the situation. How can we have so much time to talk nonsense with them?" Without waiting for Yi Xian to express his opinion, Green Ox behind him had already raised his head and mooed angrily. His eyes flashed with excitement as he said patiently, "In Old Ox's opinion, why don't we just give them some flesh medicine and push their strength to the peak of Marquis level 9 first? Fill it up, then give each of them a treasure pill to help them break through to the Emperor level. Before he finished speaking, the void had already fallen into dead silence again. Other than Yi Xian, who understood Green Ox's meaning and shook his head with a bitter smile, everyone else was dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with shock, especially Yu Linglong, Long Ao, and Gong Jun. At this moment, their minds were completely blank, and their heads were buzzing. Weren't they talking about compensation? How did the situation change so drastically in the blink of an eye? Compensation became giving benefits, and these benefits sounded so shocking. What kind of flesh medicine could they use to push their strength to the Emperor level? Marquis level 9 perfection? This wasn't the main point. What was more shocking was that from the green cow's words, this space berserk ape seemed to have some sort of treasure pill that could allow a level 9 official level undying to break through to Emperor level. Yu Linglong, Long Xiao, and Gong Jun all came from the 3 main space planes, so they naturally knew about the gene cultivation fluid. In terms of effect, the treasure pill mentioned by the Green Ox was obviously the same as the gene cultivation fluid of the human race. However, a gene cultivation fluid that could allow an Marquis Immortal to directly break through to the Emperor-conferred realm was a level 22 gene cultivation fluid. Even the Heavenly River Star Master, Yi Xian, who was known as the master of both medicine and tools, would be scared just by hearing about it. Not to mention concocting it. If this space berserk ape in front of them really had such a treasure pill, it wouldn't be a big deal even if it became his slave, let alone being controlled by him. Thinking of this, Yu Linglong and the other 2 exchanged a look again, and a flash of inspiration flashed through their minds. They subconsciously turned their heads together and looked at the 3-clawed flood dragon and the other dozen or so elders who were also from the 3 great starry sky main planes like them. They all looked over. They gasped and exclaimed softly, 3-clawed dragon, your cultivation. Could it be that all of you swallowed this treasure pill and successfully broke through to Marquis level? How is this possible? How can there be such a treasure pill in this world? It's unbelievable. In less than 3 years, it would be fine if only 1 or 2 guys broke through to Marquis level, but these guys all broke through. This was definitely not normal. They already had doubts in their hearts, and now they heard about the treasure pill from the Green Ox. As for the matter of the pills, he naturally came to a realization and made such a guess. It's not just them. Even I have just broken through to the Regal Emperor realm not long ago. It's all because I swallowed a Regal Emperor pill. The Green Ox looked up again, his eyes gleaming as he glanced at Yu Linglong and the other 2. The 3 of you are already level 5 or 6 Marquis level 5 or 6, with only 3 or 4 more small breakthroughs to reach level 9 perfection. At that time, I'll give each of you an Emperor treasure pill to help you break through to Emperor level, and then I'll take your blood and essence to make Emperor blood essence. This way, you'll have 7 Emperor blood essences in your hands, just 3 more and you'll be able to make the Emperor blood essence. Emperor treasure pill. What he meant was that he was going to use Yu Linglong and the other 2 as raw materials for the Emperor blood essence, and when they broke through to Emperor level, he would harvest the blood essence. Yi Xian had already guessed this, but the 3-clawed flood dragon and the others weren't. At this moment, they were all shocked and turned their heads to look at Yi Xian. It was obvious that fear arose in their hearts, afraid that Yi Xian had the same intentions towards them. After all, from a certain point of view, compared to Yu Linglong, Long Xing, and Gong Jun, the 3-clawed flood dragon and the others weren't that close to Yi Xian. They were also captives not long ago. As for Yu Linglong and the other 2, they sucked in a breath of cold air once again. At the same time, a chill ran down their backs, and the shock on their faces became even more intense. At this moment, they were both shocked and happy. Shocked that the other party was planning to use them as raw materials, and harvest them after they were fattened up. He was happy that the violent star ape in front of him had such a shocking ability. It could even refine a treasure pellet that could help a peak 9th Order king break through to the Emperor realm. Moreover, from the meaning of the Green Ox's words, it seemed that refining this kind of Emperor bestowment pill required 10 pieces of king blood essence, and the other party actually had 4 pieces in his hands. In other words, excluding the Green Ox that had just broken through to the Emperor bestowment realm not long ago, this Emperor level 2 space berserk ape had already killed 4 emperors of the same level before, hence, its true battle power was probably far from what a second level emperor could compare to. It was at least a mid-level emperor-level battle power. With the cultivation strength of the three of them, even if they were to face the green cow who was only at the first level of the titled king, they would not have the slightest chance of winning, let alone a titled king violent ape with a mid-stage battle strength. Thinking of this, Yu Linglong and the other two looked at each other again, and their faces were ashen as they fell into endless despair. You only have 1 year. After 1 year, the old ox and I will leave the forbidden land of phoenix blood to do something, and we may not return in a short period of time. Yi Xian speechlessly glared at the green ox before continuing, within a year, no matter who it is, as long as they can push their cultivation to the peak of the 9th stage of the conferred marquis, this king will bestow a conferred king treasure pill to help you break through to the conferred king realm. Emperor level. But the goal isn't to harvest flesh and blood, but to guard the forbidden land of phoenix blood while I'm away, protecting this starfield. After he finished, Yu Linglong, Long Jiang, and Gong Jun's eyes lit up, and they subconsciously turned to look at the group of undyings behind Yi Xian and the green ox. Their eyes were filled with excitement, and they couldn't hide it at all. Chapter 4288. I do need the blood essence to concoct the Emperor treasure pill. Seeing that Yu Linglong, Long Xing, and Gong Jun were moved, Yi Xian's expression remained indifferent as he continued, a cauldron of Emperor's treasure pills requires at least 10 king blood essences to refine. The Emperor's treasure pills that come out of the cauldron are from 2 to 3. Right now, although I only have 4 regal elixirs, I am still a distance away from reaching the peak of the rank 9 regal realm. In this boundless space, there are countless mid-level forbidden areas. There are plenty of opportunities to kill regal elixirs. As long as you are sincere in surrendering, I won't harm my own subordinates for a few drops of blood essence. However, if you are two-faced, then it's a different story. According to the rules of my army, you have just joined the captive army and have not done anything yet. You do not have the right to get the Emperor treasure pill. However, this is a special situation. 1 year later, this king and old bull have to travel far away and go to other middle-level starry sky forbidden lands to hunt down king-ranked existences. As the rear base camp, the forbidden land of phoenix blood cannot be without a king-ranked existence. Even if 1 or 2 just entered the Emperor treasure pill, it is far from enough. So, as long as you can break through to the 9th level of the conferred marquis realm within a year, this king can make the decision to reward you with an imperial bestowment pill to help you break through to the conferred marquis realm. In the future, when you make contributions to the conferred marquis realm, this king can deduct it from your battle achievements. Yes. As he said this, Yi Xian turned to look at the 30 over marquises behind him. Among you, there are 3 6th-level marquises, 1 5th-level marquis and 1 4th-level marquis. All of you have a chance to reach the peak of the 9th level within a year. Now, go into closed-door cultivation. 1 year later, we will all come out together. Xiu. Xiu xiu xiu. In the end, Yi Xian waved his hand and took out half of the purple-gold top-grade flesh and blood medicine that he kept in his undying world. He split it into 34 portions and shot them towards the 34 seals that included Yu Linglong, Long Xing, and Gong Jun Marquis Immortal. This aura, SSS. What a strong energy aura. Could this be the flesh medicine that Niuer Wang was talking about? No wonder the 3-clawed flood dragon and the others could all break through to the Marquis realm in less than 3 years. Apart from the help of the Marquis realm pellet, the effect of this top-grade flesh medicine is equally shocking. Thank you, my lord, for your reward. Facing the purple-gold top-grade flesh medicine, Yu Linglong, Long Xiong, and Gong Jun's expressions changed drastically. They all sucked in cold breaths. At the same time, their eyes flickered, and their hearts palpitated. They were all marquis, and at the middle or peak of this realm. Naturally, they could see the value of the flesh medicine. With such a huge amount, it was indeed possible for them to break through to peak level 9 undying within a year. In that case, there was no doubt that he would become a conferred king in a year's time. In the face of such temptation, Yu Linglong and the other 2 finally accepted their fate. After receiving the flesh medicine that was shot at them, they cupped their fists and bowed to Yi Xian, greeting him as their master. Go, there's only 1 year left. It'll depend on your luck. Yi Xian waved his hand and turned around to walk towards the huge star he came from. As for the 30 million battleships behind, the 3-clawed flood dragon will be in charge of receiving them. They'll be assigned to the captive army. First, we'll distribute some flesh to the army. The great medicine will be deducted from your battle merits in the future. My lord, this old Martin has something to say. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, a figure rushed out from the vanguard fleet behind Yu Linglong, Long Xiong, and Gong Jun. It was the elephant fox Martin. The old fellow's eyes flickered. He was only an ordinary undying level warrior, so he didn't have the right to speak in this situation. However, he unexpectedly rushed out of the vanguard fleet's flagship fortress and appeared in the void space, staring at Yi Xian. His back was getting further and further away. What's the matter? The space berserk ape paused and turned around. Its eyes flashed, but its face was expressionless. Its tone was very calm, and there was even a tinge of displeasure. Yu Linglong, Long Xiong, and Gong Jun immediately became nervous, especially Yu Linglong, who was also from the WN Luo Federation but was an undying level marquis. Her face was covered with frost. Although the elephant fox Martin was an undying level undying, facing this king-ranked space berserk ape, even a mid-level marquis like them could only hold their breath. Yet, he rushed out and shouted. This was definitely an offensive action. This old Martin has some suggestions to report. However, this matter is confidential. Why don't we discuss it in private, my lord? The elephant fox Martin obviously felt the displeasure in Yi Xian's words. His heart trembled, and his body trembled. However, in the end, he chose to believe in his own judgment and guess. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's best to bring the three-clawed flood dragon with us. Flood dragon, he and I will report to the master together." Oh! Yi Xian's eyes gleamed once more as he sighed inwardly. This fellow was indeed worthy of being a mutant with the bloodline of the treasure-seeking Martin. The truth that even an emperor-level undying couldn't see through was actually seen through by him. Thinking of this, Yi Xian suddenly had an idea. He nodded subconsciously. If that's the case, then the two of you, come at me. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't stay here any longer. His figure vanished with a flash, and he entered the enormous star that belonged solely to Yi Xian, a star that even the Azure Ox didn't dare to enter. The space fell into a deathly silence once more. The only difference was that this time, all the gazes converged onto the elephantine mink, and after a short pause, they simultaneously moved onto the three-clawed flood dragon. The elephantine's eyes lit up. Yi Xian's reaction confirmed his guess. He grinned and turned to look at the three-clawed flood dragon. "Brother, let's go. Don't keep the master waiting." The latter was confused and at a loss. He subconsciously asked, "Old fellow, what are you up to?" "Hihi, isn't the master going out to hunt in a year's time? Naturally, he'll be looking for treasures at the same time. Don't forget, I have 1/3 of the blood of the treasure-seeking Martin in me." Licking the corner of his mouth, the elephantine mink's figure flashed, and he shot toward the enormous star that Yi Xian was guarding. "I intend to recommend myself, but to convince the master, I'll need an acquaintance to speak for me. The two of us have an acquaintance. We've met a few times before, so of course it's you." These words were naturally said for the others to hear, so as to avoid arousing suspicion. However, the three-clawed flood dragon clearly believed it. It curled its lips upon hearing this, and its face was filled with disdain and disapproval. However, it did not delay for too long. That big boss had already said that it could go with the elephant fox ferret. Even if it was unwilling, even if he didn't want to, he had to make a trip. Thinking of this, the three-clawed flood dragon no longer hesitated. His figure flashed, and he immediately followed the elephantine mink, not daring to delay at all. Whoosh! Whoosh! Chapter 4289. Inside the star, on the tallest mountain peak, the space-violent ape sat cross-legged on the peak with its eyes closed. Its aura was restrained, but there was an invisible majestic aura that could not be offended that spread out, making people not dare to look at it. Shio! Shio! 2 weak sounds of breaking through the air rang out. The elephant fox ferret and the three-clawed dragon, one after the other, passed through the atmosphere of the star and entered the star. They turned their heads and took a few glances, then shot straight towards the towering mountain peak where Yi Xian was. "Congratulations, boss. You're really mysterious. I didn't expect to see you here, and you've even entered the titled Emperor realm." As his figure landed on the peak, the elephantine immediately walked forward with a face full of smiles. As he spoke, he repeatedly cupped his hands towards Yi Xian. He didn't look like he needed an acquaintance to help him speak. He was clearly sitting cross-legged in front of him. The rhythm of the space-violent ape was extremely familiar. In addition to the meaning of his words, the three-clawed dragon was instantly stunned. Hiss, taking in a cold breath, the three-clawed dragon's mind flashed with a light. He immediately understood and exclaimed in shock, "Old ferret, you mean the bloodline of the treasure-seeking ferret is indeed worthy of its reputation. Even the emperors couldn't see through it. I didn't expect you to be able to smell it. Your nose is comparable to a dog's." Without waiting for the elephant fox ferret to explain, Yi Xian had already opened his eyes. The words from his mouth undoubtedly confirmed the former's guess. It made his heart relax, and the smile on his face became even wider. He cupped his hands again and smiled. "Leader, you flatter me. If you really want to talk about it, the dog's nose is not as good as mine." With this conversation, no matter how slow the three-clawed dragon was, he understood what had happened. His face immediately revealed a look of ecstasy. He rushed to the front of the elephant fox ferret and sized up Yi Xian from head to toe. He was extremely happy. "Leader? You are the leader? Heavens, this joke is really too big. The conferred king violent ape that has followed me for so long is actually this flood dragon's leader." Before he could finish speaking, Yi Xian had already deactivated the 9 devil ape transformations bloodline ability and restored his original appearance. At this point, everything was beyond question. No matter if it was the three-clawed flood dragon or the elephant fox mink, all of them were extremely delighted, and they simply danced with joy. Although they were all immortal realm-old monsters, and even the three-clawed flood dragon had just broken through to the Marquis realm, in this vast and boundless fragment of the world, their cultivation was not enough, even for the three-clawed flood dragon. Because they belonged to the kind of people who could only tuck their tails between their legs. As for the weaker, normal undying elephant fox ferret, there was no need to even mention him. For example, in that situation just now, he didn't even have the right to speak. It could be said that when they were here, they were all extremely cautious, as if they were treading on thin ice. But now, it was completely different. With Yi Xian as her backing, what was there to be afraid of? Not only would he not have to worry about his own safety, but his cultivation would also continue to soar as long as he reached the great circle of the 9th step. Once they reached the 9th level of the 9th level, they would immediately be able to apply for a corresponding treasure pill from the leader. Everyone was on the same side, so this was definitely not a problem. This Star Master's identity is not to be leaked out for the time being. With a faint smile, Yi Xian turned to look at the three-clawed flood dragon and continued, "You have just broken through to the Marquis realm, so you don't need the conferred king treasure pill. However, this Star Master will be going on a long journey in a year, and I'm afraid I won't be back in a short period of time. Keep this conferred king treasure pill first. Don't spread the news." Shoo. With that, 2 treasure pills were shot out by him. One conferred king treasure pill flew towards the three-clawed flood dragon, while the other was Marquis treasure pill, but it flew towards the elephant fox ferret. As the 2 treasure pills were sent out, Yi Xian turned to look at the elephant fox ferret. "A year later, you will go on an expedition with this Star Master. However, looking at your current cultivation and strength, it is indeed a bit too weak. Within this year, you must break through to the Marquis realm." "Marquis realm? Boss, are you really going to search for treasures?" After receiving the conferred king treasure pill and carefully keeping it, the elephant fox ferret's eyes shone brightly as it looked at Yi Xian. It raised its hand and patted its chest loudly. "Boss, don't worry. This old ferret doesn't dare to boast about other things, but I'm looking for treasures. When it comes to treasures, if this old ferret claims to be number 2, no one would dare to boast that they are number 1. I wonder what kind of place the boss is going to search for. I don't have a definite destination, I'm just exploring along the way. Right now, what this Star Master needs the most is cultivation resources that can allow the 4 great battle clans to evolve quickly." With that, Yi Xian waved his hand again. Following that, the 4 great battle clans appeared from within his undying world. In an instant, densely packed low buzzing sounds could be heard from all around the star. Previously, Yi Xian had spread the wind within the star, scattering in all directions. After sensing the aura of the battle clans, the 4 great battle clans all flew over: Void Soldier Ladle, Blood Mosquito Beast, Slime, Weeping Soul Ape. Any one of the 4 great kinetic races had a population of tens of millions, and their cultivations weren't weak. Although it was meaningless compared to the current Yi Xian, if they were placed in the 3 main planes of the starry sky realm, they wouldn't be able to do anything. That was definitely not the case. Gulp, gulp, at the side, the 3-clawed flood dragon and the elephant fox ferret were already dumbfounded as they subconsciously swallowed their saliva. After a while, Yi Xian put away the 4 great battle clans and waved his hand to disperse all the battle clans. After each of them went into seclusion within the star to break through, the 2 of them finally regained their senses. Boss, this old ferret has already memorized the aura and characteristics of these 4 great battle clans. Turning to look at Yi Xian, the elephant fox ferret nodded mechanically. To be honest, cultivation resources suitable for these 4 bloodlines to break through quickly are really not common. However, as long as it does exist in this void, it will definitely not escape this old ferret's nose. Zihei's sensing, once we get close to a certain range, we will definitely be able to detect it immediately. Apart from the cultivation resources of the 4 great battle clans to improve their cultivation and evolve their bloodlines, the various minerals used to transform and upgrade the 4 great battle clans are also within the target of this exploration. Nodding, Yi Xian waved his hand and shot out a ray of light. In the blink of an eye, it entered the space between the elephant fox ferret's eyebrows and disappeared. These are the required minerals that this Star-Lord has deduced. Apart from them, the characteristics of the structure of the 4 great battle clans and the power of the field, the general profoundness of the battle clans is also included. When the time comes, if you encounter any suitable minerals along the way, just remember to pay more attention. After saying that, Yi Xian's figure flashed and disappeared from the peak of the towering mountain. However, his voice still lingered in the air. Go into seclusion immediately. There's still a year's time. Try your best to raise your cultivation and strength as much as you can in this 1 year. If there is nothing important, don't disturb me again. This Star-Lord's cultivation also needs to improve. Chapter 4290. After the 3-clawed flood dragon and the elephant fox ferret left, Yi Xian appeared in the depths of a giant canyon within the star. He was still in his human form, sitting cross-legged in the central region of the canyon. Shio, 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 shio. With a wave of his hand, there was a faint sound of air breaking. A large amount of training resources were taken out from the undying world in his body. They were all top-grade items, and any one of them would cause a huge commotion in the outside world. Even emperors would be envious of them. Purple gold top-grade flesh medicine, all evil origin liquid, and all sorts of rare top-grade precious materials and medicines. There was even a large piece of quasi-primordial life forms, precious blood and precious flesh. It was roasted into a golden color by the Shunnong 7-colored flame. It was so ripe that oil oozed out, and its aroma filled the air. All of these were training resources that Yi Xian had prepared for this breakthrough. With a thought, the power of the Shunnong Cauldron's domain was activated by Yi Xian. He prepared all the cultivation resources in front of him, and under the suppression of the treasured cauldron's domain, it turned into a small bead. Yi Xian opened his mouth, and the small bead flew into his mouth with a whoosh. It turned into a warm current that flowed down his throat and into his stomach. Hua, la, rumble. The next moment, Yi Xian's body seemed to be turned upside down. A shackle appeared out of nowhere, and from that moment on, the loud clanking sound of the shackle never stopped for a second. All sorts of top-grade training resources turned into a blazing energy river that surged and shook the shackle, bringing about a shockingly loud rumble. Time passed slowly amidst this earth-shattering rumble. Almost every second was filled with endless pain. In the end, he even became numb and forgot about the existence of time. After an unknown period of time, when his consciousness gradually returned, he discovered that the continuous rumbling in his body had actually disappeared. The incomparably blazing energy river had disappeared, and the shackles that had appeared before had also disappeared without a trace. A sense of clarity surged into Yi Xian's mind. He was overjoyed. The breakthrough was complete, and what followed next was the long-awaited system notification. Everything would come soon. Ding. Congratulations to host for achieving a breakthrough in the ancient Dongshu formula. Current realm, level 2 Emperor Immortal. Ding. Congratulations to host. You have achieved a breakthrough in your physical body's Qi and blood realm. Current realm, level 2 Emperor Immortal. Before this, Yi Xian's original body had already reached the first rank of Immortal Emperor. Once he activated the three-headed, six-armed ancient demon ape bloodline, his strength would soar to the second rank of Immortal Emperor. If he used 9 transformation of demonic ape and reached the 6th transformation, he would instantly reach the 8th level of Emperor level. Just one more level and he would reach the peak of Emperor level 9, and this time, when his cultivation level broke through again, the moment Yi Xian activated the Devil Ape bloodline in his body and entered the 6th transformation of the 9 transformations of the Devil Ape, his peak battle strength would instantly reach the peak of the 9th level of the King Realm, and his battle strength would rise again. It's a pity that I've been breaking through too frequently recently, and my state of mind is a little unstable. Otherwise, if I broke through another small level and raised my cultivation level to the 3rd level of the King Realm in my normal state, then once I entered the 6th transformation of the Devil Ape, I would instantly have the strength of an Emperor level 1. Feeling the terrifying power within him, Yi Xian muttered softly, however, there's no need to rush. Emperor level 9 peak is already invincible within this region. As long as I don't meet an Emperor level undying, I can do whatever I want. After adjusting his state of mind, Yi Xian checked the time. Although he wasn't in a hurry to break through this time, he was still moving slowly. However, it still only took around half a month. Originally, there was still 11.5 months left in the 1-year period. However, it wasn't a good time to continue his closed-door training. His state of mind had to be tempered through battles. All of this would have to wait until the year was up, and he would have to go on a long journey and go through a few bloody battles. And now, he could use the remaining time to study the 7th transformation of the Devil Ape, or the perfect recipe for the level 24 pill. Even though the 7th transformation is still important, as it allows me to easily raise my cultivation level by a small level when I use the 9 transformation of demonic ape bloodline ability, and my blood energy will increase by 10 times. All in all, my battle strength will increase greatly. However, compared to this body's breakthrough, the importance of the 7th transformation is still slightly inferior. What's more, the complete mysteries of the 7th transformation of the Devil Ape have been ordered to be deduced by the system after I fully deciphered the 6th transformation. Even without my powerful divine sense, it will be slightly slower if I fully unleash it. But ultimately, it won't take much time. After pondering for a while, Yi Xian quickly made a decision. Since that's the case, I'll use the remaining time to study the perfect recipe for the level 24 pill. The level 24 pill was known as the Emperor level treasure pill. It could allow an Emperor level 9 peak to smoothly break through to the Emperor level. Right now, Yi Xian was only at the 2nd level of the titled king. Even if he reached the pinnacle of the 9th level, all he needed was a level 23 pill that could help him break through to the 1st level of the titled emperor. He had already successfully deduced the perfect recipe for the level 23 pill, but because he had yet to gather 10 pieces of king blood essence, he had yet to refine it. It could be said that he didn't need the level 24 pill recipe at all. He still had enough time to ponder and deduce it. However, Yi Xian didn't dare to delay too much. While he had time, he wanted to think about this matter. As a result, it took him nearly 10 months to deduce the perfect pill formula for a mere level 23 pill. From this, it could be seen that the pill recipe for the level 24 pill that would be used to break through to the Immortal Emperor level was probably just to deduce this level. This would take at least a year or more. Moreover, during this period of over a year, he couldn't do anything. He had to concentrate all his attention, neither sleep nor rest, and carry out deductions without stopping for a moment. How could he possibly have such a long period of leisure at all times? Since he had time now, he naturally could deduce it bit by bit, using the gene cultivation fluid to temper the body, tearing apart the shackles of the human body's potential, and promoting the evolution of life. Although breaking through to the Great Realm was extremely fast, as long as the energy accumulation of 9 small levels in each Great Realm met the requirements, then he would be able to smoothly break through. However, not to mention anything else, Just the amount of mental energy required to deduce the pill formula was a little outrageous. Even though Yi Xian had a huge amount of resources, in the end, every time he broke through to a great realm, he would have to pay an incomparably difficult price. Hard work. Chapter 4291. Over 300 days and nights passed in the blink of an eye. The last time, Yi Xian had used over 10 months to calculate the perfect recipe for the level 23 pill. This time, even though it was harder to calculate the perfect recipe for the level 24 pill, Yi Xian had already broken through to Emperor level. His divine sense was much more powerful than the last time. Therefore, he only used slightly more than 11 months to successfully deduce the perfect pill formula for the level 24 pill. When he opened his eyes, there were only 2 days left before the 1-year deadline. Luckily, I didn't disappoint you. The perfect recipe for the level 24 pill has finally been calculated. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he subconsciously clenched his fists. A level 24 pill is able to allow an immortal old monster at the peak of the 9th stage of the Emperor realm to successfully break through to the Emperor realm, which means, as long as I have enough materials, after making the level 24 pill, my strength will definitely break through to Emperor level in the future. It's a pity, not to mention the level 24 pill, I haven't even gathered enough materials for one batch of the level 23 pill to break through to Emperor level. As he spoke to hear, Yi Xian's expression darkened, but the light in his eyes became even more resolute. It seems that this long journey is a must. Other than hunting undying emperors, gathering enough emperor blood essence to refine a level 23 pill, and searching for the 4 great battles, even the emperor immortals are within the hunting range. This was not completely impossible. Currently, Yi Xian's original body's cultivation had already broken through to the 2nd level of the King realm. Once he activated the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the Devil Ape and used it to the 6th transformation, he would instantly possess the Great Circle of the 9th level of the King realm. Full of terrifying strength. If he had 2 or 3 more breakthroughs during this long journey, Yi Xian's pinnacle strength would break through to Emperor level 2 or 3. As such, if he were to encounter a 1st or 2nd order emperors, it would be a piece of cake to kill them. There are only 2 days left before the 1-year deadline. Those fellows should be coming out soon. As he spoke, Yi Xian raised his head to look at the atmosphere above his head. Just as he was about to flash away with a shake of his shoulders, an earth-shattering rumble of thunder suddenly sounded out from the void outside the atmosphere. Rumble. Rumble. The rumbling of the thunder was not only sudden, but also shocking. The aura of the calamity loomed over, causing Yi Xian to tremble. He subconsciously turned around and muttered, "From the sound of it, it seems like there's more than one wave of calamity lightning. Could it be?" Before he finished speaking, his figure had already disappeared and arrived in the void of the universe outside the atmosphere. With a glance, there was a sudden surge of wind and clouds above 6 life stars in all directions. Almost at the same time, in the space outside these life stars, a large number of black calamity clouds surged over. There were so many of them that they covered the entire star. This scene was extremely mystical. It was as if a second layer of black atmosphere had covered the original atmosphere. It was dazzling, especially when all 6 stars were like this. For a moment, it gave people an extremely unreal feeling. WAN WAN, WAN WAN, WAN WAN. If it was a dream, 5 waves of calamity, 1 wave of calamity. Yi Xian's divine sense swept across the black calamity clouds that shrouded these few stars. He instantly understood everything. His eyes flashed, and he immediately used his divine sense to send a message, which resounded throughout the vast and boundless Phoenix Bloodstar region. All those who are going through the calamity, leave this place. Go to the universe void at the edge of the forbidden area. Just go through the calamity with peace of mind. Everything will be decided by me. If there are no accidents, I will definitely take action. As soon as he finished speaking, from these 6 life stars, there were instantly figures that swept out at an extremely fast speed. They all rushed to the distant void around Phoenix Bloodstar region. The thick calamity clouds that originally shrouded these 6 life stars were like shadows. Then, they locked onto these 6 figures and went far away in an instant. Although the 6 figures were fast, Yi Xian still saw them clearly. The guy who was going through the calamity was the elephant fox Martin. In just a year, He had broken through to the peak of the 9th level of the immortal realm as he wished. Now, after swallowing a Marquis treasure pill, the calamity clouds descended. As long as he could pass through it, he would become a Marquis immortal. As for the other 5 figures, they were all going through the calamity of being a Marquis immortal. Yi Xian didn't have a lot of Marquis immortal pills to break through to the Marquis immortal realm. Last time, he made 14 Marquis immortal. 1 year ago, he gave one to the 3-clawed flood dragon. Now, there were only 13 left. These 13 Marquis immortal pills, before Yi Xian decided to go into seclusion to deduce the perfect formula of the level 24 pill, he gave them to the Green Bull for safekeeping temporarily. He also told the 34 Marquis immortal realm subordinates under him that if any of them broke through to the Marquis immortal realm within a year, he would immediately give one to anyone who broke through to the peak of the 9th level. Now, it seemed that of the 13 Marquis immortal realm subordinates, only 8 were left. 5 of them were given to those who were going through the calamity of being a Marquis immortal. Among these 5 lucky fellows, there were Yu Ling Long, Long Ao, and Gong Jun. As for the other 2 fellows, they were the Marquis immortal realm ferocious beast commanders under the young man's command in the previous battle. They were originally at the 6th level of the Marquis immortal realm. Within a year, they had broken through 3 times consecutively and stepped into the peak of the 9th level of the Marquis immortal realm. A few days ago, they received an Marquis immortal realm pill from the Green Bull. Once these 5 people successfully passed the calamity of lightning, the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood would have 5 more Marquis immortal realm undyings. Even if Yi Xian and the Green Bull were to leave, with these 5 Marquis immortal realm ferocious beast kings temporarily guarding the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood, they would be able to ensure the safety of this starfield, because the calamity of lightning was simply too big. Although the entire Phoenix Blood starfield was extremely vast, there were still countless figures rushing out of the atmosphere of their respective stars and arriving at the outer space of the universe. Their faces were filled with shock as they looked up. More and more people gathered. Except for those who were still in seclusion, those who could leave had all come to the outer space of the universe to watch this grand scene. That's right, this was indeed a rare grand scene. 6 waves of calamity of lightning were coming at the same time. 1 wave was the Marquis immortal realm tribulation, and 5 waves were the Marquis immortal realm tribulation. Even the Green Bull and Yi Xian had never seen such a scene, let alone the other great beings in Phoenix Blood starfield. Hong. Kacha. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, an earth-shaking rumble resounded. It continued without end, and it was accompanied by the extremely clear sound of lightning striking down. Chapter 4292. Whether it was the Marquis tribulation or the King tribulation, there was only 1 wave of tribulation lightning. The only difference was the thickness and power of this 1 wave of tribulation lightning. The thunder tribulations in the Phoenix Bloodstar area were indeed rare. 5 kings and 1 Marquis were going through the tribulations at the same time. Even in this vast and boundless fragment of the desolation ancient era, such a thing had not happened more than a few times. Although the power of the 6 waves of tribulation lightning was terrifying, after only 1 wave, the tribulation cloud had gradually dispersed amidst the earth-shattering rumbling of thunder. When the 6 waves of tribulation lightning struck down, Yi Xian's heart had indeed risen to his throat. The 5 conferred kings and 1 conferred Marquis were extremely important to him. They were indispensable subordinates, and no matter who died in the tribulation lightning, Yi Xian wouldn't be happy. In fact, he would definitely be extremely depressed. Fortunately, these 6 fellows did not disappoint. Although they were struck half dead, they survived in the end. No one fell in the tribulation lightning. As for the injuries on their bodies, no matter how serious they were nothing to Yi Xian. With a wave of his hand, 6 dark rays of light shot out from his hand and shot in 6 different directions around the Phoenix Bloodstar region, directly landing on the 6 fellows undergoing tribulation. After they caught it, they directly swallowed it. The 6 drops of all evil origin liquid could not only heal the serious injuries they suffered in the tribulation in an instant, but it could also strengthen their realm and completely stabilize their newly broken cultivation base. Screech. Roar. As a drop of all evil origin liquid fell into their stomachs, The 6 fellows' injuries were instantly healed. Their auras completely stabilized. Overjoyed, they roared wildly at the top of their heads, unable to suppress their excitement. They sensed everyone in the forbidden land of Phoenix blood. In the void outside the atmosphere of more than 800 life stars, countless experts who had been watching from afar quickly dispersed one after another. They were all stimulated and immediately turned to return to their respective planets and cave residences. They began to cultivate in seclusion. It could be said that the simultaneous tribulation of 6 marquises and kings was a great boost to the morale of the countless experts in the forbidden land of Phoenix blood. A fiery cultivation craze began on a grand scale. At this time, when the figures in the void outside the universe gradually decreased, the 6 guys who had just completed their tribulations shot forward and arrived in front of Yi Xian. There was only one level 1 Marquis Lord, and that was the elephant fox mink. There were 5 emperors level 1, Yu Linglong, Long Xiong, Gong Jun, and 2 ferocious beasts, a black wind tiger and a howling moon mastiff. At this point, the peak combat strength of Yi Xian's space nomadic army, which was the number of undyings, had reached 7. As for marquises, there were originally 34 of them, but after the elephantine ferret's breakthrough, there were now 35 of them. However, 5 of them had successfully broken through to the titled king realm, so the number of marquises had decreased to only 30. The normal undyings below the official level were still the same as before, a total of over 400. As for the normal forces, they were divided into 3 major armies. Ferocious Beast Army, a total of tens of millions. In the entire army, there were a total of 8 Marquis-level Ferocious Beast commanders and over 130 normal undyings beast leaders. Survivor Army, a total of tens of millions of survivors, over 1 million battleships, 6 Marquis-level undyings, and over 100 normal undyings. Captive Army, countless strong warriors in space, close to 150 million battleships, 16 Marquis-level undyings, and over 160 normal undying. And this was without including Flying Centipede, Silver G, Corpse Ancestor, and Drought Demon. If these hidden subordinates were included, the combat power of the entire Starry Sky nomadic army would be even more powerful. With such a formation, the combined strength of the entire space nomadic army, even without the super freak Yi Xian, was almost on par with the forbidden land of Phoenix blood. However, what comforted Yi Xian the most was that in just 1 year, 5 Marquis-level undyings had successfully broken through to Emperor level. This way, even if he and Green Bull were to leave the forbidden land of Phoenix blood immediately, they would be completely at ease. These 5 Emperor-level undyings were enough to ensure the safety of the forbidden land of Phoenix blood. Of course, the best plan was to imprint the second interstellar coordinate jump point in the forbidden land of Phoenix blood. This way, Yi Xian could return at any time and arrive at his destination with just a thought. However, the moment this idea popped up, he immediately rejected it. With his current system title level, he could only imprint 2 interstellar coordinate jump points in the same universe dimension. Previously, he had already imprinted one in the Mulberry Tree starfield, so there was only 1 spot left. Although the Phoenix Blood starfield was huge with over 800 life stars, to Yi Xian, this was still only a temporary resting place. He shouldn't waste the last remaining coordinate jump point here. Greetings, my king. At this moment, Yi Xian stood proudly in the void space. The 30-meter-tall violent ape emitted an invisible pressure. Behind him stood Green Bull, swinging his tail and snorting from time to time. 6 rays of light shot over from all directions of the Phoenix Blood starfield and lined up in front of him. They clasped their hands and bowed respectfully. At this moment, regardless of whether it was Yu Linglong, Long Xing, Gong Jun, or the Black Wind Tiger and the Howling Moon Mastiff, the 2 forbidden beasts that had been taken into the Ferocious Beast Army by the Green Ox, they were all sincerely convinced by Yi Xian. They hadn't done anything, but they had obtained great opportunities. A year ago, they were only Marquis-level undyings, but now, in the blink of an eye, they had become Marquis-level undyings. All of this was like a dream, but it was also very real. It made them sigh with emotion, and they were naturally convinced. However, although they were convinced, the 5 emperors who had just become level undyings were still a little nervous, especially Yu Linglong and the other 2. However, this had nothing to do with Yi Xian. It was the trouble that Green Bull had stirred up earlier. It was obvious that these 5 fellows were all worried that Yi Xian wouldn't immediately make a move. Just as the green ox had said earlier, he would harvest the fruits and kill them on the spot. He would take the blood and qi from their bodies and refine them into king blood essences. Alright, don't think about those useless things. If I really wanted to take action, you wouldn't even have the chance to get close to me. You would have turned into a cloud of blood mist in the distance. Speechless, Yi Xian rolled his eyes. He turned around and shot toward the depths of the universe in front of the forbidden land of phoenix blood. I'll take old ox and elephant fox ferret with me. I'll leave immediately. As for the forbidden land of phoenix blood, I'll leave it to the 5 of you to guard. I hope that when this king returns, the 5 of you will still be here. Otherwise, if there is anyone who feigns compliance, this king can guarantee that no matter where you flee to, this king will definitely find you and punish you personally. Mu. Chapter 4293. There were only 2 intermediate space forbidden lands that Green Bull knew the exact location of. One was the Phoenix Blood Forbidden Land that had been breached, and the other was the Bai Meng Forbidden Land that was 10 billion miles away from the Phoenix Blood Forbidden Land. In Green Bull's impression, the Bai Meng Forbidden Land's overall strength was on par with the Phoenix Blood Forbidden Land. They both had 2 emperors, but they weren't birds. Instead, they were 2 copper behemoths with extremely strong physical bodies. However, this information was from more than 1,000 years ago. As for whether the details of these 2 mid-level starry sky forbidden zones had changed greatly during this time, even Greenox did not know. This time, Yi Xian and Green Bull brought the elephant fox Martin out of the Phoenix Blood Starfield. Their destination was the Bai Meng Forbidden Land. Of course, because they didn't know the current situation of this powerful intermediate space forbidden land, plus Yi Xian's space nomadic army, countless great beings still needed some time to improve their strength. Hence, this time, Yi Xian and Green Bull didn't plan to cause a ruckus in the Bai Meng Forbidden Land. Instead, they planned to scout in the dark and wait for an opportunity to kill, just like the first time they went to the Phoenix Blood Starfield. Even though they didn't know the exact situation of the Bai Meng Forbidden Land, if they looked at the huge changes and strength of the Phoenix Blood Forbidden Land in the past 1,000 years, they could roughly figure it out. If there weren't any accidents, the Bai Meng Forbidden Land now had at least 4 to 5 emperors. Yi Xian didn't care about this. His original body was already at the 2nd level of the titled king realm under normal circumstances, but after entering the devil ape true body state and transforming into a 30-meter tall starry sky berserk ape, he was at the 3rd level of the titled king realm. If he activated the 9 demon ape transformation and used the 6th transformation, his peak battle strength would reach Emperor level 9 peak. It could be said that he was invincible under Emperor level. No matter how strong the Bai Meng Forbidden Land was, as long as the 2 copper behemoths didn't break through to Emperor level, Yi Xian wasn't afraid of them at all. They weren't a threat at all. Xiao, in the boundless void of the universe, a ray of light shot out at an extremely fast speed, disappearing into the distant horizon in the blink of an eye. This ray of light was Yi Xian, the green ox, and the elephant fox mink who had left the forbidden land of phoenix blood. The light was green in color. It was a green ox that was over 100 feet tall. Now that it was a feral king, its speed was swift to the extreme as it unleashed its full power. Coupled with the occasional teleportation, it traversed millions of miles of space in the blink of an eye. Left behind, because of this time, Yi Xian did not exert himself to travel. Instead, he shrunk his body and sat cross-legged on the back of the green ox, maintaining a height of about 10 feet. On Yi Xian's shoulder, a strange purple long-nosed ferret the size of a palm was lying there. It was the elephant fox mink. This fellow was only a first-level marquis. If it were to travel by itself, its speed would definitely be so slow that Yi Xian and the green ox would not be able to tolerate it. Therefore, this time, it could be considered to have benefited from Yi Xian. It was treated as a pet and laid on Yi Xian's shoulder, enjoying the extreme speed of the green ox's hooves together. The journey to the Bai Meng Forbidden Land was very long. It was a long journey of tens of billions of miles. Even with the green ox's maximum speed, it would take half a month to reach it. This was because the green ox knew the exact location of the Bai Meng Forbidden Land. Otherwise, if they were to travel aimlessly in the void, it would be easy for them to unknowingly deviate from their direction after a long time. The angle of deviation was limited in 1 or 2 days, but in 8 to 10 days, they would probably pass by each other. This was also the reason why there were so many forbidden areas and remnant star regions of various levels in the void of this primordial world fragment. However, other than the close neighbors in the star regions who knew of each other's existence, it was very difficult for them to interact with each other once they were far away. Yi Xian had never set foot in the direction to the Bai Meng star region before. As for the green ox, although it had known about the existence of the Bai Meng Forbidden Land more than 1,000 years ago and even knew its exact location, that was only because it was in the same level as the green ox. It was because it was the leader of the undying fierce beasts in the rank Forbidden Land of Phoenix blood. It heard it from others. As for this starry sky route to the Bai Meng star region, it had never set foot in it before. It was precisely because of this that the green ox actually did not know about the other small forbidden areas in the star regions along the way. After the 3 of them left the Forbidden Land of Phoenix blood, 9 days passed very quickly under the full speed of the green ox. There were only 6 or 7 days left before they reached the Bai Meng Forbidden Land. It was also at this moment that a small forbidden area appeared in the vision of Yi Xian and the other 2. Not to mention Yi Xian and the elephant fox ferret, even the green ox was rather surprised. This place was extremely far from the Bai Meng Forbidden Land. Even emperors would need 6 or 7 days to travel at full speed. This could be seen from this. Hence, even if they destroyed this small forbidden area, there would definitely not be any accidents that would alert the enemy. However, to Yi Xian and the green ox, such a small forbidden area did not pique their interest. If there was an entire nomadic army behind them, even if it was just a small force, they might be interested and send out their regular army forces to launch a punitive expedition. However, there was only Yi Xian, the green ox and the elephant fox ferret. There was no need to waste too much energy and time to completely destroy this small forbidden area. However, they could not let go of the commander of the fierce beasts within. The ruler of a small forbidden area was normally an official level undying, and there would usually be more than one. This was after all the blood essence of an official level, which could be used to make a level 22 emperor level treasure pill. Even though Yi Xian had no use for it, he still had 8 emperor level treasures in his hands. He only had 8 pills left. Hence, when he met an official level undying, he still had to make a move. Tchem. It's actually emperor level energy. As he extended his spirit sense, Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged on the back of the green ox, raised an eyebrow. As he muttered to himself, his eyes lit up. In the small space forbidden area ahead, he actually caught a thread of emperor-level energy. It was slightly unstable. Obviously, it had just broken through not too long ago and was still stabilizing it. Clearly, this king-tier feral that had just ascended was merely a Marquis Immortal tier perfect class 9 not too long ago. Perhaps it had obtained some sort of opportunity that allowed it to smoothly ascend a major tier and become a feral king. This was something that could be proven by the strand of faint aura of the lightning tribulation that still remained in the space of this small restricted area in the starry sky ahead. Other than this emperor-level beast, there were still 2 middle-level official-level beast commanders in this small forbidden area. All 3 targets were the most hated bug clan by Yi Xian. If that was the case, there was nothing more to say. When encountering such disgusting bugs, Yi Xian would not hold back. He had to kill them. Chapter 4294. Moo. As Yi Xian stood up and brought the elephant fox mink lying on his shoulder away from the back of the green ox, the latter raised its head and angrily mooed. Its entire body instantly disappeared, and when it reappeared, it was already in this small forbidden area in the starry sky that was tens of thousands of kilometers away. Within the territory. As soon as he appeared, his body had already expanded to 100,000 feet in size. His killing intent surged, and his domineering aura was revealed. Of the 3 targets, the 2 middle-stage Marquis realm experts were not in his eyes at all. Even if he allowed them to escape for a while, they would not be able to escape even if they had wings. As for the other one, although he had just broken through and hadn't even completely stabilized his realm, he was still a conferred king after all. Furthermore, the green ox's own cultivation level had only broken through to the conferred king realm a year ago. Although he was much stronger than this insect, If the other party tried to escape with all his might, the Green Ox wouldn't be able to guarantee that he would be able to kill him within 2 hours. Since Yi Xian had said that he would give him 2 hours, if he didn't do it, his old face would be red for a few days. Because of this, the Green Ox immediately teleported over before the other party could notice. As soon as it appeared, it locked onto the figure of the conferred King Realm Arachnid expert. Without saying a word, it stomped its hoof through the void and did not hesitate to use all its strength. Stomp, ruthless. Rumble. This stomp contained all the power in the Green Ox's body. It was the full force of a conferred king expert. A formless and terrifying shockwave swept out, causing the void to tremble and rumble with thunder. The Arachnid king, whose aura had long been locked onto, cried out in shock. Just as the roar came out of his mouth, he suddenly stopped. Although he had entered the conferred king realm, he had just broken through and his cultivation was not stable yet. He was not a match for the Green Ox to begin with, and now that the Green Ox had suddenly launched a sneak attack with all its might, he was caught off guard and could not even dodge. It was time. Boom. With a shocking explosion, the enormous body of the Arachnid king instantly exploded, turning into a blood-green mist that dispersed with a loud bang. Before it could go far, the Green Ox opened its mouth and spat out a majestic invisible force that swept it up. It was wrapped up, compressed into a ball, and swallowed into its stomach. Screech! Screech! At the same time, countless ferocious howls could be heard in the surrounding void. Countless ferocious beasts and insect tribes in this small forbidden land of the starry sky screamed in horror and fled in all directions. Of which, the most eye-catching ones were the 2 official level Undyings. Against Green Bull, who had long stabilized his Emperor level, they didn't even have the slightest intention of resisting. Their bloodline bodies shrunk to 300 becoming 2 streaks of light. From the left and right, they fled into the void outside the forbidden area. Unfortunately, even though Feng Hu was strong and his speed was not slow, he was still a joke in front of an emperor. Moo! The Green Ox stretched its neck and roared angrily. Its figure flashed as it teleported. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in the void on the left. It trampled on the Marquis insect race that was fleeing in this direction. After compressing and swallowing the blood mist that exploded into its stomach, it flashed again. He was already in the distance to the right of the void. Screech! A despairing howl resounded. The last Marquis insect race in this small forbidden land of the starry sky had fallen. Yi Xian gave the Green Ox 2 hours of time, but this old fellow shamelessly launched a sneak attack and easily ambushed a first-order King Realm expert of the same realm. Therefore, by the time this battle ended, not to mention 2 hours, even half an incense stick's worth of time had passed. It didn't even take that long. To Green Bull, this was definitely a shocking result, worth bragging about. After the old fellow ended the battle, he proudly swung his oxtail and hopped over to Yi Xian. He opened his mouth and spat out the 3 compressed arachnid chi and blood. Yi Xian glanced at him in disdain. With a wave of his hand, he absorbed the 3 balls of blood essence into his body and sent them into the Shunnong cauldron. He then began the blood essence refinement. In a short span of 10 breaths, the 3 balls of blood essence were completely refined. He used a small bottle to store them in the sealed cave at the bottom of the volcano in the central region. After the previous crazy refinement of various grades of elixirs, Yi Xian had already used up all his blood essences. He was only left with 4 Marquis blood essences. Now, with this reward, he had 5 Marquis blood essences. It was enough for him to refine level 23 pills. Level 23 pills. In addition, he also had 2 Marquis blood essences that were used to refine level 22 pills. However, although the 5 Marquis blood essences were enough for him to refine level 23 pills, Yi Xian didn't plan to start now. Although the 5 Marquis blood essences could be used to refine level 23 pills, it was likely that there would only be 1 level 23 pill. If he gathered 10 Marquis blood essences and refined them, there would be a 60 to 70% chance that there would be 3 level 23 pills. No matter how he looked at it, it wasn't worth it to refine them now. Since he wasn't in a rush to use them, he decided to refine them after he had gathered 10 or even more Marquis blood essences. 2 Marquis blood essences, 1 Emperor. The high-level forces of this small-scale space-forbidden land had all fallen. Even though there were large amounts of bug clan and ferocious beasts, even 10 normal undyings, Yi Xian wasn't interested in them. He flashed and landed on the back of the green ox. He was about to order him to leave and continue on their way. It was also at this moment that the elephant fox mink, whose body had shrunk to the size of a foot and was lying on Yi Xian's shoulder like a pet, suddenly spoke out, "Boss, I've smelled a unique crystal aura from an abandoned planet in the void on the right in front of us. I've never seen it before, so I wonder if it's valuable." As it spoke, the elephantine fox ferret raised its tiny right paw and pointed to the void on the right. "Hey, it's over there. The storage of this unknown crystal seems to be quite large. Based on my feeling, I think they might be the soldiers of the 4 great kinetic races. A race effective. Tchem." Hearing these words, Yi Xian's body suddenly froze as a cry of surprise came out of his mouth. He turned around and looked in the direction of the elephant fox ferret's finger. In fact, at this moment, he did not quite believe the words of the elephantine ferret. It was not that he did not believe that there was some unknown mysterious crystal in a certain abandoned star in that direction, but he did not believe that this crystal could be used against void soldiers. A race effective. This was too much of a coincidence. He had just left Phoenix Blood Galaxy and found a suitable training resource for the bloodline evolution of the 4 kinetic energy races. This was unbelievable. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, a familiar system notification sounded out in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering the profound Jade Essence Crystal. Will you collect it immediately? Xian Jade Essence Crystal. Chapter 4295. Whoosh! Whoosh! A weak sound of breaking through the air rang out. The figures of Yi Xian and the green ox arrived at an abandoned planet in the blink of an eye. They stood in the void of the universe that was only 10,000 kilometers away from this planet. "Boss, so your nose is sharper than a dog's." As soon as his body stopped moving, the elephant fox ferret lying on Yi Xian's shoulder muttered in a strange tone. There were too many abandoned planets in this area, more than 1,000 of them. When he pointed in this direction from afar, he only pointed in a general direction. He did not specify that he was talking about this abandoned planet in front of him. However, Yi Xian did not need to ask in detail at all. With a flash of his body, he arrived here. It was obvious that he had already determined that the abandoned planet that contained the mysterious crystal mineral was the one in front of him. This ability was comparable to the elephant fox ferret, who was said to have 1/3 of the treasure-seeking mouse bloodline. It was no wonder that he would mutter like this at this moment. Yi Xian naturally could not tell him about the devouring system in his body. He could only roll his eyes speechlessly. Then, he waved his hand, and an invisible and majestic force enveloped the abandoned planet thousands of kilometers away. And then, boom! Rumble! Continuous rumbling sounds could be heard. The entire abandoned planet was directly blasted apart by this majestic force. Immediately after, a purplish-green light flashed, and a large number of purplish-green crystals sputtered out from the core of the planet, scattering in all directions in the void. Hiss! There are actually so many. Seeing this scene, even Yi Xian was greatly surprised. He sucked in a breath of cold air and did not hesitate any longer. With a wave of his hand, he directly collected all the scattered profound jade essence crystals, wrapped them in an invisible force, and pulled them into the void of the universe in front of him. In an instant, Yi Xian, the green ox, and the elephant fox ferret were all illuminated with a purplish-green color. The crystals in the void in front of them were like small meteors. They were at least hundreds of millions of cubic meters in size. Some were big, some were small, and some were dark and some were light. Among them, more than 1,000 cubic meters were deep purple. They were the purest purple jade essence crystals. Whoosh! As Yi Xian waved his hand again, these 1,000 cubic meters of the purest purple jade essence crystals were stored in a small space box and sent into the undying world in his body. This kind of resource was very rare. These 1,000 cubic meters of purple jade essence crystals were the essence of all profound jade essence crystals. As for the remaining hundreds of millions of cubes of profound jade essence crystals that were of different purity and different shades of purple and cyan, Yi Xian planned to hand them all over to the tens of millions of soldiers in the Void Battle Claw. Previously, the elephantine ferret had said that he had an intuition that this mysterious unknown crystal should be effective on the Void Soldier Dipper clan of the Four Great Warrior clan. This wasn't something he spoke casually. Moreover, there was proof behind this, and it was related to a certain innate ability of the treasure-seeking mouse's bloodline. But even so, the elephantine was only guessing. He didn't dare to be sure. He didn't even know the name of this mysterious crystal. In this regard, the devouring system within Yi Shen's body was clearly stronger. He hadn't come into contact with this kind of crystal before, so the system's information database was completely blank. However, once he came into contact with it, the system instantly deciphered it. Not only did it know the name of this crystal, but it also recorded its main effects in the system's database. According to the system's introduction, this profound jade essence crystal was indeed the best energy for the evolution of the Void Soldier clan's bloodline. Its formation was also related to the formation of the universe. It could be said to be of the same origin as the Void Soldier clan's bloodline. It could be said that with this harvest, such a huge amount of profound jade marrow crystals would definitely allow the tens of millions of Void soldiers in the Void battle armor to experience a great evolution in their bloodlines. It was as if their life forms had undergone a great evolution. Once this evolution was completed, the power of the Void battle armor would increase tremendously. Originally, to the current Yi Shen, the great killing weapon that was already considered a chicken rib would once again step onto the great stage that accompanied his growth. Whoosh, with excitement in his heart, Yi Shen waved his hand and directly took out the Void Soldier clan of the Four Great Battle clans from the undying world in his body. It hung in the void of the universe beside him. Hiss. Hiss hiss hiss. The moment the Void Soldier clan was taken out, from within the Void Soldier clan's body came the cries of countless Dao Soldier clans. They were filled with joy and excitement. Even Yi Shen was a little surprised, because he had never seen them so excited before. It was as if the entire Soldier Ladle clan had collectively been injected with chicken blood. Obviously, the tens of millions of soldier clans in the Void Soldier clan were so excited because they smelled the unique aura of the hundreds of millions of profound jade essence crystals in front of them. Just based on this point, one could conclude that these profound jade essence crystals had an astonishing effect on the evolution of the soldier clan's bloodline. Yi Shen did not hesitate anymore. He directly waved his hand and instantly sent the hundreds of millions of profound jade essence crystals suspended in the void in front of him into the honeycomb nodes of the Void Soldier clan's Void Soldier clan. In the next moment, weak snapping sounds immediately came from all the honeycomb nodes of the Void Soldier clan. They were densely packed and overwhelming, as if countless silkworms were gnawing on mulberry leaves. Moreover, they were gnawing at them crazily, afraid that they would be slower than others. It was as if they would eat less if they took a step back. Boss, how long have you starved these soldier clans? Why do I feel like all of them are hungry wolves that have just come down the mountain? Isn't this too inhumane? Hearing the crazy gnawing sounds coming from the Void Soldier clan, the green ox and the elephant fox ferret lying on Yi Shen's shoulder instantly had strange expressions. The old ox did not say anything, but the elephant fox ferret muttered, making Yi Shen extremely embarrassed and rolling his eyes. If not for the fact that this fellow had indeed made a great contribution this time, Yi Shen would have ruthlessly beaten him up for daring to talk about his boss like this. Although there were tens of millions of Void Soldier clans in the Void Soldier clan, and it seemed that it had indeed been a long time since they had replenished the energy that was beneficial to the evolution of their bloodline. Therefore, when they finally got a chance, they all gnawed on them ruthlessly. However, this time, there seemed to be quite a lot of profound jade essence crystals sent into all the honeycomb nodes of the Void Soldier clan by Yi Shen. There were hundreds of millions of them in total. Evenly distributed, each soldier clans could get at least 10 cubic meters. These were profound jade essence crystals, which were extremely hard. Otherwise, they would not be effective against the Void Soldier clans. Even the soldier clans could only gnaw on this kind of resource bit by bit like a silkworm. 10 cubic meters was clearly not something that could be used up in a short period of time. Chapter 4296. Moo. The green ox let out an angry moo as its body shot out. In the blink of an eye, it was already tens of millions of kilometers away. After all, it was a titled Emperor stage expert. Tens of millions of kilometers of space were nothing to it. Boss, aren't you being too impatient? Right at this moment, the elephant fox ferret that was lying on Yi Xian's shoulder anxiously spoke again. It doesn't seem like it's time for us to leave yet. There's something even better in that place. Roar, the green ox snorted gloomily. Its 4 hooves suddenly stopped in midair, and it instantly braked. Old man, you did that on purpose, didn't you? You're panting when you talk. Yi Xian was speechless. He rolled his eyes gloomily and exerted some force with his feet. The green ox immediately turned around and rushed towards the void that they had just left. In just a short breath, the 3 of them had already returned to their original point. They once again stood in the void of the universe in front of the exploded star. Speak, what other good things are there? Where is it? Yi Xian raised his hand and directly twisted the elephant fox ferret off his shoulder. He threw it into the void in front of him with an unhappy expression. Wait a minute, the aura is a little strange. There's a very unique fragrance, and it's not the smell of the body, but the smell of the soul. The small figure of the elephant fox ferret tumbled a few times in the void, and after stabilizing itself, it immediately flew around the surrounding void. As it flew, it kept sniffing, and the words it said were even more strange and strange. The smell of the soul? And it's actually some kind of unique fragrance. Yi Xian was confused when he heard this. He subconsciously frowned. Why didn't this star master smell it? There was one more thing he did not say, and that was that not only him, even the devouring system in his body did not seem to have any reaction. This time, Yi Xian could not help but be a little suspicious. He thought that there might be something wrong with the elephant fox ferret's nose, or perhaps his intuition was wrong. After all, the devouring system in his body did not react, which was enough to prove that there was a problem. Yi Xian was still extremely reliant on it. Moo. That's right. Little ferret, I'm afraid you've made a mistake this time. The green ox also raised its head and mooed softly with an unfriendly expression. It continued in a muffled voice, this king's ox nose is also very sensitive. Back then, there were so many ox beauties. I blindfolded them and they flashed before my eyes one by one. I've never made a mistake. I'm right with one sniff. F***ck. Yi Xian was speechless. He rolled his eyes and cursed. It seemed that this damn ox was still brooding over the past. It kept thinking about those ox-head beauties. It was almost turning into resentment. Beauty. A beauty. She was definitely a beauty. This old ox can smell it. This is the body fragrance of a beauty. It can directly produce an effect on the soul. This beauty who has long since passed away definitely has an extraordinary background. It was also at this moment that the elephantine, who had flown to the void behind him, suddenly shrieked with incomparable excitement. His figure directly transformed into a streak of lightning-like dark radiance, charging towards the abandoned star that was only a few million kilometers away from him. It's on this abandoned star. Boss, Niuer Wang, there is a beauty buried in the core of the abandoned star. Moo. Little Moo, stop right there. Upon hearing that there was a beauty, the green ox's reaction was actually faster than Yi Xian's. It immediately raised its head and mooed angrily. As soon as the mooing sounded, its figure had already disappeared. It actually directly teleported and appeared in the void in front of the elephantine. Bang! With a raise of its hind hooves, the elephantine that was charging in that direction was directly kicked away by the green ox's hooves. It howled miserably as its figure flew back thousands of kilometers. You little moo, this is this king's ox-head beauty. Why are you so agitated? After kicking the elephantine away, the green ox did not stop at all. As it muttered, it teleported again. In less than half a breath, it had already appeared in the sky above the abandoned star in front of it. It stood on its hind legs and stomped down with its front hooves. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded. The even larger abandoned star instantly exploded. A ball of hazy green light shot out from the shattered core of the star and rushed into the void to the right. It was clearly a ball of profound jade essence crystal. It did not have the slightest bit of purple. It was the purest green crystal. It was not big, only about 3 meters in radius. The beauty that the elephantine was talking about was naturally not the ox-head beauty that the green ox had misunderstood. It was clearly a human woman wearing a blue gauze dress. Half of her left shoulder was gone, and there were many wounds on her body. Her gauze dress was stained with blood. However, her body was still relatively intact. Unfortunately, this woman who was sealed inside a piece of profound jade essence crystal had clearly died long ago. Moreover, she had most likely died countless years ago. Moo. Seeing this piece of profound jade essence crystal and the human woman sealed inside it, the green ox, who was originally extremely excited, raised its head and let out a sorrowful and angry moo, revealing a strong sense of despair. Where's the ox-head beauty that was promised? Why did she suddenly become a human? Damn it, she doesn't even have horns on her head, and her nostrils are smaller than copper bells. She's so King ugly. Such a peerless beauty, whether it was her appearance, figure, or graceful and otherworldly temperament, was definitely comparable to the corpse ancestor, drought demon, or the nine-tailed celestial fox. But now, she was criticized by the green ox to be so ugly. Such a strange aesthetic view shocked Yi Qingyu. A chill ran down Xian's spine. He almost impulsively attacked and killed this old fellow on the spot. Buzz. Wong wong wong. It was also at this moment that the primordial heavy artifact, Yang Luo, that Yi Xian had kept in his undying world, suddenly trembled violently without any warning. This situation had already happened twice before. The remains of the nine-tailed heavenly fox and the celestial phoenix maiden's treasures from their previous lives were discovered. At this time, all of them were like this. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's heart suddenly moved, and he cried out involuntarily, "It can't be so coincidental, right? Could it be that I bumped into another one? If that's the case, is the woman sealed in this profound jade essence crystal the fairy of the nine heavens, or fairy Zixia?" Whoosh. As he cried out, Yi Xian's movements did not slow down at all. With a wave of his hand, the Yang Luo was taken out from the undying world in his body. It floated in the air in front of him, expanded with the wind, and turned into a pink silk cloth that was 100 feet wide, slowly unfolding. "Master, I'm the fairy of the mystery realm." Almost at the same time, from the pink silk cloth, an incomparably weak voice of a woman with a faint sense of fear quietly sounded. "The sisters are still in deep sleep and have not awakened, but the fairy of the mystery realm sensed the previous life, the aura of the treasure body, so the slumbering source of spiritual sense was unexpectedly awakened. The fairy of the nine heavens? It's actually you." The guess in his heart was finally confirmed. Yi Xian's heart trembled, and his eyes instantly lit up. Chapter 4297. Get lost. Yi Xian was so angry that he kicked out, sending the green ox that was shamelessly rubbing against him flying. After rolling his eyes, he once again swept his gaze towards the 300-meter-long silk net in front of him. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Mysterious fairy, the nine-tailed celestial fox and the celestial phoenix maiden were able to reconstruct their real bodies with the help of their past lives. Can you do the same? If so, do you need me to help you put away your past life treasure in front of you? Although I am only left with a trace of my spiritual sense, it is still the treasure of my past life and they can still sense each other. Otherwise, I would not have suddenly woken up in advance." The gentle voice of the nine heavens mystic fairy could be heard again from the pink treasure that was fluttering in the wind. "Master, you only need to watch from the side. If there are no other problems, I will take back the treasure body of my previous life and use it to reconstruct my true body of this life." Yi Xian nodded. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously blurted out, "That's right. This Star Master has seen the treasures of the nine-tailed heavenly fox and the celestial phoenix maiden from their previous lives, and they are quite incomplete. Their real bodies have been restored to the immortal realm. Looking at your precious body from your previous life, although it has some scars, it is only missing half an arm. Moreover, the entire precious body is sealed within a piece of profound jade essence crystal. Although it has been through countless years, the energy loss in the precious body should be very limited. So, once you use this past life treasure to reconstruct your real body, I wonder what level your cultivation will reach." Regarding this matter, Yi Xian was a little disappointed. He originally thought that the nine-tailed heavenly fox would be able to sculpt her true body using the treasure of her previous life. Even if her cultivation wasn't at the peak of the primordial era in his previous life, she would at least be able to recover to the level of king or emperor immortal. No problem. The result made him speechless. She was only an ordinary immortal. This time, the Nine Heavens Fairy's past life treasure was perfectly preserved. After recalling this matter, he suddenly had new hope. If he could have an emperor or even an emperor as his loyal subordinate, it would be of great significance to Yi Xian. Not only would it benefit him, but it would also greatly increase the growth of the entire nomadic army. Therefore, as long as there was even the slightest possibility of this happening, there was no way he wouldn't pay attention to it and place high hopes on it. My precious body from my previous life is indeed still intact. However, I used up too much energy in that battle back then. Before my main body fell, my precious body was damaged. Hence, although I can use it to reconstruct my true body, once I succeed, my strength won't be as low as a normal undying realm, but it won't be too strong. The voice of the Nine Heavens Maiden continued. According to my estimation, he should be around the level of Immortal Marquis. He's still some distance away from Immortal Marquis. You've just been conferred the title of Marquis. This is too weak. Upon hearing this result, Yi Xian was once again disappointed. There were a total of 7 primordial spiritual sources sealed in the Luo Yang Luo. Including the Nine Heavens Maiden, there were already 6 primordial spiritual sources that had awakened. However, as more and more primordial spiritual sources awakened in the Luo Yang Luo, every time a new primordial spiritual source woke up, the joy in Yi Xian's heart gradually faded. He still remembered that when the corpse ancestor Haidarigami woke up and reconstructed his true body, his strength was only half-step universe realm. However, Yi Xian was extremely happy and regarded him as a great support, even like a backing mountain. And now, the newly awakened Nine Heavens Maiden, once she reconstructed her true body, her strength would directly return to Immortal Marquis level. However, to Yi Xian, this strength was of little use. The help it provided to him was almost negligible. Even though this makes me a little speechless, but, from another perspective, it also shows that this Star Lord's cultivation is advancing too quickly. This is also something to be happy about. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's gloominess dissipated a lot. He muttered softly and shook his head again with a self-deprecating smile. Master, you're already a Marquis-level Immortal Marquis. It's understandable that you feel that the Nine Heavens Maiden's strength is too weak after she restores her strength. Just as Yi Xian was sighing, the Nine Heavens Maiden's gentle voice sounded from the pink silk in front of him again. However, Master, don't worry. The 7 of us sisters were all powerful beings of the primordial era in our previous life. Although we've reincarnated in this life, after we reconstruct our true bodies, once we recover, our strength will increase very quickly. And, if there are no accidents, we'll definitely be able to reach the pinnacle of the primordial era. It's just a matter of time. If Master needs strong help now, Zixia, who hasn't awakened yet, may be able to give you a surprise. What do you mean? Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up instantly and he asked anxiously. The battle back then was very fierce. And, before this source of consciousness was absorbed into the treasure, some of the 7 of us sisters didn't even meet each other. So, when the original bodies of the 7 sisters died, they were not together, and even at different time. Only Zixia and I were the best sisters before the battle back then. And, when the original bodies of the 2 of us died, the 2 of us joined forces to fight against the enemy. Zixia died before the mysterious maiden, and the reason